Good afternoon, everyone. Oki, Dadanastada, Ambawastich, and Tansei. Thank you for joining us for public hearing on Treaty 7 territory. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
Here.
Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
I am here.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor McLean.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, everyone. As we are resuming this meeting, there's a couple of things I need to let you know about. First and foremost, we're having some internet connectivity issues throughout the city. It's not something that's on the city's end. It's more of a connection issue with the internet writ large. So there may be moments in time where our live stream goes down. And unfortunately, there's nothing we can do to control that. Again, it's not on our end. We're sort of at the mercy of this as well. But you can rest assured that everything is being recorded. And so you will be able to see anything you might miss on the video from this day. I should also say that last week we had a couple of little lapses in connectivity where the live stream went down. There's been some concern that people will have missed those questions of panelists. If you go to the video from that day, you'll be able to see everything that was asked and answered. At no time was there an interruption while a presenter was actually making a presentation, so that's the good news. So for today, if you are someone that signed up to speak and you are on the phone bridge, staying on that phone bridge is actually your best lifeline because you'll be able to hear us explaining when things are down and who's up and which panel we're on. So I appreciate that all of you are working with us as we try to accommodate what we're going to do from here. But I will keep you as advised as I can about what we're doing. For members of council, if anyone's participating remotely and your internet goes down, if it happens consistently, we'll get you onto the phone bridge as well so that you're not missing anything. So we're trying to accommodate everybody, and I'm hoping everything will just work as it's supposed to. So let's talk about who's up and what the order is, and then let's talk about who's in the room with us who was not here earlier. So we're going to be starting with panel 217. So let me see who we've got. Do we have Karen Sherman? Do we have Ellen Smith?
Yes, I'm here as well.
Hi there. Do we have Doug McDonald? Do we have Alyssa Sherman? All right, I am now going to ask who is present in the audience that is from a previous panel. Hi, with the hairband, which panel were you on? 214, and what's your last name? Petrovich? Thank you. Up here, which panel? Okay, and it's Eldridge Hamanera. Okay. Who else is in the audience from a previous panel? Okay, is there anyone on the phone bridge that's joining us and you were on a previous panel but you're here to speak now?
Yes, Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
I think I can hear two different people, so let's just try this. Who's on the line?
Hello, my name is Emily Marceau-Briggs. I was on panel 147.
147, thank you. Is there anybody else?
Yes, this is Simonetta Actison. I was on panel 84.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, so then this is what we're going to do, and I'm going to look up everybody's name to make sure I've got it right. So I'm going to use some last names and first name combinations to get the panel started. From panel 217, we will start with Alan Smith, and then we will go to panel 214, Petrovich. We'll go to 167, Eldridge Hamanera. We'll go to 147 with Emily. We'll go to 84 with Actison. So that's our assembled panel. If you're in person, you can grab a seat at the front there and be ready to go for when it's your turn. And Ellen Smith, why don't you kick us off?
Hi, just before we get started, I think there was a lady before me, Karen Sherman. I just want to make sure she doesn't get missed.
Yes, I'm here. You called my name. I said I'm here, and then you didn't call me again.
Okay, apologies. We'll start with Karen then, and then we'll go to Ellen, and then the next 4 folks. Apologies for that.
Thanks, Ellen.
Hey, you got it.
Okay, so Karen, we will start with you.
Alrighty. Good morning, Madam Mayor and Councillors. My name is Karen Sherman. I currently reside in Ward 6. My husband and I have been Calgarians for the past 50-plus years. We raised our 2 children here who also live and are raising their young families here. We all strongly oppose blanket rezoning in Calgary, since it has the very real potential to affect, in a significantly adverse manner, the character of existing family neighborhoods that we and many people here deliberately chose to live in based on existing applicable zoning. Thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Ellen Smith, please.
Hi. So yes, my name is Ellen Smith. My husband, Steve, and I, we live in Ward 8, and we have 3 small children. They're all 5 years old and under. And so for us, as a young family in Calgary, one of my biggest concerns with this blanket rezoning and why we are opposed to the blanket rezoning is, the lack of reliable access to our local public schools. Right now, 2 out of 3 of our local schools in our neighborhood, our public schools, are already at a lottery system, and none of these, rezoning laws have actually come into play. Nothing has even happened at this point. So we're just really concerned about that, that our kids, at this point, we don't even know if they're going to be able to attend their local public school. And I think it's a big issue for us because a lot of children coming out of COVID were faced with mental health issues and isolation issues. And I think it's important now more than ever that these kids can, form relationships within their communities and go to school with their neighbors and have the kids that live down the road maybe walk to school together or ride their bikes to school and get together at the local park. So that is really the one issue that I wanted to touch on today with the blanket rezoning. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Jody Petrovich, please.
My name is Jody Petrovich. I am a born and raised Calgarian, and I am against blanket rezoning. My parents have contributed to the local Calgary economy over 40 years. They volunteered, coached, invested in Band-Aids and snacks for all of the kids on the street, and know our neighbors by name. I am crushed that after years of investing in our community and home, that this plan will directly impact what they worked so hard to build for us. Our home is adjacent to one of your prized lots eligible for a corner row house castle. My parents didn't buy our little bungalow knowing that one day Rapunzel could live next door. We have many multiple generational homes on our street. Calgarians that built the homes, raised their families to have their children move back into the same homes with their families as their parents aged and stayed after they passed. Now my generation is the next group to carry on the next 30 years. 3 generations of home. Let's talk about home. Home isn't a place, it's a feeling. It's knowing you're safe, it's showing up. It's my childhood of backpacks piled at the back door and shoes all over the entrance rug. The sound of children's laughter as mom makes snacks in the kitchen after school for you and your friends. It is the feeling of warmth, love, and safety. It is knowing what it means to come home when the streetlights come on as you pedal madly on your bike to get there safely. Trampolines and kids. Where will the trampolines go in your new Castle No Yard plan? The Castle High plan erases privacy, sunshine, our prized garden, and peace. These are irreversible changes to the character of our home. My home was built on the foundation of love. It was and is my safe space to come to, no matter what is going on in my life and the world. I know when I walk up the stairs and I turn the knob on the door that my mom painted purple, everything will be okay. My heart stills and my soul settles. It is my home. It is the sound of tomatoes at harvest time, the smell of homemade sauce and wine at the neighbors, the songs and laughter because they have large enough lots to host the neighborhood. My mobility impaired mother will no longer be able to park in front of our home with the decreased parking, and you'll make her walk 3 blocks to our home in the middle of winter on the ice and the unshoveled properties. And let's talk about how many block heater cords she's going to need to plug her car in. Will those be a tax write-off for her? Home is the ability to be alone in the privacy of my garden and recharge after the days I give until I'm empty. Your voices keep echoing. I should be happy when the corner house sells primarily for monetary gain that I have no interest in. You are promise breakers. Our family home was acquired under a certain set of rules and promises. I have zero interest in going from one set of neighbors and a house that I can't see over the fence at any angle to possibly having 12 units and a property that leers into my yard, destroying my privacy and blocking my sunbeams, directly affecting the quality of my life. Geez, what's not to be excited about there? I am struggling to see your collaboration with Calgarians in your unilateral choices and targeted comments across this hearing. You continue to tell us we are confused, misinformed, afraid, and just don't understand. We 100% understand your overreach to achieve a mandate that supports your vision of what you have deemed as good for us. You continue to belittle our thoughts and beliefs and ask us to trust you as you continually break that trust. I am part of the future professional talent pool that Alberta seeks. Why should I stay when you refuse to listen to us? Investing in a future of ownership uncertainty is your promise to current and future owners. This is simply not acceptable. Be better, people.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Sarah Elder-Chaminera, please. And for anyone that's on the phone line, if you could mute yourself until I call your name, that would be great. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sarah Elder-Chaminera. I live in Ward 4 and I own a business in Ward 9. And despite not being born in Alberta, I consider myself both an Albertan and a Calgarian. And I'd like to add something to the public record because I think this debate and this discussion has become overly politicized. And unfortunately, in the political climate that we now live in, at sometimes the best thing to use to refute the politicization of an argument is politics itself. So I would like to read into the record a letter from Tuesday, September 5th, 2023, from Scott Aitchison, the Conservative Member of Parliament and the critic for housing. Dear Mayor Gondek and mayors of Calgary City Council, the housing crisis has highlighted a growing divide in Canada between those who have a home, a good job, and a secure retirement, and those without. Between those whose home value has skyrocketed over the past decades and those who have lost all hope of entering the market. In the coming days, you and your colleagues will have an opportunity to help close that divide. Calgary's Housing and Affordability Task Force presented recommendations for the urgent action that is required, including recommendations that would remove minimum parking requirements and to implement RCG zoning across Calgary to make dense housing options legal, which I fully support. We won't close this divide with half measures. We won't get there with another pilot project. We won't get there by ignoring the solutions that experts have already presented to you. Some of you have signed onto a motion that is well-intentioned but doomed to fail. If you truly want to make it easier and faster to build homes people need, you must make it legal to build them. Over 60% of Calgary is zoned for single detached housing only. How can you build for the future when restrictive zoning makes it illegal to grow? If it's illegal to build the homes people need, they won't get built, no matter how fast you issue a building permit. A place to call home has been the promise of Canada for multiple generations. Think of those who find themselves denied that promise. Think not only of the people who already live in Calgary, but of all the people who want to live in your community. Be bold. Show the rest of Canada what happens when you simply legalize more home building. Just imagine what you can accomplish. Sincerely, Scott Aitchison. So I think that those comments are really relevant and unfortunately necessary. And I'd also like to read into the record from a press release issued September 14th, 2023, called Building Homes, Not Bureaucracy, issued by the Conservative Party of Canada under the leadership of Pierre Poilievre, also conveniently a Conservative. So in the press release, it states, the Building Homes, Not Bureaucracy Act will require big, unaffordable cities to build more homes and speed up the rate at which they build homes every year to meet our housing targets. Cities must increase the number of homes built by 15% each year, and then 15% on top of the previous target every single year. It compounds. If targets are missed, cities will have to catch up in the following years and build even more homes, or a percentage of their federal funding will be withheld, equivalent to the percentage they miss their target by. Municipalities can be added if the region that they are part of meets these criteria. There's been a lot of talk, and this is me speaking, not Pierre Poilievre. There's been a lot of talk around things about housing, parking, all kinds of different things that will change the character of our neighborhoods, sunshine, view corridors. I'm here to tell myself and everyone that lives here that none of us own those things. It should only be the promise of them. And what one person, what one family needs is not what someone else does. So the idea that someone will lose access to a backyard, access to sunlight. I say this as someone who has 2 infills presently being constructed on either side of my home, and I no longer have a sight line to downtown. Someone actually told me that I should be really upset about this, and as much as I miss seeing downtown, I don't own the air, I don't own the view, I don't own that line of sight. It means that there are going to be 2 more families in my neighborhood, 2 families that might have children that might play with my own, that might create the sound of laughter, that might come into my backyard that has no grass, and actually might jump on my trampoline that I most certainly do have room for. This is an important conversation, and I'd like to thank everyone who has spoken on every single side for making the time, because their voices 100% definitely matter, and for you for listening to all of this over the course of so many days. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Emily Marceau-Briggs, please.
Hello. Dear Mayor and councillors, thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Emily Marceau-Briggs. I have been a resident of Calgary since 2019, and I was a renter here before buying a home in 2022. I am in support of the citywide RCG rezoning. Why does rezoning matter? To prevent the sprawl and its impact, both environmental but also financial. More housing needs to be built near future and current major transit routes. Building within city limits rather than sprawling out is also a big focus. After all, the ring road wasn't built to bypass, it was built to bypass the city rather than driving through it. Fellow Calgarians, I would like to remind us all that we do pay for the development of sprawling communities, and that we should probably focus on building on existing infrastructure. Personally, more density with less parking, I believe, will allow for more use of public transit and better transit services, thus diminishing car reliancy, such as pollution, and maybe further investment in greater road infrastructure in our city. On a personal note, I would like to share a story of how I came to Calgary and fell in love with it. The first rental home I lived in was a big detached home in Briar Hill. It was between 2 train stations, the State and the Lions Park train stations. So it was between near 2 post-secondary institutions. That home housed between 4 and 7 people between 2007 and late 2021, mostly students. The house next door was also a rental owned by the same family. Both houses were put up for sale 3 times. They were 2 wide lots with a big potential for multi-units. In the end, they sold in 2021 for less than the land value due to community pushback on redevelopment. And these properties were a family's long-term investment that didn't work out as they planned and hoped and foresaw. One of those two homes has now been demolished. The other has been empty since 2021, while we are in a housing crisis. The one that was demolished, the one that was next door to the one I lived in, was home to many mature trees of various species. Some of them you can see across the city in the spring when they were flowering. They have now been replaced with what we call a McMansion with no trees. This neighborhood is extremely resistant to change. I'm going to assume likely due to the less expensive homes that might have come up, but the reality is they would have always been quite fancy homes in that area, quite nice townhouses and so on. And the simple reality is we just need more homes anywhere we can get them. In conclusion, development scares me too because I don't trust that developers strive to build for the well-being of people and the environment. That said, that is where the city can provide the carrot and stick approach to support the kind of development that would be ideal and desired. And finally, to follow on the previous person who spoke, what makes a community charming is its people and how they come together. So thank you again for providing me this opportunity.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Simonetta Actison, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Simonetta Actison. I know you've heard multiple opinions both for and against blanket rezoning. I strongly oppose blanket rezoning for many of the reasons you've already heard. Like so many people before me, I do support careful planned densification and the need to provide for true affordable housing. I'm a longtime Calgarian, a homeowner, and an urban planner, and I reject a blanket approach and urge Council to direct administration to do the hard work of planning density with community and citizen participation. Several things have been discussed during this hearing. First is the development permit process, or DPs. The DP process, whether permitted or discretionary, is one file manager, often someone who has never been on your street or even in your community, assessing an application based on applicable bylaws and statutory plan requirements. Community context and infill guidelines are often lost or ignored. Moreover, there is no requirement for a conversation. There's no back and forth. You send your comments into an abyss and they may or may not be considered. There is no negotiation, and the file manager and applicant are not obliged to consider your input. The only recourse is to appeal. I have sat on the appeal board. Most appeals are represented by a paid expert, which forms another barrier to participation. The board is open, engaged, and deliberation is fair and considered. But if an application fills all the requirements of the bylaw, there is little room to move. If Council sees this as an answer to citizen participation in planning decisions, the process needs vast improvements. You are effectively abdicating true planning to developers and market forces. What then is the point of city planning at all? There has been discussion about the local area plan process assisting upzoning. Local area plans or LAPs have no granularity. Often they ignore the input of residents and are a far cry from the area redevelopment plans of past. With the LAPs, you have already opened the floodgates in rezoning, even with the current need for land use change. Our LAP disregarded years of refinement in our area redevelopment plan. There are 23 units either being built or proposed on my city block. I live in one of the densest established communities with only 24% or less single-family housing remaining. How much is too much? There are no specific goals, no checks or balances, just a madcap scramble to insert expensive units in the form of redevelopment. Some can be embraced, others will forever alter the enjoyment and use of existing residents to such a degree, as evidenced by Ms. Popovich, that longtime residents will choose to move. I was fully involved in the North Hill local area plan process, the first out of the gate. I voiced our concerns as a community that low-density residential housing form was already rezoning, but was assured that land use would restrict rezoning. And here we are proposing to remove that restriction. Council, please note that none of the examples provided by administration and other municipalities have recommended 60% lot coverage across the board. What is being proposed here is extreme and will negatively impact our urban environment and the people living next to such redevelopments. To suggest that citizens can redevelop their own lot is astounding. How many residents truthfully have the money to move out, rent, demolish, and rebuild? This will be done mostly by developers. I highly recommend that Council vote against blanket rezoning and instead direct administration to include in their city building more than one form of RCG. One type could follow the existing form and only be applied to specific predetermined locations. A second or even third version would allow only 45% lot coverage with either fewer units or multiple smaller units that could in turn be more affordable. Please deal with the issues of massing, shading, realistic parking provisions, garbage recycling, and neighborhood context. These are all obvious shortcomings of the current RCG form, but mostly work with citizens through this process. Again, most of us who oppose blanket rezoning support planned density and affordable housing, but we do not support RCG blanket rezoning as a solution. There is work to be done, but a successful process makes for a successful outcome. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That concludes this panel, and I'm just looking to see if there's questions, and I don't see any. So thank you all of you for taking the time to join us today. We appreciate your presentations. I'm going to assemble the next panel in just a moment here. We should talk about break times today as well, because we're starting quite irregularly at 11:30. So usually we go 2.5 hours before we break. So I'm going to propose that we do the same today, and we break at 2 o'clock for 60 minutes. So from 2 to 3, we would be on break. And then for supper, I'm proposing that we break at 5:30 for the 75 minutes we usually take. And we return here at 6:45, and we'll go till 9:30 tonight. So that's being proposed. Let's get to the next panel. This is panel 218. Do we have Tristan Chang? Hi, please come on up. Do we have John Yee? Do we have Claire Kratz? Do we have Celia Lee?
Yeah, I'm online.
Great. Do we have Jennifer Armstrong? How about Gurman Sahota?
Present.
Hi, is this Gurman?
Yes, it is. I'm on the telephone.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm just going to ask, is there anybody on the phone line or in the audience that was from a previous panel? Hi there, sir. Which panel were you on? 124. And what's your name? Why don't you come on up and we will put you on this panel. You can have a seat up here. Is there anyone on the phone line that's from a previous panel? Okay, then we are going to go ahead with these 4 folks. We'll start with Tristan Chang. We'll go to Celia Lee, Gurman Sahota, and then Brian Bogue, please.
Hello, Council, Mayor. I'm going to try not to take up too much of your time today. I know you have a lot of speakers to go through, and you're trying to finish everyone today. My name is Tristan. I'm 20 years old, and I am speaking in favor of speeding up the process to build gentle density across the city. Over the past week, we have seen so many diverse and unique viewpoints speaking in favor of this motion, from data analysts to climate change advocates to hardcore fiscal conservatives to veterans, international students, and even homeowners. People who probably won't agree on everything, all coming together in support of increasing the housing supply. When I signed up to speak just a couple days ago, I thought to myself, wow, it seems everything has already been said. So why am I here today? It's because in a crisis, doing something is better than doing nothing. Coming out here and voicing my support, no matter how little it affects the outcome, is a heck of a lot better than sitting at home and doing nothing. I've heard a lot of people say that, well, rezoning won't solve the entire housing shortage, so why should we go through with it? It's true that rezoning won't solve the entire problem, but it's a big step in the right direction. And we're in a crisis, so taking steps in the right direction is a heck of a lot better than doing nothing. No matter what happens at the end of this hearing, I hope Council continues to take more big steps in the right direction. Vote to do something. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Celia Lee, please.
Hi. I'm Celia Lee, speaking in favor of rezoning for housing. I wanted to start by acknowledging what an exciting piece of work the housing strategy is. I've worked in poverty reduction and community planning for over a decade, and strategies like these really don't come along often. It leverages municipal jurisdiction really elegantly. It's holistic. It's ripe for further investment provincially and federally. So thank you so much for all your work and all your leadership on this. And very genuinely, it has bolstered my confidence and my trust in government. You've been hearing arguments for rezoning all week. I'll just do a quick recap of what I've gleaned over the past weeks and months. Rezoning makes it easier for the market to create more housing units. It mitigates increasing housing costs over time. It takes pressure off of just a handful of communities to accommodate all the density. It mitigates the competition for middle missing housing that arises when these housing types are only available in a few neighborhoods. Relatedly, it allows us to build additional units on lower value land, not just on the most expensive areas of the city. Beyond its contributions to housing and affordability, it really sets the table for a more climate-friendly city, for habitat protection, for better public health, and more efficient utilities, services, and transportation. And the relationship between density, lower emissions, and better health is super well researched. The findings are consistent. And so from my perspective, this move of rezoning for housing is a no-brainer. What I have been hearing over the course of the last few weeks, though, are differing comfort levels with change. And I think for all of us, change can be difficult, it can be exciting, it can be both at the same time. And I've struggled with change before a lot. It's personal to me. I remember as a kid memorizing like each crack in the pavement. And it was about that feeling of intimacy and belonging in my neighborhood, like knowing it so well as to know the lines in its proverbial palm. Funny enough, I even remember being upset about repaving projects, which is pretty silly and a little bit ironic at this point. But if it's discomfort with change that we're feeling, then I would really encourage all of us Calgarians, me included, to take time and sit with that discomfort. And then ask ourselves if discomfort is a fair trade. The next few decades are bringing change. Our city's growing. We face an affordability crisis. We need urgent action to prevent further climate change. And so in response to that, we could sit back, we can let these issues get worse, or we can take the wheel, and I would rather take the wheel. Discomfort now, for me, is a fair exchange for giving myself and future generations a place to thrive as our city grows and our planet warms. And in my experience, through discomfort often comes reward. We get new neighbors, new people to get to know. We're drawing new mental maps. We have new things to get nostalgic about. I live in Ward 7. My neighbors have brought me a lot of joy, and new neighbors have brought me a lot of joy. They brought more customers at the local shop I've worked at for 15 years. And yeah, this has translated into more sales, but more importantly for me and why I stay there, really great moments of connection. And this is my opinion. When it comes to change, rezoning for housing is throwing us a pretty serious softball. It brings potential for substantial benefit with little additional disruption beyond what's possible today. Neighboring properties can be redeveloped today. They probably won't be until they've come of a certain age. And when they are redeveloped, rezoning means that there could be more doors and similar building heights. I've been thinking a lot about Calgary's future generations. They and our youth are our responsibility. No one else is planning for them, and our systems aren't built with them in mind. We don't have checks and balances, accountability systems to ensure their quality of life. So collectively, we need to be those checks and balances. And so it's in that spirit that I personally won't be satisfied with anything less than the entirety of the housing strategy. Plus, let's add in some provincial and federal investment for good measure. I urge you to approve rezoning for housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Gurman Sahota, please.
Yes, thank you. I am on the telephone, and I am in quite a loud area, but please bear with me. I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I'm here as an individual to speak in favor of the zoning bylaw changes and to remind our councillors that you don't just represent Calgarians whose lives and neighborhoods look like your own. You have a responsibility to make decisions that impact everyone and not just people with the time to be able to come and speak during this hearing. Like many we've heard from, I moved to Calgary for higher education, better opportunities, just a better life in general, about 15 years ago. And in that time, I've lived downtown, in the Northeast, in the Northwest. It's where I began my career, is where I got married, and where I was lucky enough, and with some hard work, be able to buy a home. And I don't begrudge my fellow Calgarians for wanting to do the same, for wanting to afford a home, whatever that home looks like. I've been touched by the passion of those Calgarians who have taken the time to come here to speak in favor of inclusive zoning that will support Calgary's growing population and to help make space for more neighbors, to add to our vibrant city and to have dynamic and multifaceted communities where caring for one another is not just debated, but is simply done because it's the right thing to do. Calgary is experiencing a housing affordability crisis, and housing is a human right. Some may say that affordable housing is out of the municipal's hands, but the tools we do have include inclusive zoning. I've spent my entire adult life working to build community, and I would like to leave Council with one final remark, that if the purpose of the City of Calgary is to make life better every day, that it begins with working towards affordable housing for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Ryan Bogue, please. Sorry, I called you Brian earlier.
No worries. So thank you, first of all, for taking the time and going through this whole process over the last couple of weeks. There are a few points that I've heard over this procedure that, even though they've been raised, I'm going to raise them again. Blanket rezoning or upzoning has nothing to do with affordability as most of us know it. The cost to acquire and then replace existing single-family houses with multi-unit structures will not result in affordable housing based on simple math alone. Using the latest data from CREB, the average cost of a single-family house in Calgary is almost $700,000, making the replacement cost more than $1 million. A mortgage on a $500,000 property is over $3,000 a month. And when you add on utilities, property tax, insurance, it ends up being closer to $4,000, which is about $50,000 a year in after-tax income. And that doesn't include food or any other living expenses. It seems the only groups set to benefit from this proposal are the property developers and the investors that own existing properties that could now be resold for development. It would also impact the existing supply as houses are bought up for upzoning purposes. Wouldn't it make the most sense, if affordability is truly the objective, to increase supply at the price point to have the greatest impact, and also with access to mass transit, such as the C-Train? I attended one of the open houses a couple months ago, and a former city official confirmed the plan really doesn't have to do with affordability, but was trying to increase the overall supply across types, prices, and locations. The affordability many are seeking would likely be closer to social housing, was how he referred it. A blanket change in city policy wouldn't be, or shouldn't be, a play on semantics. In that discussion, it was also indicated that many communities are well below their peak population and the demands on infrastructure wouldn't be an issue. Again, using simple math, that argument fails. Assuming at the peak there were 4 residents per house, under the existing proposal of up to 12 units, even if they were sole occupied, it would be a 3-fold increase to peak levels. Double occupancy, 6-fold. Triple occupancy, 9-fold on the same plot of land. How can the existing roads, sewer, water, electrical infrastructure accommodate that increase? Having lived in Vancouver for a few years, I saw the impact of upzoning and its widespread implications. And it really has done nothing, to improve affordability. Maybe the city should look into restrictions on the actual ownership, including from other provinces, to protect Calgarians from going through the same situation facing Vancouver. There have been many comments that I've heard of personally on people moving from, whether it's Vancouver or Toronto, and buying into quote-unquote cheap Calgary. If the upzoning does go ahead, where would all the cars go? I understand the city's desire to see a decrease in the use of cars, and even at half a car per unit, Where would those 6 cars go? There wouldn't be room for a garage or a driveway, and most current lots can fit at most 3 in front. Where would all the bikes or scooters that people are now going to be riding get stored, or the 36 green, blue, black bins? When homeowners are unable to find parking on their street, it then impacts other streets and erodes the overall citizen satisfaction. The blanket rezoning completely disregards the rights of existing homeowners, such as myself. We moved into our community almost 20 years ago for not only the house, but the attributes of that community. There are plenty of existing communities and new communities being built with the various housing types that changing all communities doesn't seem warranted. Beyond affordability, at no point during the last election was blanket upzoning raised. Allowing Calgarians that voted in the current council to vote in a plebiscite seems to be the most prudent course of action. It would also prevent many interested parties, including developers, that aren't among the voting population from being able to interfere in our city. On that note, how is the conflict of interest among many councillors not being addressed? From campaign financings to personal relationships with developers and investors, and to the undisclosed ownerships through indirect holdings, it undermines the whole process and only adds to the mistrust Calgarians already have. Accepting the federal funding and then the controversial hiring of Mr. Keane before this change in policy was passed only adds to that same mistrust. If council is elected to represent its citizens instead of choosing from those of special interest groups, shouldn't we do something that actually represents the interests of all citizens? Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll thank everybody on this panel for your time and your presentations. There are no questions for you at this time. Let's assemble the next panel, please. It's panel 219. Do we have Jenna Kay? Do we have Scott Saxberg? Do we have Vince Walker? Do we have Shannon DeCruff? Hi, please come on up. Do we have Betsy Mustard? Okay, I'm going to go into panel 220. Do we have Catherine McKernan? You don't look like Catherine.
No, I'm her husband. I'm just wondering because I'm in a few panels later if I could also go.
Is she, who's, sorry, I have to go in order of who we've got. My apologies. Okay. Do we have Paul Bergman? How about Jonathan Hope? Do we have Nancy Pachonsky? Okay, before I go to panel 221, do we have anyone in the audience that was on a previous panel that's here to speak now? Hello, sir. Which panel were you on? Okay, if you come on up, I'll put you on this panel. And maybe just say your last name again for the clerks. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, I'm going to the phone line to see if there's anybody from a previous panel.
Yes, hello?
Hi.
Hi, I missed panel 218. It's Claire Kratz.
Okay, we'll get you on this one.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we've got 3 people so far. Let's go into panel 221 to see if we can find James Stone. Do we have Eric DeCruff? Please come on up. Do we have Alice Sironis? Do we have Douglas Ferguson? Ben Millen? All right, we've got 4 people on this panel, so we'll go with Shannon, then Chris, then Claire, and then Eric. We're ready when you are.
Okay. Hello, my name is Shannon DeCroof. I've lived in Calgary for 31 years. I've been a renter, a condo owner, and then presently I am a single-family homeowner in Ward 8. Hello, councillors and Mayor Gonda. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts regarding Council's recommendation to instill blanket rezoning throughout our city in order to speed up the permit process for developers to build multifamily housing anywhere that suits them. I would first like today to say that I support building affordable housing. There is an obvious need for it, with many students, newcomers, seniors, and low-income families in our city as well as across Canada. I have seen it firsthand. I have a nephew that just graduated university from abroad and recently arrived to Calgary for his first career job. He stayed with us for 6 weeks while he and I tried to find an affordable apartment to rent. It was not an easy task. My husband and children and I welcomed and housed 2 Ukrainian families into our home for 9 weeks to help them get settled, find employment, and search for an affordable townhouse or duplex they could move in together to share costs. There was very few options available, and what we did find, most was awful. I have seen what low-income seniors are facing to find a safe and affordable place to rent. It is pretty dismal out there. I believe everyone deserves to be able to afford and have a safe place to call home. Do I support blanket rezoning? No, and I will tell you why. I feel there are communities within the city that are a better fit for more affordable housing than others. Communities that are close to public transportation, that have schools that are not at full capacity with lotteries, but rather and also have affordable amenities nearby, such as no-frills groceries, public recreation centers, playgrounds, as well as access to green spaces that can accommodate the lack of it included in many of the new multifamily housing complex designs. What constitutes affordable? Curious, what constitutes affordable housing? The cost of building and supplies has gone up exponentially in the past 3 to 5 years. With this high cost to build, what will developers or building owners charge for rent to offset their costs? How do we know this rent will be in fact affordable to those in need? Who will subsidize it to make it affordable? How can we ensure it will stay affordable long-term as it was intended? Where do single-family homes fit into this model? I feel that there is a place for single-family homes in the city too. Single-family homeowners, like all home and landowners, have worked very hard to build or purchase their family home in their chosen neighborhood. Most likely, the reasoning behind why they chose to purchase in their particular neighborhood was for a sense of community, tree coverage, having some space between them and their neighbor, enjoying a backyard for their kids, grandkids, friends, and pets. In exchange for this luxury, these homeowners typically pay higher than average property taxes in Calgary, in fact, some of the highest in the country, for this privilege of being a homeowner and a landowner. At our community town hall meeting with Councillor Wolcott, the question of whether building affordable multiplex family housing next to single-family homes would affect property values. Councillor Wolcott said no. However, the past president of the Calgary Real Estate Board and industry experts disagreed and said yes, it would affect property values negatively. Is this fair? For many single-family homeowners, their home is not only where they live, but also their biggest investment, and may in fact be a large part of their retirement plan if they choose one day to sell. And if the value of their home falls, how will this impact them? I have seen photos of single-family homes with 8 and 12-plex structures built next to them on each side, and it's obvious many of the downfalls, such as a lack of parking, sunlight blocked by the multi-level structures on each side of a single-family home, and zero green space for children to play and for their pets. Who will win? The developers, not those in need. I question where this strategy of blanket rezoning has in fact been successful in solving an affordable housing crisis. From my perspective, it seems like the only sure win is for the developers.
Thank you
who
very
have-
much for your presentation. We're just at time.
Okay.
So thank you for joining us today.
Okay.
Let's go to Chris Stanley, please.
Can you wait for the presentation? Just close it a minute. I hope I'm not being timed here. Can you just wait for the presentation? Sorry. Thank you. Thanks so much. I appreciate everyone's patience today. It's been hard. Anyway, good morning, Mayor and councillors. My name is Chris Stanley, an Inglewood resident living in a townhouse whose backyard only extends to many other decks. In my early 20s, I left my job as naval architect, ship designer, to take up a position as a structural designer in the aircraft industry. To my surprise, one of my jobs was to prepare a set of drawings to support the repair of an airliner that experienced an in-flight explosion in the washroom. Not a pretty sight. Expecting a complete design package from the engineer, he simply suggested I go down to the fabrication hangar, speak to one of the technicians, and check the status of the damage. Feeling a little vulnerable, my lesson was, a successful practice of design at times invites us to look around, reflect, listen, and negotiate. So let's reflect for a minute. First slide, please. Going back to 2020 at the December 2nd SPC on Planning Committee and Urban Development meeting, a motion integrating citywide growth and strategy came before Council. In part, its intention was to reinforce the City of Calgary as a regulator for planning, development, and by bringing them together, the then segregated established industrial and new areas into one strategy. One of the benefits was to provide a predictable process. Slide 2, please. So how is rezoning going today? Attending my second rezoning open house, I had a conversation with two planners about the rezoning map. I mentioned that the map didn't appear to capture all the areas associated with HGO development. And after a moment of silence, they agreed and shared they were also located around transit areas. They suggested they were looking to add in it. It appears that the rezoning bylaw includes six zoning levels: housing, mixed use, core, commercial, industrial, and special purpose. Next slide, please. Within the housing category, the map appeared to indicate a scope for H1 housing, small scale, and some H2 housing, middle scale housing. Ironically, I now see an H2 housing middle that includes HGO adjacent to transit and high collector areas. I wish I'd continued my conversation with the two planners. Slide 4, next slide, please. What is the total scope of all zone-based developments, and how do they relate to each other? Although missing from the map and our conversation, I think their existence and relationship to what we are endeavoring to do here today needs to be identified to create understanding around intention, opportunity, and impact. How does the increase in housing capacity affect the timing for other forms of development? Where does predictability reside? Development within some communities, including Inglewood, remains on hold. Next slide, please. I want Calgary to continue to grow, and this rezoning conversation is foundational to make it successful. This slide from the presentation indicated an increase in population and a decrease in job growth. How does this affect the need for affordable housing, and who is affected? Newcomers or existing residents? What beliefs and assumptions are associated with the implementation of this zoning bylaw? An ongoing increase in population will support the development and job creation. Working strategically requires us to be continuously informed by data. It provides ongoing confirmation of our planned expectations and assumptions. How's it going? Next slide, please. Where's the data? Where's our 2023 civic census? Here's 2019 with some amazing data. I'm against rezoning as presented because the data appears to be a little thin and the goal to combine all three strategies based on a series of assumptions has also silenced the voice of community. By appreciating the benefits of strategy and data coupled to a practice of design and reflection, is there a place where community and the city can successfully co-create the future together? As we appear to be flying higher, is the uniqueness and capacity of community being utilized or constrained? Where will we be in 5 years? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Claire Kratz, please.
Hello, Mayor Gondek and council members. I'm here today grateful for the opportunity to address you, and I extend my thanks to Sonia Sharp, my councillor, for her service and attentiveness to the concerns of constituents like myself. As a resident of Calgary, I'm proud to call this city my home, and I do so with an acknowledgement of the land on which we stand, Treaty 7 territory, and with profound gratitude to the knowledge keepers and elders who have stewarded this land for generations. I'm here today striving to be a good ancestor, mindful of the legacy we leave for future generations. I recall the move my husband and I made in 2008 from our townhouse in West Hillhurst to our single-family home in Varsity. I was a brand new mom, busy with all the tasks that come with motherhood. My husband and I found solace in our quiet neighborhood where the streets felt safe. In 2012, we welcomed our second child. We felt fortunate that our children could walk to their neighborhood school just a few blocks away. Our bonds with neighbors are good. We are helpful and watch over each other's homes. While we haven't done much socializing with our neighbors over the past few years due to COVID and busy schedules, we appreciate one another. I remember my across-the-street neighbor throwing me the keys to his truck so that I could go pick up my son from his activity when I went out to find that my van wouldn't start. So, good neighbors. I also expect that my perspective may be different from that of many of my neighbors, which is why I felt called to speak to you today. During those early years of parenthood, thoughts of our changing climate didn't occupy my mind. With each passing year, however, my awareness of our planet's fragility has grown, and I'm deeply concerned about the direction we are heading in. I began to take steps in my life to address the impact I have on the planet. I also began to recognize the urgent need for systemic change to secure a safe future for all our children. Climate breakdown, driven by past choices that persist in the present, demands swift action, and housing stands as a key area where cities can influence positive change. As city councillors and leaders in our community, I urge you to consider that you have an opportunity to be climate citizens and to find ways to uphold the planet's living systems. Being a climate citizen is a 21st century skill, and while I am not perfect by any stretch, I have come to see climate citizenship as the only way forward. We must move from me, mine, more, to us, ours, enough. This requires a transformation of all our systems. For some, it feels scary, and they dig in. For others, like me, it is destabilizing. But I know that we can no longer do nothing. Doing nothing is costly, and doing nothing will hurt the citizens of Calgary. While I cherish our beautiful home, big yard, and the security it provides, I recognize that this privilege is not afforded to all. Every person in our city deserves access to a safe place to live. I feel strongly that we can reshape Calgary into a place where we all belong better, with missing middle solutions, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and more cooperative housing. Us, ours, enough. Embracing blanket zoning may bring changes to my neighborhood. I know I'll have a say on a project-by-project basis. I am choosing to see that our community will benefit from greater diversity, including the vibrant presence of young people, older people and seniors, and families that come in all shapes and sizes. In closing, I urge you to consider the profound impact that blanket zoning can have on fostering inclusive, resilient communities where all individuals have the opportunity to belong better. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. As we move to Eric DeCreif, is that pronounced properly? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. John Yee is also here. You'll be the 5th person on this panel, so you can come grab a seat as well. Please go ahead, Eric, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and good afternoon. My name is Eric DeCreif, and I live in Ward 8. Proponents of blanket rezoning say it would allow medium-density housing to be built faster across the city, helping improve affordability and reducing urban sprawl. Increasing Calgary's overall densification and housing supply would lessen demand and lead to fewer bidding wars among homebuyers. And I agree that in cities across Canada, not just Calgary, housing has become unaffordable and unavailable to many. I empathize with this reality, and as someone who has taken in 2 Ukrainian families and helped them get their start in Canada, I have seen firsthand experience of the costs they have had to pay in real dollar terms to find apartments to rent. However, the reality is that this crisis has been fueled by unprecedented migration to Canada, created by the current federal government's policies over many years. And even though they are drastically trying to stem the tide, it will take years to build enough housing to catch up to the demand. But let's be fair, the demand is not for homes to purchase because many of these newcomers do not have the financial means or credit history to qualify for mortgages. What is desperately needed is high-density, affordable rental housing and not million-dollar row houses that can't be built at pre-pandemic costs. The only way to quickly tackle the availability crisis is to strategically create corridors located near public transportation, whether it be buses or LRT stations, where 6-story buildings with 200 to 300 units can be built cost-effectively, allowing for affordable rents. And yes, we are seeing many of these coming on stream right now, including the project located near my house on 50th and Elbow. I understand the temptation to want to believe that blanket rezoning will significantly improve the housing crisis, and it may even seem fair to do this and avoid choosing strategic areas so as to avoid the appearance of favoritism. But the reality is blanket rezoning will move scarce resources like skilled trades from the higher density projects that this city so badly needs, and allocate them to low-density row housing in neighborhoods that will always be beyond the financial reach of those this council and myself wish to help. Not only that, but by diverting these scarce resources to those single-family neighborhoods, we may be alienating the residents who clearly do not approve of this rezoning. I urge Council to review the results, or lack thereof, of some of the first adopters of blanket rezoning, such as Auckland, New Zealand, where it really failed to achieve its goal since inception in 2016. Initial research showed that an increase in housing starts. However, as Douglas Todd of the Vancouver Sun pointed out in his October 5, 2023 article, the increase in housing was minimal and probably a normal part of cyclical business, and in fact, Auckland, New Zealand only ended up with 4% more housing units over a 5-year period, and the modest increase was likely due to normal boom and bust building cycles and not rezoning. We all know that here in Calgary we have had very little new high-density projects during the oil price bust, as there was a surplus in condominium units and poor economics, and it has only been recently that this has changed. Rather than divert scarce resources like trades from these high-density projects in sensible areas that are taking off right now, let's rethink blanket rezoning and replace it with strategic rezoning. Let's offer developers incentives to build more of these 200 to 300 unit buildings, and let's have them increase the amenities for the occupants and decrease the rents that need to be charged. In summary, blanket rezoning is a bad idea. Data shows it amounts to nothing more than virtue signaling, creating opportunities for developers to build expensive row houses that will be sold for high prices well out of the reach of those most in need, and will upset the homeowners already in these neighborhoods, and will reduce supply of skilled trades needed to build the affordable high-density projects that will actually solve the housing crisis. Investing and incentivizing builders to develop along corridors that have amenities as well as transportation for those in need of affordable housing is the best option. It focuses resources where they're most needed, will be less disruptive and costly to upgrade infrastructure in specific corridors than everywhere, take advantage of economies of scale, is exponentially faster on a per unit basis to build, and will have the biggest impact. And I believe that this is something Calgarians from all stripes can get behind, but they will not get behind blanket rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to John Yee, please.
Do you can speak in this mic and advance your slides. Yeah. You can speak on this mic. Here.
This one. Your Worship, members of council, my name is John Yee. Today I'm not representing a specific group, but speaking through my work and lived experience, and I'm here to speak in favor of rezoning. I'd like to start with a quote. We need to put keys in doors and people in homes through a mathematical formula that gives more money to municipalities that are building and meeting targets and takes money away from cities and gatekeepers that aren't. This quote is from Conservative Party of Canada's leader, Mr. Pierre Poilievre, from his housing announcement of the Building Homes and Not Bureaucracy Act. Housing isn't a partisan issue. Yes, we may disagree on the way we bring homes to market, but we all agree Canada is in a housing crisis. We need to build more homes now. By passing this policy, Calgary will reduce gatekeepers and access federal funds to build more homes. Both major federal parties make it a requirement to implement housing policy that will increase the supply. If not, we will be penalized. A study from the Fraser Institute details how stringent land use regulations have stifled the responsiveness of housing supply and demand in Canadian urban centres, contributing to increased housing prices. Specifically, more regulated districts exhibit slower growth with extensive approval processes, diminishing the housing stock's ability to respond to demand. Please do not let NIMBYism dictate policy. NIMBYism is a main cause of lagging housing policy. For example, those against mixed housing believe reduces property values. A Harvard study concluded that evidence clearly fails to support the notion that subsidized rental housing will, in general, depress neighborhood property values or otherwise undermine communities. Mr. Pierre Poilievre's proposal will impose a penalty on big city gatekeepers for egregious cases of NIMBYism. These penalties would increase barriers to infrastructure and transit dollars for Calgary, as stated in his policy. Please avoid being gatekeepers. Limiting the choices of Calgarians' housing is limiting their opportunities to prosper and excel. Housing must be accessible by everyone. No Calgarian should be paying more than 50% of their income on rent. Why do we live in a society where those making minimum wage can't afford housing? On Rent Faster, there are only 90 available single-bedroom units under $1,500 here in Calgary. Soon, more and more people will face the reality of being unable to afford a roof over their heads. To expect individuals to depend on others to afford basic housing fundamentally contradicts the principles of individual freedom. Every Calgarian, regardless of circumstances, deserves the autonomy to secure their own home without being compelled to compromise their independence. The current housing crisis impacts us all, but it disproportionately affects the most vulnerable among us. Those escaping abusive situations, newcomers fleeing conflict, and others in precarious conditions. To impose additional barriers on these groups is not only un-Albertan, it's un-Canadian. Moreover, economic instability can strike families at any time. Parents losing jobs should not precipitate a housing crisis for their family. We have a responsibility to foster a resilient community where each person has the stability to withstand life circumstances and uncertainties. We've moved past the point where the housing crisis just impacts vulnerable people and those facing economic instability. Every day, more and more Calgarians struggle to pay their mortgage or rent. We can't let this go on. We envision a blue sky city, a place where opportunity is abundant and all residents have the capacity to thrive and excel. This vision begins with ensuring accessible, affordable housing for everyone. It's time we align our actions with our values and make this vision a reality. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions for this panel, starting with Councillor Chabot.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. I may pronounce that incorrectly.
Kroof.
Sorry, Mr. Kroof. You mentioned in your presentation that you believe that this will dilute the workforce. by having more people going, or more folks in the trades going to some of these single-family residential and not benefiting of economies of scale of larger density type developments. Can you elaborate a little bit further on that, why you think that might happen?
Well, we've got a premier that is putting together $5 million to try and incentivize skilled trades to come into the province. So that already tells us that we've got a shortage. When you look at it taking 18 to 24 months to build a 270 unit apartment building, brand new apartment building after permitting, and you look at what it takes to build a duplex, there isn't a whole lot of time difference. And I feel that what we're doing is we're really diluting that workforce if all of a sudden, and there are many lots that are owned that are primed to go for these sorts of medium density build outs, if you will. And I know that it is simply going to create even more of a shortage and more of a bidding war, if you will, for those trades. And we may even get into a situation like we had in 2006 where people who had no skills or business being on building crews were finding themselves on building crews, and you saw the quality of the work. So I think that we should really, knowing we have those scarce resources, focus more on where can we do the most to help the people that need the most help.
Yeah, and single-family residential, this type of housing, is not, I guess, within everyone's skill sets. And so what I experienced in 2006, being on council, is that there was people bidding not to get the job. And what I mean by that is they were bidding really high. And because if they were going to get the job, they would have to pour a whole bunch of additional resources to make it happen, because they didn't necessarily have the workforce to actually meet the timelines that were associated with it. So, so I guess you think that this will further exacerbate the affordability challenge if we move forward with this?
Well, I think it absolutely will. And to one other point, if I may, if you've got a townhouse that's being built, or excuse me, not a townhouse, but a higher density 300 unit place, you've got 300 of the same toilets or 600 of the same, you know, I mean, it's that economies of scale that is going to keep the price down. And it also affords so many of these people who come from different and varying backgrounds to interact with each other and really get that Canadian experience.
Yeah, we did hear from other presenters that stacked product is probably the most affordable type product to build. Do you have any experience personally as far as working in the trades?
No, I do all my repairs on my own house, so but no, I'm not.
I'm just asking that question.
What I can say is that when I have had to call trades in, the prices, if you look for an electrician, as I needed one last year, it's quite shocking.
Yeah. Anyways, it might interest you to know that many framers, like I was, would prefer to work in an area where they can build one house next to the next to the next to the next, just because of predictability, certainty of pay, and if ever some of those tradespeople were to take on jobs outside of that.
I hate to do this to you, but it's not a question.
I'm leading to a question. I'm leading to a question. So do you think that there's value in that assumption that building multiple units side by side is more cost effective than building all over the city?
I do think it is in many ways, and I'll just finish by saying that one of the biggest cost savings to me will be the infrastructure portion of it. We heard one of the previous speakers talking about the potential of 9 times the toilet flushes, the car parking, all of that. And I think that there will be a heavy toll on the infrastructure. And so, you know, for a city that has had to increase taxes, you know, why don't we look at where we can get the most bang for the buck, and that is these high density corridors. Which I'm fine with. I have no problem with somebody building on Elbow Drive, even if my house was next to it.
I'm not sure. Are you aware of the implications of building a high-density unit like that if it does trigger a need to upgrade the infrastructure?
No, I don't. I don't have an answer.
First in pays.
I beg your pardon?
First in pays. For the
first in pays, yeah.
Okay. Doesn't get passed on to the consumer.
Okay.
Thanks. No further questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for taking the time to be with us. We appreciate it. Let's form the next panel. We are on to 222. I will call out to see if there's anybody in the audience from previous panels in just a couple of minutes, but I'll just get things assembled for now. So panel 222, do we have Anna Raimondi?
I'm here.
Hi there, thank you. Do we have Stan Ingham? Do we have Darcy Petley? Do we have Sophia Kapuczynski? Do we have Shelley Beatty?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. I'm just going to check. Do we have anyone in the audience that was on a previous panel that's here to speak now instead? Hi there, which panel were you on? 219, and what's your name? Thank you very much. We'll get you onto this panel. Do we have from panel 223, Michelle Sowa? Do we have Kevin Taylor? Right, you can come on up and have a seat. Betsy, you can come on up and have a seat as well because you'll be on this panel. Do we have Jen Yu? How about Nicole Zhang? Do we have Eileen Clark? Okay, then this panel is going to start with Anna Raimondi. We will go to Shelley Beatty. We'll go to Betsy Mustard, and then Kevin Taylor. So Anna, please start us off.
Hello, my name is Anna Raimondi, and I oppose blanket upzoning that sadly I believe will be forced through without the majority of Calgary constituents agreeing. Suggesting that homeowners are selfish and uncaring because they don't want a behemoth multiplex going up next to their single-family home is deceitful and dishonest. We buy our houses in part because of the life we want to live, and that includes gardens, backyards, and a certain amount of privacy. We buy because of trees and grass and views. The threat of having those taken away isn't fear of change or selfish. It is a perfectly reasonable response to what is actually happening in the communities around Calgary. There are literally hundreds of examples. All one has to do is take a drive and look for them. They're everywhere already. The row homes and townhomes being erected in place of single-family homes are not affordable. These do not fix an affordability issue, an issue that City Council are contributing to by constantly raising taxes. Furthermore, there is no solution for the parking chaos that will ensue with blanket rezoning. Instead, your plan is to further punish people who drive, insisting that only 0.5 cars are allowed. That isn't reasonable in a city like Calgary. Don't you have family and friends that live in different areas? Do you really expect people to pack up their kids and pets and take the bus to Grandma's house for dinner Sunday? What if Grandma lives in Mahogany and the family lives in Evanston? Let's be honest. What you want to build are 15-minute cities where people are forced to stay in their community. I can't imagine why, if you believe this is the best thing to do, why don't you just come out and admit openly what the agenda is? Stop hiding behind the semantics. As many people have pointed out already, there are many areas in the city that could be developed before doing this. Why isn't the city doing that? Why allow trades to be tied up in building unaffordable townhomes, tearing down affordable homes, and evicting people, and instead focus those efforts in areas that can handle development without anyone being upset? What you are doing here isn't leadership, it's control. And it's not what is supposed to happen in Canada. You are supposed to come in here and represent the people in your ward, not your own beliefs. It's a hard pill to swallow, I'm sure, but that is what you signed up for when you ran for election. You won. So now you represent the interests of the citizens, not an ideologically driven globalist agenda where you will own nothing and be happy. Vote no on blanket rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Shelley Beatty, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek, and all the city councilors who are hopefully here to best represent the people of Calgary. My name is Shelley Beattie, a constituent of Ward 8 and a proud born and bred Calgarian. I speak to you today not just as a concerned citizen, but as someone deeply rooted in this city. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to City Council about this highly controversial and divisive blanket upzoning proposal. I am opposed to the blanket upzoning proposal, and I am not alone. Many in my community share this sentiment. As many early panelists rightly pointed out, why is there such a rush on this extremely important decision? We know there is a housing shortage and affordability issue, but the upzoning approach has not been clearly explained. All the research I've done, combined with listening to so many panel experts, saying this approach does not address housing affordability, nor does it warrant disrupting established communities and creating so much anger and division. Blanket upzoning just furthers financialization by certain groups. It is crucial to emphasize the importance of allowing people to provide input into this city. As a homeowner and citizen of Calgary, it is our right and that of others to have a say. The current approach with this blanket upzoning has been imposed upon us. I was deeply disappointed when the council voted against a plebiscite on such an important issue. This decision raises questions about the council's commitment to community involvement in development decisions, especially considering that many Calgarians are against blanket upzoning. You've heard many reasons why blanket upzoning will not address the central issue of affordable housing. I would like clarification about what happened to focusing on the local area plans that are based on current zoning. In our neighborhood, Park Hill, the plan proposes many areas to change to large-scale growth. These were well thought out regarding being close to transit and major roadways. They have the infrastructure to support large-scale growth, including underground parking, so as not to overwhelm street parking. These also can provide affordable rentals. Why suddenly change to blanket upzoning? Will there be any community involvement, or is this do city planners and developers also get blanket abilities to make all the decisions? This seems pretty shady to me. It would be helpful to talk about choice. Blanket upzoning would provide more housing choices for one group at the expense of the other. As I had mentioned, a targeted, strategic approach makes more sense. If there are communities that want and need redevelopment, let's start there. Developers should not get to decide where and how communities evolve against residents' wishes. Housing diversity should include the diversity of neighborhoods. I strongly oppose the notion that blanket upzoning is the only solution to our housing issues. It is a one-size-fits-all approach that disregards the unique needs and character of our communities. At a meeting on March 21st with residents of Britannia, Councillor Walcott told the crowd that his constituents against blanket upzoning are in the minority and a drop in the bucket. I question what math that is based on. Did he survey constituents? As I mentioned, I live in Ward 8 and have not received a survey. The City of Calgary numbers say that input about upzoning shows that those 70% are either completely against it or deeply concerned about it. How does that translate into a drop in the bucket? I urge this council to stay in your lane. Your role as mayor and councillor is to serve the public and respect the majority's will. This funding from the Liberal government and our Prime Minister, Trudeau, that bypasses the province is not only unconstitutional, it is divisive and attached to an agenda. I can assure you that should this go through, there will be lawsuits. I know of one already in the works. Council and Mayor, please don't forget that you work for us, the people of Calgary, not the federal government. And more importantly, don't forget who the boss is, the provincial government. Should this blanket upzoning go forward, you will be pitting neighbor against neighbor, developer against homeowner, and city council against the provincial government. I hope this decision has yet to be made and the deal has not already been signed. I also want to applaud the councillors who work for the city, the sane and sensible six. We know you represent the city and are not pushing an agenda. We need transparency, which includes who councillors work for, relationships with developers, their relationships with realtors, investors, and foreign investors, to expose any conflict of interest.
Thank you.
I
You're,
hope
you're
some
just in
counselors-
time. Thank you very much for your presentation. Just stay on the line on mute in case there's any questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Betsy Mustard, please.
I'm going to present some issues I've been questioning as I live in Calgary over the last 20 years or more, issues that relate to the failing infrastructure for the city as I see it. I am not a town planner, but I've looked into things over the years, and I view that things that I view are essential, like the age and fallibility of the gas and water lines, our insufficient power supply, and the impossibility to escape from many of the newer communities in times of emergencies like fires, and most importantly, the availability of water for our growing population. These plans for unfettered, unmonitored building expansion are in reality just the next steps to towards the World Economic Forum's smart cities that I've learned that this council has been mandated to follow by the federal government instead of serving we, the constituents, as she just said. I feel we're being duped to believe this is in the best interest for our students, elderly, and immigrants, of which I am one, but the obvious evidence for preparation for smart cities cannot be overlooked. The street lights with monitoring cameras are already in place, preventing access beyond our 15-minute boundary. The 5G towers and smart meter monitoring is already in place. These smart cities where we own nothing and will be happy are being sold to us by clever teams using indoctrination at the highest level in our schools, in our universities, our TVs, and our media. I ask you each to consider, if we choose to promote closed packed housing, then there will be fewer green spaces with trees and access to sun, no access to our mountain and river parks, no visiting family on the other side of the city, no solace from the crowds, especially for the rapidly increasing number of autistic and emotionally challenged children since COVID, and all of whom need the balancing, calming influence of walking in the parks, forests, and open hillsides. And they boast that there will be less sunshine reaching the ground level, which we all need for our health and psychological well-being. Also, how will the ever-increasing number of physically challenged and aging adults live who cannot climb up 3-level condos, cannot ride bicycles to get around, cannot wait for unreliable transit, and who won't have green spaces close enough to access easily? And with no place in their building to park and insufficient street parking, will there be guaranteed access spaces near their units? And with no backyard spaces left with sufficient access to the sun to grow your own food, how will we feed ourselves with the growing depletion of food supply and then possibly more immigrants? Furthermore, my screen won't move. Furthermore, will increasing removal of trees to build these large buildings provide only access for the 5G that they've been sneakily bringing into our homes, offices, schools, and children's playgrounds, etc. All this level of radiation is known to cause severe detrimental health effects, all of which are being denied by the energy companies. And it has already been completely decimated our insects and bee populations. Good grief, I'm going to have to ad-lib, who pollinate our fruit trees and crops. And foremost, this is the part I wanted to have, is where will we get our water from when our current population is not being supplied? The rivers are running dry. U.S. is claiming their portion of our rivers downstream of the city in the southern part of the province. They are not being allocated enough water to irrigate. And so the water situation is growing more and more. We have houses that are going to overlap their roofs. The water will flow off the roofs and their driveways straight to the river, causing the flooding that we've had before and not being able to go into the ground. Now, there is a way to get our ground to hold the soil, to hold the rainwater, by putting in the microbes, and the cows and the compost is necessary to do that. We can increase our water resorption tenfold, increasing the capacity to hold the water, increasing our ability to raise the water table so that we can then end up having sufficient water supply. Right now, that's a dubious worry for me, that we won't have enough water. And also the 5G issue is going up and up, so that there is more and more towers of 5G everywhere, all competing with one another. And that is severely detrimental to all of our health, and that is being denied by the companies that are promoting them. It's fraudulent that they do that. That needs to be adjusted, and then we would have not be fearful of these 5G towers pointing right
Ms.
into
Mustard,
our homes.
you're just at time, so thank you very much for your presentation.
Sorry to ad lib at the end. I think I missed one point, but thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Kevin Taylor, please.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Kevin Taylor, and I'm opposed to this land use change. I'm going to start with a thank you for the long hours and days that you put into this public hearing. I might not agree with all the councillors that held in-person town halls, but they held a town hall, took the hits from their constituents, stayed to answer questions. For that, they've gained respect from me, along with Mayor Gondek for meeting with the CAs on a Saturday. I ran for City Council twice in 2010 and 2013, placing a close second both times against a 20-year incumbent. I door-knocked every home in Ward 7, listening to what is important from every citizen that wanted to engage. I learned quickly to listen to voters. It helped me understand their concerns, expectations, and needs. The same people that are going to re-elect you in 2025 or not. It's time to listen. You heard from the residents from all areas of Calgary with great and informative presentations that required extensive research and preparations with thousands of hours of time, demonstrating the dedication and commitment of Calgarians to their community and the issues they care about. After witnessing one of the largest against versus for submissions on Glenmore Landing redevelopment and the largest public hearing in Calgary's history about blanking rezoning, people are speaking out. I've attended 7 town halls in various wards put on by community associations or ward councillors in the city to understand people's concerns about blanking rezoning. I know it's not as simple as saying take the $228 million of federal money and spend it on affordable housing for the next few years and get 700 units built ASAP. But a lot of Calgarians that I've spoken to would be okay with that. After all, it is our money that will be used for people at risk that need it most. When I asked general development questions at town halls where city planners were present, I was told that we're not dealing with individual applications, but generic questions. I was not going to speak at this public hearing, but changed my mind because what I was hearing from people that could not be here to speak, or what our Ward 11 councillor joked about at last Friday's hearing. I'm sorry, Councillor Penner, but Glenmore Landing is no laughing matter to the thousands of residents opposed to that massive development and 15 years of construction 200 meters from my front door. Your laughing comment, quote, great new development near going by, pretty tall. But we can talk about that later, as you chuckled to presenter Hugh Stewart. We hosted a town hall with over 250 people in attendance on Wednesday, April 3rd. Out of all the people that I talked to, the feedback forms filled out, and only one was for blanket rezoning, one was for neutral, and the rest was against. I'm only going to address 2 topics that were mentioned more than once coming from an established community. Stability and predictability are 2 key factors that contribute to the health and growth of a community. Stability in a community is where the residents feel secure, knowing that their environment is not prone to drastic changes that could negatively impact their homes and lives. Stability shows community members to make long-term investments and build strong relationships with their neighbors. Predictability, on the other hand, is closely related to the stability but focuses more on the ability to anticipate future events or conditions. In a predictable community, residents have a clear understanding of the rules, regulations, and norms, and they can reasonably foresee the consequences of their actions. This predictability can foster a sense of fairness and trust among community members, as they know what to expect from each other and from their community. When Kyle Schufelt won a gold medal at the 2004 Olympics, he was being interviewed and the reporter stated that he came out of nowhere to win gold. Kyle answered back saying, I did not come out of nowhere. I've been training for 16 years for this gold medal. Well, the same applies to home ownership. People do not come out of nowhere on the road to owning a home, unlike what third-year university students are saying. There was a time where I had 2 jobs to make sacrifices to pay down my mortgage, over 46 years of employment to be where I am today. I'd like to present a few pictures with questions that were not answered at a couple of open houses, town halls. Picture 1 is there are 14 alternative mobility storage lockers, aka bike storage. Do they count against lot coverage? Nobody was able to answer that, because that will add another 600 to 1,000 square feet of coverage. The Moloch waste system shown on the map is there's no collection arm radius for the containers. So do we have to remove 2 parking garages for 4 more cars? But the main thing is, why was it submitted this way? And I think that's what people are scared of. The picture number 2, you can see the dead trees in front of a new development.
Mr. Taylor,
and the old tree canopy.
Mr. Taylor, you're just at time. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the queue for questions, and Councillor Wong, you're up first.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Taylor, thank you. Can you go back to your first picture for a moment? You've got depicted here 32 units.
Yep.
Is that 16 above, 16 below?
Yep.
Okay. I guess one of the questions that we've heard many times over is the adjacency of the units side by side. Now, in your background, you build multifamily housing.
Yep.
The question I have is this. When we talk about building multifamily housing, MC, MGs, whatever, compared to this, what's the difference in the construction style?
Well, in this construction, it's going to be continuous. What I see the problem is from the building in the front to the building in the back is only 18 and a half, maybe 19 feet difference. So on the second floor of one building, they're going to be looking into your second floor of the building in front of you, and vice versa, right? It's not the density, it's how you're cramming in that. That's 2.5 lots. What you're cramming possibly 70 people into 2.5 lots, where you're going to have 15, 20 people parking on a corner or on the street where there's no parking on one half that street. And it's just too much.
Again, just on the construction side of the equation, the way in which you build a multifamily versus the way you build a...
Well, I built 4-story multifamily.
Right.
I built bigger projects. But again, when we're looking at this, the cost to build right now is, I'm guessing, I've been out of the business for a while, but I'm guessing it's $250, $260 a square foot. That's what we should be concentrating on. We should be concentrating on, for these first-time home buyers, why do they have to go through a big stress test and CMHC funding of 4%? Because CMHC, they do not take liability on anything. And our default rate on mortgages in Canada is less than 0.2%. So 99.8% of mortgages don't default on it. So let's create a plan that first-time home buyers can get into the market.
Okay. So where I was trying to get to, sorry I didn't want to lead you into it, but when you talk about separation between suites, right? We've heard conversations about noise penetrating between suites. We hear about fire barriers between suites. Is there a difference between RCG construction versus multifamily?
Well, you're going to have a fire separation there. There'll be a fire separation, and all builders do it differently when they're doing their soundproofing. They could put 2 sheets of plywood on one side, and they could put one on the other side. They could put the air gap in the middle. Everybody does it, but there is a standard way of doing it to stop the noise transfer. But you're still going to get it when you have this many units side by side and up and down.
Okay. You brought up the Moloch system there, and just by the illustration, you got 3 Molochs. I presume one for garbage, one for recycling, one for composting. Yep. Given the 32 units, would that be the reasonable capacity?
Well, the Moloch system works great. I've used it before. But when the Moloch truck comes down the laneway, his safety standards is he's not allowed to back up. He has a crane that goes around, and right now there's no room for that crane to go around. Now, the only reason why I picked on this is because I went to a development up in your ward, up in Banff Trail, and beside the Moloch system, they had 2 visitor parking stalls. So I parked in the parking stall to go take some pictures. And then the Moloch truck, the waste management truck came in and asked me to move my truck because it was in the way of him trying to take out the garbage.
Right.
And I then why would we even allow that? And I think that's what people are upset about because they don't understand or they don't know, and I have other pictures here, is they don't know what the outcome is. And therefore, they're saying no to this.
Right. On this illustration, do you know the frontage, the width? Was it like
No, it was 2.5 lots.
2.5 lots? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I guess the question I have is, in 2.5 lots, 32 units or 16 above, is that reasonable or is that too dense?
I think that's too much.
Too much? And the reason being?
The reason being is where's the property enjoyment, the amenity space? It's a little amenity space where the square is right in the middle. That amenity space is maybe 15 feet by 8 for how many, 32 families? Unacceptable.
Right, right. From a home builder's perspective, is there from marketing, if I can use that way, is there a target as to how much space most families want to have as amenity space?
Oh, everybody's different. Depends on your land cost. Depends what you're building. So I wouldn't say anything standard that I know of right now.
Okay. Okay. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll talk with you, Mr. Taylor, as well. I think you're just about to get into tree canopy and green spaces, which of course I think is very important for the city. And you had a slide. Could you maybe elaborate on what you were going to say there?
Well, this is one of the pictures that the city used, except the picture they used had no parking. But when you look at the 6 trees that are over a year old, they're dead. So who's going to replace those? And if you look down the road and you see the tree canopy, we don't want to become a sterile neighborhood. Nobody wants that. And I think if we're taking down too many trees, and I've got other pictures here where they're just taking the trees down and putting up these units. And with the 60% lot coverage, there's nowhere else to plant a tree.
Yeah, I've seen other ones where actually there's not really much of a front yard at all. But yeah, okay. I think that's what you had to say. I agree with you. I think that's a big concern, just even for the heating up of the inner city, and removing some of the urban canopy is important. But did you have something else there?
Oh yeah, there's just two more if you bear with me.
Okay.
I myself do not know about the HGO. This 2 units here is 7 units in each building for a total of 14. I didn't know if you're allowed to do that, so I'm at a loss. And all the squares around the whole development, those are concrete paving stones. So with no permeable surface, I call that 100% lot coverage, which I don't think it should be allowed. There should be put some green space there. And gardens, thank you.
Okay, like I said, I couldn't agree more. I think it's important, but that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chu, please. I'm assuming that's what that means. You don't have a question for Councillor Chu. Okay.
Sorry, because something wrong with my thing. I can't put in RTS.
Do you want us to get IT to help you out?
I'm just restart it and see what happened first, and I will talk to the clerk. Thank you. Thank you, Worship. A question for Mr. Taylor. Thank you. You mentioned that you went to many open houses, and I think you say 7 of them. And however, in your speaking, you mentioned one specific one with 250 people, and you said there's only 2 or 3 people, one neutral, one support, and one something else. What about the other 6 open house? Do you have any kind of stats?
Oh, well, the people that held the open houses, you were there, whether it's Terry Wong, Councillor Demong, Councillor Walcott went to one of theirs. People, 70, 80, 90% of the people were against it. The one we hosted, 250 people showed up. One was against it, one was neutral, and the rest, or sorry, one was for it, one was neutral, and the rest were against it. And then the feedback forms they filled out, we asked for feedback, and it was really enlightening to see the feedback that they gave.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Ms. Mustard. Thank you for being here in your presentation. You said there was one item you didn't get a chance to cover. Do you recall what that was?
Principally, I was talking about gardening and that we need to be growing our own food. And there is food lack. The grocery stores are getting less and less. If we have 15-minute cities and we can't access trucking, can't bring our food forward, if the bees and such are not surviving, we need to be trying at least to be growing our own food, and there's no access to growing your own food.
Kind of leads into my next question. You talked about reinvigorating the groundwater through permeable surfaces. Do you think there's a way forward by limiting lot coverage or something of that nature?
Yes. So permaculture design has ways of doing that by reintegrating microbes that have been killed by the spraying in the sky and by all the stuff that's happening with the glyphosates and whatnot, to remove all of those and put manure and compost and whatnot back into the soil can be revitalized.
Okay. So, in general, you're not necessarily opposed to increased number of people next to each other? It has more to do with the environment? Is that your main concern?
Well, if there are more people and there are taller buildings, there's no sun, nothing will grow in the ground. Like, you need to have access to these garden beds.
Right.
So they boasted in one of the brochures that I saw that, oh, there'll be more shade. I thought, oh, right, there's more shade, which means fewer vegetables can grow.
Right, less photosynthesis.
Or fruit.
Okay, yeah, no, thanks for being here. Those are all my questions. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Taylor. It's really straightforward. Just I wanted to clarify. You had mentioned that you're a builder yourself.
No, I retired from Shane Homes. I spent 9 years with Shane Homes, heading up the multifamily division.
And when you say multifamily, is it mostly like the 6-story apartment style? Perfect.
4-story condominiums, yes, and numerous townhomes.
You had mentioned in the example that provided roughly 8 by 15 was unacceptable. What is the amount of amenity space that's traditionally provided in a multifamily building?
Well, I can only speak for the ones that I've developed and built. Is we tried to accommodate. Let's say if it was a 3-building, 72 units per building, we tried to accommodate not only amenity space with each building, but we also tried to accommodate something for pets, like a pet run, and that could be 30 feet by 40 feet at each building.
Do you think that's enough for over 250 families?
Well, where we built, in Greenfield development, there's always a park across the street, or in Sage Hill, there was a green space across the street. So yes, I do think that's enough.
So if these are built near other public amenities, you'd feel more comfortable?
Absolutely, I feel a bit more comfortable. But I think what you need to look at is who's moving in, who's buying them, who's moving in, what's the price point? Because if there's people with young families, no, then it's not enough. But or depends how many families have kids in that development.
Would that not also apply to multifamily apartments, though?
Multifamily apartments, 4-story apartments, you can see more pets, but you see less families. You see more first-time couples, first-time home buyers, new people to Calgary, so not as many families.
So just different demographics for the different housing
Absolutely.
type. would you agree then that that's a valid reason to build diverse housing types, since you have such a wide swath of demographics that require different types of housing?
Oh, we're getting down the question that's not going to be answered here today, asking that way. Sorry, I'm not going to go down that road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. Mr. Taylor, you just mentioned Sage Hill, and that's Greenfield Development where we've built this forum. With the blanket zone, what is the redevelopment potential for the lots that were currently built? Is it going to be like for like, or is there a potential for increased density?
I've been retired for a couple of years. The lots that I know of that are there, and you know how much multifamily is going on. I built the Mark 101, and across the street or kitty corner to us and the development, there's still a lot more development that can happen in that area, and it's huge. And we see a lot of rental units going up in that area.
But my question is more like, when you were purposely building those properties, you were maximizing them as many people as you could get in that spot.
Absolutely. We hit our maximum density on that parcel of land in conjunction with working with the city and planning and everything else we had to do. What made it hard on us was putting in the roads, and we talk about the certainty, is we put in the roads, we put in another road, we widen the road, we put in the light fixtures, and then the city came back and said, we'd like to go to LED lights, and could you put 2 more in? Well, after you pre-sell a building, that just comes out of your profit. And, you know, but it's a beautiful area and a beautiful building.
Exactly. And so then if someone were to think that they could tear it down, they're probably just going to end up building the exact same built form that you guys put in.
Well, that building is only a few years old, so it's
I know,
not
but
getting
say but when we're looking at measurements of the zoning, there's pretty much, you guys looked at the land, you made your lots, and took the measurements and put what would be the best use of that space.
Yeah, we have a performa that we use, and the performa dictates whether it's worth it for us to buy that piece of property or not. And in conjunction with, like I said, working with the city and the previous councillor, we were able to do it.
Awesome. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Demong, please.
Mr. Taylor, you just finished mentioning that you maximized the density that you could on your apartment building that you were building. Is that standard for developers?
Absolutely.
Are you expecting that when we start seeing these, or continue to see these RCGs and HGOs, that they will maximize to absolute maximum on the space allowable?
They're going to maximize, but I think we have some different issues here, right? They're going to maximize what they can to whatever you allow them to do, because they need to maximize in order for them to make their dollar value.
And whenever possible.
What I'm seeing is when I talk to developers that have appeared before you today, inner city developers, what they've done is they've started rental companies in their wives' names, and they're not only maximizing their profit, they're maximizing on the other side of it. And that picture that I showed you with the trees and the tree canopy, those basement suites were going for $1,700 a month that were just over 500 square feet. So somebody's making money every month.
When you're building your apartment complexes, presumably in new communities without neighborhoods, do you go and consult with the existing neighbors as far as what you're going to be building?
We, well, in Greenfield, there's no neighbors. So no, we never consulted with anybody. But if there was a neighbor next door, like let's say a local homes or somebody, we'd see what they're building, see what they're doing, to complement each other. But typically, no, there's nobody around us. We bought the land.
That's kind of the point. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions for this panel. So thank you all very much for joining us. We appreciate your presentations. Let's assemble the next panel. It is panel number 224. Do we have Sean Tuff?
Evident in the housing strategy for starters.
Okay, well, I haven't read the NDP in a while, so I wouldn't be able to point to specific items in it. The biggest thing would be densification, more compact city. I think that's kind of the number one. You know, one of the without that we don't get the results we need. And the MDP, of course, calls for more compact building. We haven't met those targets with the MDP, which is unfortunate. The MDP does call for that, and I think that would achieve more affordable housing. I know when the MDP was being considered, there was a housing research commissioned, and that housing research demonstrated that a more compact city with more development in established cities would deliver more affordable housing. I know that research was done for the MDP. So I think any calls for building in the inner city will be a part of that. It would be a necessary but not sufficient condition. What I mean by that is I think other parts of the housing strategy that are not explicit in the MDP, like non-market housing, are an important piece of the puzzle for affordability. Because I think we're very low on non-market housing, one of the lowest jurisdictions on the planet probably. There's lots of examples where non-market housing alleviates the pressure of market housing in terms of price increases. So that would be one thing that's not explicit in the MDP. I think that housing strategy adds to the puzzle.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Osler? Thank you, sir. This is a question I was going to ask our administration, but I'm going to ask you from your perspective. It's a legal question, if you don't mind. And that is, we've heard through countless days people concerned about property rights. In other words, I live here, somebody's building something here, something's building something here. To what extent does adjacent property owners have rights about development beside them?
Could you just repeat the last part of your question? I'm 61-year-old ears, so I'm not hearing you 100%.
65-year-old ears myself. Thank you. I'll start again. The question is, to what extent do adjacent property owners have rights over development beside them?
Well, under the law, they have certain rights that are contained in, as I understand it, in the land use bylaw. And what I've learned in this process very quickly is that setback requirements, for example, exist, but the Development Authority has a discretion to permit the construction of structures on adjacent lands that move some distance into the setback. What I do know, and this goes back to my earliest days as a law student, you do not have a private right of expropriation of your neighbor's land by building something on it for any reason whatsoever. I know the Development Authority does not have that discretion. The Appeal Board does not have that discretion. It does not exist in law.
Okay. And on that point, the extension of that point, you were talking about the physical expropriation of land, right? What about what we call the quality of life, the enjoyment of your property as affected by development next to you?
Well, I think that comes down to what the word enjoyment means. And I think in its usual sense, we think of the ability to go have a party on your land. As a legal matter, that's not what it means. It means the right to your land as it's set out with a boundary and to have it not disturbed by anyone.
Okay. And the last question I've got is, people often say that whatever development happens around them will affect my property value, right? Is that a consideration?
Sorry, construction on another property near my property?
Exactly. So,
well, we have laws in place to deal with that. And we have a, as I understand it, a process which we can go through by when a notice of construction is given on a board in front of the house. You can make submissions, but I believe that the rules around that currently are set. I'm not going to say properly set out, but they are set out. And my understanding is that there are certain setbacks required, but the Development Authority retains a discretion to permit construction into the setback, but not over the property line.
Okay. Okay. Kind of got there. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Mr. Osler, like this, what would you consider meaningful engagement?
So, you know, I certainly don't have the experience that all of you have. I don't think a plebiscite represents meaningful engagement, although it would certainly, from your perspective, probably be easier. It certainly wouldn't necessitate this kind of process that has preoccupied a city for 3 weeks, unnecessarily, in my opinion. To my way of thinking, and other speakers have brought this up, it's consultative. It's in-depth, and it means, I think, going from ward to ward to ward, neighborhood to neighborhood to neighborhood, community group to community group to community group, to find a solution that works. You know, you don't have to be a political science to understand that there's something like 70% of Calgarians who are opposed to this. That doesn't mean there isn't something that would work. But when I talk about a process, I think it's incumbent upon all of you, all of us, to find what works.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting response. I've heard from others that they wanted some sort of a feedback loop mechanism, and they felt that that wasn't really being offered through this process, i.e. what we heard, and then an opportunity for a rebuttal based on what we heard. Kind of like the way I raised my kids, actually, but that's besides the point. Do you think that would be a worthwhile endeavor?
I do. I think about, if I can go into it, I think about the Calgary Cancer Centre, the Arthur J. E. Child Comprehensive Cancer Centre. That took about 10 years. I was at the forefront of that for most of that period of time. There are other reasons it didn't happen as it should, and we don't have to go into those, but there were easy solutions and there were very challenging solutions. And the ultimate solution in terms of the location was probably the most challenging. But you know what? It was the right solution. And we learned that after extensive consultation, some of it unpleasant consultation at differing levels of the community engagement. And we didn't, you know, we weren't an official organization, we were volunteers. And in this haphazard way, we did engage.
Long-term gain, short-term pain, long-term gain. Kate, thanks for being here. No further questions.
Thank you. That concludes questions for this panel. So thank you all very much for taking the time to be with us. We appreciate your presentations. We are going to break now for an hour, but just before we do, I'm going to just announce who will be up after the break. It'll be panel 227, which is John Himmons, Ryan Audette, Krista Beavis, Matthew Kane, and Tucker McKenzie. As always, I will also call out to see if there's anyone from previous panels who is joining us now. So we will be back here at 3:10. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the public hearing meeting of Council. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Anything you.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Corral.
Councillor Carras here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
I'm present.
Councillor Dollywell. Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so we are convening again. We're going to start with panel 227. I'm going to see who we've got, and then I'll ask if there's anybody that was signed up earlier but is here with us now. So from 227, do we have John Himmons? Do we have Ryan Audette? Do we have Krista Beavis?
Yes.
Was that a yes?
Yes, Krista's here.
Thanks, Krista. Do we have Matthew Kane? Do we have Tucker McKenzie? Okay, then let me ask, is there anyone on the phone line that's from a previous panel but is here now?
I was on panel 225.
225, who's
it's
this?
Patty Peck. It's Patty Peck. Sorry.
Perfect, thanks Patty.
Thank you.
You also have Ben Millen. I was for panel 221.
Perfect, thank you. I have a note that says Drew McNichol is here. Okay, all right. Well, we'll just give him a second. Is there anybody else on the line who's from a previous panel? Okay, we've got someone in the audience that's from a previous panel? Yes, 221. 221, what's your name? Thank you very much. All right, so let's just wait and see if Drew McNichol walks in. There's a whole bunch of people out there? All right, well, let's see who we've got on the next panel too then, and just get some stuff confirmed. From panel 228, do we have Patrick Mills? How about Sandra Falconi?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Flora Gillespie? What about John Ross? Brian Spence? Thanks. Okay, so you're going to be on the second panel. All right, so let me start us off with first panel. It'll be Krista Beavis, Patty Peck, Ben Millen, and Alice Ciolis. We'll start there, and then I'll go back and see who's joined us that was here from previous panels. So, Krista, why don't you start us off?
Great, thank you, Mayor Gondek and Council. Are my slides up by chance?
We will get them on in just a moment.
Okay, sure thing. I'll start. Just thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am a millennial living in Crescent Heights, next door to an RCG 4-unit row house development that was built in 2021. And I'd like to speak to the impacts on me and my property over the last couple of years. Because for me, it's not a fear of change or the unknown, but frustration with my lived reality. So for a bit of context, I live in a modest 1914 bungalow. And if the first slide pops up, it'll be the little bungalow on the left. And then on the right in the photo is a 3-story RCG development beside me. Are they up yet?
Yeah, your slides are up. We've got that one.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. So on the next slide, I've experienced many impacts from living next to this development, namely noise from air conditioners, lots of parking congestion, which is about to be made worse because there's an 8-unit row house going in Kitty Corner. Things other people have spoken to, like crowding from waste bins, a lot of shadowing on my property because the unit next door there is 3 stories. And it's definitely not contextual next to my little house. But the most significant impact, and the one that causes me the most upset, is lack of privacy, which I want to demonstrate in the next couple of slides. So next slide, please. I have a porch on the front of my house. So this is standing on the porch, just looking between the side of my house and then the back of the row house units. So they back onto the west side of my house. You can see lots of large windows and patio doors facing my house. Next slide, please. And then when I stand on or sit on my little porch, I'm basically in full view of the end unit of the row house. So I don't really use my porch anymore. Next slide, please. And then when I'm inside my house, it's basically anytime in the sort of common living area, so the kitchen, dining room, and living room, I'm in full view of at least a couple of the units. I can essentially watch TV with them, and certainly if they're in their yards, we're just mere feet apart. And this is when I'm in my house, not even when I'm in the yard. And then the last slide, this just shows the lack of privacy I have when I'm in my backyard as well. So when I'm on my deck, and then even when I'm in the lower part of the yard, that's just sort of what I'm dealing with on a daily basis. So the space between my house and the property line is pretty narrow, certainly not large enough to add proper screening trees or shrubs, and the row house residence yards are really small, so they don't exactly want to fill them with trees either. So I'm unsure how to create privacy and frankly kind of resent the fact that I need to when this wasn't an issue before. So please consider the impacts of RCG on neighboring properties. The issues I've experienced could have been avoided by thoughtful adaptive reuse of the previous house. It was a 1920s bungalow that could have added a basement suite, a laneway home, and even a second story, increasing to the same number of units as the row house, but likely far more affordable and eliminating the negative impacts that I've experienced. Landscape for developers basically incentivizes leveling contextual, affordable older houses. Like other cities, a shift in policy could flip that script, require deconstruction of older homes to lessen landfill waste and slow destruction of heritage neighborhoods, incentivize and simplify addition of suites and laneway homes, get the same positive outcomes of increased density, affordable housing, and maintaining community character without antagonizing communities, negatively impacting quality of life for neighboring residents, and incurring significant landfill waste. In my view, this would be true, gentle density that we're all hoping for. At the very least, please decrease the allowable lot coverage from 60 to 45%, the maximum number of units to 3 to 4, including the secondary suites, a maximum allowable height of only 1 story greater than the neighboring houses, and a requirement for a more integrated and thoughtful landscaping plan that doesn't see removal of all of the trees, but addition of trees. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Patty Peck, please.
Hi, my name is Patty Peck. I live in the community of Bowness, and I oppose blanket rezoning. I don't oppose the idea of increased density, and I am fully aware that we have a housing shortfall and a significant affordability problem. I understand that change is hard and inevitable, but I also believe we have the cup to share. 1, why can't we achieve solutions through the LAP process? Set a density increase target and have city planners and community members figure out how to achieve that target while taking into account the local context. I participated in the Main Street project and resulting ARP for Bowness in 2018, which adopted in 2019. It was a constructive process and clearly gave the city planners an opportunity to look at local specifics when considering increased density. Bowness is a great example where there are localized issues that need to be considered. Aging infrastructure, flooding issues, and restrained access between the CPR tracks, TransCanada, and the river. The bonus ARP adopted in 2019 also included a lot of rezoning to increase density significantly, most of which has yet to be built. With only one lane to enter the neighborhood from the east via the Shoal-Base Bridge and 3 one-lane exits on the west side, Bowness is an island, essentially, that will fill up at some point and choke itself. Planners need an opportunity to consider if an area has hit maximum capacity, and this needs to be determined proactively. Give them a chance. Blanket rezoning instantly increases the approved density by a huge factor, and reducing zoning after the fact doesn't seem like a fair or realistic plan B. With blanket rezoning, the brakes are being removed from the city's planning department. How do you slow things down when localized issues arise? Is the LAP going to reflect the community service or community anyways? I'm sure the process isn't perfect, but it's a start. Build fair, open, and inclusive committees, and you will get fair, open, and inclusive ideas. Is the LAP process too slow? I don't know, but an investment in expediting the process seems like a small price to pay to allow for strategic planning. My second thought share is that regardless of whether RCG is allowed everywhere or via careful planning, the RCG rules need to be readdressed to enforce a softer transition between RCG and lower density forms. Surely there are changes that could be made to create housing that blends better and is more of a compromise. 60% lot coverage creates a lot of problems. Maybe reduced to 3 units, height allowances that are a little softer, front and back setbacks that are more in line with neighboring properties. The list goes on. New guidelines need to be considered for something more forgiving. A vote against blanket rezoning is not a vote against solutions. A vote against blanket rezoning is a vote to allow our city planners and communities to proactively plan for true solutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Ben Millen, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Ben Millen. I've been a Calgary resident for 16 years now. I was firmly rooted in contributing to the community for the first 12 of those years as a renter. And then for the last 4, I've been a homeowner in Ward 7. I currently own a home there. I'm calling today just to indicate that I am in favor of rezoning for housing and encourage you to vote yes on the resolution. I think this is just fine. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Alice Cirulis, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, councillors. Like the majority of moderate, common-sense Calgarians, I too am against blanket rezoning. As we enter week 3 of the hearing, there's really little I can contribute beyond what has already been said, which I totally agree with. The issues, solutions, and facts have been given in many impressive, intelligent, and eloquent ways. Therefore, I'll focus on connecting our past, present, and future challenges. As I speak before you today, I can't help but feel a sense of déjà vu. It seems like we're stuck in a loop of recycled rhetoric and empty promises. Just recently, I had the pleasure of perusing a pamphlet from the city informing us that due to our neighborhood being built in the 1980s, not sure how that was relevant, we were being rezoned, and it urged us to basically rally together in the face of a housing crisis. A housing crisis? Perhaps an immigration crisis is closer to the truth. Nonetheless, instead of feeling inspired, a wave of nausea swept over me. Why? Because it sounded all too familiar, reminiscent of past pleas like, "We're in this together," and "Do your part, it's for the common good," which rang hollow. But alas, in the face of such appeals, some feel they may be branded as heartless or irresponsible, and so the virtue signaling begins again. This pamphlet caused me to be curious. I started looking at my city with fresh eyes. Wait a minute, the rezoning catastrophe had already begun to take shape, so why did we have a hearing now? Perhaps it's akin to Calgary's silent development of 15-minute cities, unbeknownst to many citizens. It seems we'll likely see another public hearing in the future, another round of virtue signaling, while true influence over decision-making remains elusive. Fast forward to the present moment, and here we are again, grappling with a different issue, but encountering the same tired tactics. Division, no transparency, and lots of marketing and advertising that leads to the 2 things that decision makers desperately crave: power and money. This time it's the housing crisis. The solution? Sell your homes to multi-million-dollar developers who stand to profit handsomely while you're hailed as heroes for aiding the cause. But let's not kid ourselves. This narrative is as disingenuous now as it was before. Hello, I'm Aliki Sarunas. I'm a Canadian citizen, a teacher, a homeowner, an artist, the daughter of immigrants, and a moderate, common-sense Calgarian who deeply cares about her city, her health, and others. I've lived in various places, from cramped shared rentals to homes in a master plan community, which, when done properly, are truly exceptional. Home ownership, a long-held goal, wasn't about white privilege. It was a result of hard work and perseverance, values instilled by my Greek immigrant parents. The proposed solution to the housing crisis includes cutting down mature trees, crucial for both the earth and our health, which further complicates matters in the midst of a supposed climate crisis. Millions are spent on public indoctrination while chemtrails haze our Calgary skies in the name of climate change. The real crisis? Weather modification and chemtrails. Search Pilot Career Centre Canada for proof. Pilots are recruited for weather modification. Who endorses such psychopathic destruction over our city skies? Are neighborhoods simply being prepped and scouted for 15-minute cities? Yes, probably. However, these changes won't significantly impact climate, but will devastate the economy, isolate citizens, and restrict movement. Sound familiar? It should. Remember the 6 feet apart mantra? This is its extension, limiting not just physical space, but also our freedom to move. It's interesting that a habit of government overreach seems to have stayed. Power itself is a potent aphrodisiac, and some are drunk on this. Barring sociopaths and narcissists, none of us, not one of us, got through the last few years unscathed. On a more personal note, a dear friend was unlawfully arrested for standing for truth, family, and freedom during the COVIDian years, then had his dream job snatched back because of his vax status, and committed suicide. Could this have been prevented? Yes, because no one in a governing position has the right to dictate what is best for others, including, which takes us to today, their housing choices. Despite the bleak outlook under current council governance, and I'm just going to skip to my closing here because I only have 26 seconds left. In closing, I firmly oppose blanket rezoning, and I say no to rehashing amendments in a weak effort to virtue signal some sort of collaborative democracy. Someone once said to me, "When I knew better, I did better." No one here can feign ignorance after 3 weeks of informative, intelligent panel speeches. With respect, you know better. I hope you all do better. I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And I'm just going to see, is Drew McNichol here? You can come on up and be panelist 5. Phyllis, make sure you stay up here in case there's questions for you. Thank you. Okay, Mr. McNichol, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek and councillors, for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Drew McNichol, and I am a resident of Arbor Lake in Calgary since July of 2000. I'm here representing myself and the concerns of my family. I stand opposed to the blanket rezoning bylaw. I will address some of the reasons why it is so important that this is voted down by the council without amendments. It's not the solution Calgary needs to address our housing and affordability crisis. Excuse me. I arrived at City Hall early on Monday the 22nd to be part of the hearings. I wanted a sense of the dynamics involved in the submissions and in the interactions with the council members, and I was open to all perspectives and I sought understanding. As the meeting began, Councillor Chabot asked if the Ethics Commissioner should be questioned about the potential of a conflict of interest for any councillors who are directly or indirectly aligned with the developers or who own multiple properties as investments. Councillor Chabot asked if those in potential conflicts could even attend the hearings, let alone vote in the final decision. Councillor Cara declared the request was cheap politics. In truth, it was anything but. The partisan tone for the hearing was set. Following an in-camera session, which included the Ethics Commissioner for the city, the councillors returned. The Mayor was asked if the Ethics Commissioner could speak to the Council and audience, at least to voice her position. This was accepted. The Commissioner warned of the potential conflict and risks, but had to leave the decision to you, the Council. The Council chose to proceed as if no risk was present. That decision may ultimately prove very counterproductive. The presentation by the City Administration was effective in setting the tone, yet it was deliberately understated when it came to creating balance between benefits and concerns already growing in the public eye. Perhaps their greatest declaration came in the form of a question that needed to be asked twice for a simple answer. Did the influence from the federal government's agreement to fund affordable housing tie the city to voting yes for the rezoning bylaw? Administration clearly then stated no. There was no tie to move ahead with this bylaw. Central themes have developed. Calgarians all want to find a way forward to ease the affordability issue. They want to find the best way to increase housing availability to ease the stress that comes with a strong economy and inflows of new citizens. The majority have been clear that blanket rezoning or upzoning is not the way to proceed. They have spent days providing credible examples of why the bylaw will not be in the best interest of the communities and the city itself. Voices like retired architect Robert Merchant came with extensive knowledge of city planning processes. He asked that we stay with regional planning and not rush ahead with this bylaw. He asked for honesty in declaring who would actually benefit from the rezoning issue and made it clear it was the developers, not Calgarians needing affordable solutions. He warned of infrastructure limitations and hidden costs to meet the strains of new density projections. He warned of parking concerns and severe canopy loss. A former engineer, now lawyer, asked why the city policy is not universal and challenged as to why certain communities have been carved out for exceptions. Sarah spoke of her 30 years in Bowness and to her incredible community involvement. The 4-story monstrosity that was built next door should be a shining example of what this rezoning will do. The trees were gone, her privacy was lost, the windows are all facing her yard. There was not parking for everyone. Her sunshine was blocked. She was told her house and property had lost value and that she should sell to a developer and move away. What a loss to Bowness and a terrible way to treat a contributing Calgarian. And how was she treated in the Q&A? When Councillor Spencer all but brought Sarah to tears about losing her garden, he tried to draw a comparison to her plight by suggesting his wife gardens. If there is even an ounce of sincerity in that comment, Councillor Spencer, you owe the Sarahs of Calgary a no vote on this issue. Then there was the incredible Vern Yu, CEO of AltaGas. His resume was deep locally, nationally, and internationally. He said there must be thoughtful and thorough consultation when it comes to building. He saw no evidence of that in this process. He said we need a real plan with proper consultation with legitimate experts. He said this process will only antagonize Calgarians. The city scheme that is this marathon of hearings could end all future hearings and appeals. It's a horrendous maneuver by this council. Many believe that silencing Calgarians will be the cornerstone to manage conflict when they realize rezoning has increased their lot values and thus taxes they will be forced to pay for their existing properties. And there is too much risk to leave this to a council vote. I believe all Calgarians are faced with the necessity of taking action. Those who share concerns about the process and ethics behind the vote should write 2 submissions. They should be lodging a complaint with the City of Calgary Ethics Commissioner about the pecuniary interest of a number of councillors who will be benefiting from the passing of the bylaw, and they should be requesting an investigation into this entire rezoning process on the actions of those councillors who have been influenced by lobbies and promises of funding for their re-election purposes.
Thank you for your presentation. You're just at time, sir. Thank you very much. I'm looking at questions for this panel. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Alike Sharunas? Did I say it right? Because I think it was, you said Alicia, I think, in Alice.
Very close, Aliki.
Aliki,
yes.
Okay. Thanks for coming in. I just wanted to question you because you had mentioned something about neighborhoods changing with a lot more density and people moving in. And, you know, given the fact that like most of these neighborhoods are single-family homes with middle-income people, there's a narrative that NIMBYism are we're afraid of lower-income people. But since most of these homes are actually townhomes, are high-end, like 750,000, million plus, would you say that that is more replacing this, those neighborhoods is not the people that are maybe on the lower income scale, but it's the people that are going to replace these single-family modest neighborhoods from the high-income scale?
Absolutely. I don't think that this is a really great solution for affordability. In fact, I don't think affordability is really at all at play here. And I think that with all of the presentations that we've seen and heard about, that definitely this is, it has to do with the bottom line, which is money and making it. So,
okay. Yeah, so I guess...
For the developers, not necessarily our citizens.
So what you're saying then is where we're trying to help people in the lower income scale have homes, and you don't think this is actually going to do exactly the opposite?
You know, I don't think so. But here's the thing, like affordable housing, what is that really? Like when my parents came here from Greece, there were about, I don't know, they had a rental, and there were probably 5 or 6 families living in each of those different bedrooms, right? So you might have a married couple with 2, 3, 4 kids in one bedroom, and that made it affordable for them. And they worked really, really hard to eventually get their own homes. So affordable housing may not look great. It may not look like that 1 million townhouse that you might want to live in, you know? And affordable housing is something that I think can be done intelligently with a lot of, you know, with true, genuine, I guess here's the thing, I mean, just true, genuine want to help people with affordable housing. Let's just take the equation of who's going to make how much money out of this. And I think if we can come back to some grassroots ideas and really, really keeping in mind who we're trying to help here might be helpful.
Excellent. Thank you so much for coming down
Thank
to
you.
present.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. You stated that you think there's no way to fix this. No amendments will fix this, that your suggestion is that we just vote it down completely.
Well, I don't think that amendments, like what would the amendments be? It would be a compromise, right? And so, you know, it's interesting because today I just happened to speak to somebody who I was at their place, and they said, look at my backyard. And I said, oh my goodness. There were 2 massive apartment buildings in her backyard, and she said the developer in a certain block or area, it depends on the amendment.
Right. Although I think the 12 units has been a little oversold. Highly unlikely that we'd be able to achieve those kind of densities. But.
Well, yeah, but you just don't know with developers, right? I mean, anybody that's ever built a house, a dream home or whatever, it's not smooth sailing. Things change. Developers' promises change. I mean, we've all seen that, I think, right?
Are you familiar with the LAP process?
No.
Local area plan where we engage communities over a fairly significant amount of time to look at where's highest and best uses and land use, where it's most best suited. Do you think that's a process we should consider for this?
Is that a process that's in place now?
It is what we're doing it throughout the city. We're doing it.
It's interesting because I haven't had anybody come knocking at my door to ask me my opinion.
Not in relation to this matter, no.
Okay.
But we're undertaking them sequentially throughout the city.
So wouldn't that be best to have put into place before all of this started, perhaps?
That's a question I'm asking you. If you think that would be
Of course, that's an obvious kind of common sense choice, I would think.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
No, thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Millen, is it? Thanks. Oh, Mr. Millen, you covered a lot of ground there. So do you think we should have possibly looked at a different process before moving forward with this? Similar question to what I just asked the previous speaker.
I do. I think the feedback that I've been watching all week, and I was watching from day one, has given you credible alternatives to this whole process. And the very fact that the process is steeped with the idea of bringing everyone together for a 2 or 3 week period to bring out all this information, which quite frankly, the feeling on the street is it's not being listened to anyway. The votes are already in and set. This process is flawed from the beginning. And we're not really getting a chance to take part or to really express our concerns about blanket rezoning. Right. So a letter arrived in my mailbox like everyone else in February, and it raised everyone's concern or alarm level or awareness level. Now we hear administration put forward a wonderful presentation that's all blue sky and unicorns, and it doesn't do anything to deal with the concern that we have about overdevelopment in certain areas that don't or can't survive higher density. So I think a different process should have been used.
Do you recall in that letter, it spoke to simply about your property being rezoned, or did it talk about your property and the property adjacent to you as well, or did it just refer to you?
I don't remember the wording of the letter. I do remember the sense of my concern as I read it several times 2 months ago, and that was that the blanket rezoning was going to be one size fits all. And I was very concerned about that because I felt we had some historical processes that maybe needed to be refined, but a blanket rezoning was a concern. I think there was a lot of concern too around the timing of the federal relationship with our municipality and the idea of coming in and providing funds that would force this agenda forward. But again, as I mentioned in my presentation, I believe that the city administration answered clearly that there is no tie, or they won't be exercising a tie to those funds for the urgency in this process. I don't necessarily believe, but I'm here and I'm wanting it to be true.
Okay. All right, well, that's all my questions. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's it for the questions for this panel. So thank you all very much for joining us today. We appreciate the presentations you provided to us. I'm going to assemble the next panel, but before I do that, let me ask, is there anyone here who was registered for a previous panel and was unable to make it? Hi there.
Hi, this is Patrick Mills here. I was on panel 228.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. And Flora Gillespie, what panel was it? Thank you. Is there anyone else from a previous panel, either here in person or on the phone? Okay, then let's just go through 228 one more time. We've got Sandra Falconi, right?
Yes.
Perfect. We've got Patrick Mills, we've got Flora Gillespie. Do we have John Ross? Do we have Brian Spence? Perfect. You can go and grab a seat up there. And Flora, you can grab a seat at the front as well. And let's go with this panel of 4 then. So we'll go in the order that we had it registered. So we'll go Patrick, then Sandra, then Flora, and then Brian. So Patrick, we're ready when you are.
Okay. Hello, Council. My name is Patrick Mills. I'm 27 years old, and I'm strongly against the proposed blanket rezoning of the city. Since it began, I've been listening to the public hearing as much as possible, and have been hearing an emphasis placed upon the opinion of the younger generation and the supposed desire for blanket rezoning as it will replace affordability and housing options. I've not been planning on speaking, but given the attention younger participants have been receiving, I wanted to provide a different opinion and make it clear that not all young people share this view. For the past 4 years, I have lived in and rented a single-family home along with 4 roommates. I'm currently moving to live in and rent a single-family home with 1 roommate, and I aspire to raise a family in a single-family home of my own in the coming years. I believe that the proposed rezoning will have outcomes that favor developers and the investors that fund developments, rather than benefit the communities and existing residents that these developments will be built in. The proposed multiplexes that can and will replace traditional single-family homes will be owned by groups that are focused on profit rather than participating in the neighborhood. Where a regular person would buy a home and leave the housing market, an investor stays in the buying pool forever, adding demand pressure, increasing costs, and reducing affordability. I believe commercializing our communities is wrong. I'm not opposed to the development of affordable housing, and I recognize the need to increase housing supply to address affordability. However, I believe that the proposed rezoning provides a short-sighted and short-lived, one-size-fits-all solution to a symptom of a bigger issue, being a general increase in the cost of living in Canada. The development and redevelopment of neighborhoods in Calgary should be done with thoughtful consultation and participation from the stakeholders in the area. Most importantly, the residents of that community who have likely made the single biggest investment of their lives. As I save to afford a home of my own, I'm disturbed by how quickly this council is prepared to dismiss the concerns of Calgarians who have been long-time tax-paying constituents who helped build this city and for whom this rezoning could have considerable impact on quality of life in addition to financial uncertainty.
Did we lose you? You're finished. Patrick?
Oh, sorry, did I?
Yep, you did.
I'm all finished. I'm not sure if I cut out before I said my end.
Sounds great, Mr. Mills. Thank you. Appreciate that. Stay on the line in case anybody has questions for you, if you would. Thank you. And Sandra Falcone.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandra Falcone, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my husband. Over the past weeks, many valid points against rezoning were eloquently and consistently stated. However, there's another aspect I don't think we've spent enough time on. Blanket rezoning threatens the very foundation of our society, the family. Some believe that this is actually the intent. Research highlights the significant impact of personal and green spaces on well-being and development. Studies in the Journal of Environmental Psychology reveal that limited personal space can increase interpersonal stress, depression, and anxiety, and reduce family satisfaction. Conversely, access to green spaces like private backyards significantly lowers stress, anxiety, and depression. The Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Clinics of North America emphasize that outdoor play in spaces is essential for children's cognitive, emotional, and physical growth. And additionally, a report from the Landscape and Urban Planning Journal shows that private gardens and backyards enhance urban biodiversity and can help mitigate city heat effects. I'm a first-generation Canadian from Calgary. My husband and I married young. We faced challenges due to limited education and financial struggles. I balanced 2 jobs, full-time work, school, and raising children, while my husband tirelessly built his business. Through hard work and a bit of luck, we eventually bought our first home. But our story isn't unique. There are many generations of Calgarians who face similar and greater challenges. At this hearing, I've noticed many young adults expecting to start where their parents left off, but I wonder if they fully understand the sacrifices made so that they could have these opportunities. Eventually, over the years, my husband and I were able to move up, and today we live in the same inner city neighborhood my parents worked so hard to enter more than 5 decades ago. Our modest single-family home is more than a structure, it's filled with memories. Across the street where my late parents lived, I still see the garden that was integral to our family's identity. My parents spent hours nurturing that garden, growing nourishing food and beautiful flowers. And my grandchildren first tasted figs from my dad's greenhouse. Now my brother and his wife live there, and we continue to celebrate life's events together, surrounded by these precious memories. Our homes provide not just physical room, but emotional space to grow our families, celebrate our traditions, and raise contributing members of society. Outdoor spaces provide sun, shade, refuge, and a place to relax and enjoy family and neighbors. For both my parents' generation and mine, the journey from financial insecurity to home ownership has been arduous, but it taught us the importance of hard work. Now there's a push for blanket rezoning. Proposed changes that will erode the very foundation of family. The row houses that are being constructed are a stark contrast to our family homes. They lack the space that fostered joyous and communal moments for us. Furthermore, as I watch them being constructed, I'm highly concerned about the quality and durability of these new structures, which seem more amenable to quick profits than long-term livability. And while my husband and I, as owners of a corner lot in an inner city neighborhood, stand to benefit financially from the rezoning, I firmly believe that no amount of money can replace the quality of life and a sense of community and family. The proposed rezoning may increase city tax revenues and benefit developers and builders, but at what cost? We must not entrust decisions that shape our society to those motivated solely by profit or by personal or political gain. Do you really believe that developers and builders will put the needs of the people first? I ask that City Council remember who they work for. I fully support a thoughtful approach to planning for higher density, but I urge you to think about the long-term societal implications of blanket rezoning. Let's seek solutions that truly address the housing issues without stripping away our foundations. An earlier speaker suggested we sit in our discomfort. Sitting in my discomfort is not going to turn row houses into homes for anyone. I want all Calgarians to have access to the kind of homes they need and desire. What I have an issue with is blanket rezoning and the highly disingenuous and frankly misleading messaging that has convinced unsuspecting people that blanket rezoning is an answer. Please vote no to blanket rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Falcone. If you could just mute yourself and hang on in case there's some questions for this panel. Next up is Flora Gillespie. You'll notice there's a 5-minute timer there, so we'll let you know when the time's up.
Thank you.
Please begin.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors, Deputy Mayor and Councillors. I'm Flora Gillespie, and I'm a resident of Warren 7. How has Calgary found the answer to the housing utopia? Or have we learned that housing can't be both an appreciating investment vehicle and an affordable shelter simply by removing zoning restrictions? Let's understand the following. The profit in the housing market is entrenched in the upzoning itself. Number 2, the property market is based on buying low, rezoning, and selling high for a healthy profit. Number 3, land ownership is a perpetual call option, giving the owner the right without the obligation to redevelop the property. So let me explain. The housing market has been financialized. Therefore, every piece of land is a financial asset. Remember that land is the underlying asset of the property market. Zoning is simply a bundle of rights granted by the municipality to the property owner. In other words, think of it this way. Land ownership gives the owner the right without the obligation to redevelop a property. Upon payment of the construction cost, build property is the underlying asset. The demolition and construction cost is the exercise price. So land with feasible development opportunities is a perpetual call option. By blanket upzoning, it changes those rights. It adds more rights to that bundle. It allows for more bets, options, to be taken on that land. How does that affect the housing market? If you've watched The Big Short, you may remember, that's my favorite movie, you may remember that the value of the financial options or derivatives taken out on the housing market at that time was multiple times the value of the underlying asset. Remember, the value of those options is still tied to the underlying asset. So as the bundle of rights increases, the underlying value of the assets increase. It'll happen every time. It's important to note that homeowners, rather than developers, generally can't afford or choose to exercise only one of those options. In Calgary, it's just generally been single-family homes. We cannot ignore the financial nature of property. Mistakes are being made. Inherent in administration's push to blanket upzone to RCG is the assumption that creating more development options will push down the value of each option to build. This is wrong. As we learned from The Big Short, creating more options expands and increases the total value of the financial assets, including that of the underlying asset. A second strange claim is that a price difference between land zoned for housing and adjacent land not zoned for housing is a sign of a housing shortage. Wrong again. As previously explained, a perpetual call option to buy a home is worth at least the value of the underlying asset minus the exercise price. A lot next door that is a different financial option, so it's obviously priced differently. These values are totally unrelated, and whether one is built and the other isn't does not mean there's a shortage in that area. It would be great if everyone was on board with the idea that planning regulates the location and type of dwelling, but not the overall supply or rent/price. Plan for the type of dwelling types you want in your city, but don't pretend it's an affordable option. Until we agree on this fundamental principle, there's no use discussing any amendments. In summary, blanket rezoning will not increase affordability. Blanket rezoning will not increase choice. Administration has not found the exact thing that's wrong with the property market, which will magically bring Calgary a housing utopia of both increased land values and affordability. I ask that you not abdicate your planning authority because of a misguided belief that you have found the silver bullet to fix the local property markets. Please vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Gillespie. Appreciate that. If you just hang around until next panel, might be questions. And next is Brian Spence, please.
Thank you. Esteemed members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today and taking this issue seriously and taking the time to listen to Calgarians over this marathon hearing. As a homeowner and also an investor in Ward 10 who has experienced firsthand the challenges and opportunities that come with densification of our city, I thought it might be worthwhile to add my experience and feedback to this discussion. I understand the passion and urgency behind the calls for increased density, particularly in the name of addressing the housing affordability challenges facing the Calgary market. As someone who moved to Calgary during the booming market in 2013, I vividly recall the strain on the rental market caused by the reduced inventory as a result of the flood that year, and the frustration of standing in line with 20 other people vying for a place to call home. Although the need for housing solutions is pressing, and I empathize deeply with those advocating for this change, I must express my reservations about the efficacy of blanket rezoning as the solution. When my wife and I began to explore the housing market in Calgary, we experienced sticker shock like many others, admittedly at a lower price point than people are facing today. We sold our home in Winnipeg and we settled in the inner city community of Renfrew. While there, we witnessed the positive and negative aspects of the densification of that neighborhood. I recall having conversations with our first two landlords in the city about the suited properties that we were renting, both describing them as teardowns due to the 50-foot lots and trend towards infills and higher densification in that neighborhood. I also remember thinking how odd it was, being newer to the city, that someone would pay as much or more for half a lot as the perfectly fine full single-family home that it was partially replacing. Affordable housing was not my initial impression of this type of build, and things seem to have only become less affordable since. When we decided home prices were not coming down and it was time to jump into the market, we decided to cross 8th Ave over into Maitland Heights to purchase our first Calgary home, which meant about a $200,000 discount on the same style of home. Having lived in 2 suited homes in Renfrew, we recognized the potential to ease our mortgage payment by having an income suite on our property. However, the bureaucratic processes we faced and hurdles we faced at the time in obtaining approvals for legalizing an income suite on an RC1 lot were disheartening. It wasn't until the city introduced an amnesty program and waived rezoning fees that we were able to navigate that process successfully. So I must give credit where credit's due. Amnesty program was great. It was really well run, and working with the city and the city staff were fantastic in creating safe, legal, registered suite. So we also took an additional opportunity to create housing by taking a duplex in our neighborhood and increasing its density by legalizing 2 basement suites. We completed this process with the city, following guidelines for ample parking, amenity space, and neighborhood context that seemed to be lacking in this blanket rezoning proposal. Through this experience, I've come to appreciate the importance of responsible densification coupled with proper planning and community engagement. While I would have likely welcomed once the idea of blanket upzoning, especially considering the bottlenecks I observed when initially looking to create a simple secondary suite, my experience has taught me the value of neighborly input for thoughtful urban planning in this process, and this proposal seems to swing the pendulum from one extreme to the other. I'm not opposed to densification. In fact, as I've mentioned, I've actively contributed to it. However, implementing blanket upzoning without due consideration for the neighborhood and the concerns of its residents is short-sighted. Having heard firsthand experience from many presenters over the course of this hearing, it has become clear that community engagement is not simply a hurdle to be overcome by developers, but an essential component of properly executed, respectful development. The presentation last week by a resident of Bowness serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of impacted residents having a voice and what can go wrong when development is completely unfettered. In conclusion, I encourage the Council to explore responsible densification that prioritizes proper planning, community engagement, and streamlined processes. Cut through the red tape while at the same time ensuring that any concerns of residents are heard and addressed. Please vote no to the blanket rezoning and use the excellent feedback that you've heard from both sides of this issue during this long process to create a better solution that works for more Calgarians, incentivizes density, and provides additional housing responsibly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to questions for this panel, and we will start with Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. Hopefully I can get through all 3 speakers. Ms. Falcone? Falcone, yeah. She's on the line? Or?
Sorry, thanks. Couldn't find my mute button.
Thanks. So you made reference to a number of things, mental health benefits, quality of life, your own personal experiences. Is it your contention through that submission that all of those things contributed to what is identified or seen as community character?
I'm about to lose my security clearance just to Yeah, how long is one?
I'm sorry, I don't really know. Sorry.
Ms.
Go ahead.
Falcone, are you still on the line?
I am.
Okay,
Yeah.
hang on 1 second. If there's anybody else on the line
Sure.
waiting to speak, could you please make sure you're muted? So let's try that again, Ms. Falcone.
Actually, no. When I think of community character, I think of history, of the types of homes that are built, with pre-war. I think of that kind of thing. I think what I was really focused on is family. Like, how much, when I think back, how much of who I am today is, is based on the fact that I grew up in a place where there was space and we spent time outside and, family things. So, no, I hadn't thought of it that way, but who knows? Maybe now I will.
So it's a quality of life issue from your perspective.
Yes, absolutely. And
Okay.
for everyone. So when I see those row houses going up where there isn't any space whatsoever, I just say a prayer that there aren't going to be children living their lives out there, because that does not provide quality of life. It's fine for transitionary housing. It's fine if you're a young couple, wanting to move out, or an older person, scaling back. But I really think that kids need space.
Okay, thank you. That's all the question I had for you, Mr. Spence. So, Mr. Spence, from your perspective, you think sensitive intensification would be a better way forward rather than this blanket?
I think so. I think there's a happy medium between the extreme that is being proposed and, actively impeding densification. There's somewhere in the middle that will work for a good number of people, I think.
Okay, and are you familiar with the local area plan sort of?
Becoming more familiar, yeah.
So it's something you'd be willing to contribute to if that opportunity presented itself?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay, and you said you lived in Malin Heights?
Malin Heights, correct.
That may be one that may be coming in the future, so.
I'll be there.
You ready?
All right.
Okay, thanks. Ms. Gillespie? Based on your presentation, I can only assume that what you're referring to is that this will actually have the opposite effect and will increase the price of these units, because input costs, if you increase the input costs, obviously it's going to increase the output price. So
Correct. Absolutely. This will definitely increase the prices because it increases the land value.
okay, do you think there's a method to move forward with a policy that will provide more housing opportunities that won't create this increased value on the asset?
I'm going to be frank. I don't think that municipalities have the lever to incentivize the economic market, the property market. I just don't think they do. I think that what they have to do is zone and plan and regulate.
Okay. I think built form plays a big part in the affordability.
It can, I guess, if you build it really, really cheaply, but if you've increased the price of the lot,
Right.
what will happen is that you'll have a more expensive home, so it won't be affordable.
Okay. Yeah, we've heard stack product is probably more cost effective. Are you familiar at all with that market?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Multifamily, multi-story type.
Multi-story. Well, again, it depends if we're talking about affordable housing or if we're talking about housing affordability. So housing affordability is not influenced by the form. It's just not. But affordable housing has to be subsidized. It has to be subsidized very heavily by the government.
Non-market. non-market?
Non-market.
Okay, thanks. No further questions for me. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. That is it for questions for this panel. So thank you all very much for joining us today. We appreciate you taking the time. Let's go on to the next panel. Do we have Jeff Thorburn? Do we have Denise Robinson? Actually, I should ask. It's either Denise or Dennis. It's hard to tell. It's D-E-N-Y-S. Last name is Robinson. How about Abby Granger?
Oh, hi, that's me.
Hi. How about Ethan Collister?
Hello, President.
Hi, thank you. I'm going to go into panel 230 and see if we can find a few more people. Do we have
Sorry, Your Worship.
Peter Schultz?
Sorry, Your Worship.
Oh. Hi, who's this on the line?
Hey, sorry, Your Worship. My name's Li Wang. I'm in panel 224. I'm really sorry I missed my panel.
That's okay. I will get you into a panel just as quick as I can here. Thank you. Do we have Peter Schultz from panel 230? Do we have Carrie Nilsson?
Hello?
Hi, is this Carrie?
Yes, hello.
Hi there. And do we have John Romalo? Yes. Hi, you can grab a seat at the front, sir. Do we have Lawrence West?
It's the same pattern we see with these.
All right, hi everybody. If you're on the phone line, I'm gonna need you to go on mute, please. Thank you, appreciate it. When I call your name, you can unmute yourself at that point and provide us with your presentation. So here's how we're gonna do this panel. It'll be Abby Granger, then Ethan Collister, then Carrie Nilsson, then John Romalo, and then we'll go to Li Wang from a previous panel. Now, before we start, is there anybody in this room or on the line that's from a previous panel? Okay, then let's get started with Abby Granger, please.
Okay, hi. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Okay, hi, councillors, mayor, everyone who's listening from home. My name is Abby Granger. I'm only going to be speaking for myself and my family today. I'm going to keep this short because public speaking is not my forte, so please excuse me if I run through all my words. I'm very nervous. I am strongly in favour of rezoning. It's not a giant leap, but rather a crucial first step towards a more inclusive, diversified, and affordable housing landscape in Calgary. I am almost 28, and I've just closed on my first home, an apartment, with my partner in the west side of downtown Calgary. In my life, I've had the luxury, or the displeasure, depending on your opinion, to live in a variety of different types of houses, from a single-family home when I was a kid, a basement suite, an apartment, currently a townhome, and obviously soon to be back to an apartment. While I know there are many types of housing that I haven't experienced, I do know that for myself, I feel safest and happiest when I'm in an apartment or something of that general nature. My dream home would be a 3-bedroom apartment in a point-access block of a local cafe or grocery store in an area close to transit with protected bike lanes nearby. I know what you're deciding now can't give me all of that, but it does get us one step closer. While I have choice in the type of home that I can live in, not everyone does. I have a family member who was diagnosed with a degenerative form of life-threatening cancer. While right now he can live his life unaffected, in the next few years that will change. Remodeling a single-family home is costly, stressful, and sometimes just not even practical at all. A newish apartment building that was made with accessibility in mind could make this change feel less like something that he's being forced into, but a happy improvement for a better quality of life and more autonomy for a longer term. While this is certainly not an experience everyone will go through, it is unfortunately more common for a variety of reasons than you would think. Whether it's for preference or necessity, everyone should get to live in the type of home that's right for them. Single-family homes with big gardens will never disappear, but hopefully other types of homes will become options for those of us who want or in fact need different kinds of things. Thank you for allowing me to speak. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Sorry, Ms. Granger, I lost you at the end. Were you done?
Yeah, all done.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Let's go to Ethan Collister, please.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Hello, Council. My name is Ethan Collister. I'm a born and raised Calgarian. Currently, I'm a resident of the community of Braeside, Ward 11. I'm a homeowner and also a landlord. And I'm here to express my support for RCG upzoning and to ask City Council to please vote in favor of RCG zoning. Thank you for listening to the hundreds and hundreds of citizens who have come forward throughout this public hearing. I appreciate that there are a lot of people who are opposed. Most of what I hear in terms of opposition comes from fears about community change, fears about the value of homes, fears about return on investments. I just want to say I don't share these fears about RCG zoning. However, in a society that's groomed to see property as an investment rather than a basic right, I can hardly blame people for being afraid, for being concerned. Fair. My position is also based on fears, a different kind of fear. A fear that the city I love and grew up in is not sustainable for the long term. Fears that people are slipping through the cracks. Fears that more and more families are not able to afford the lives they deserve to live. Fears that there isn't enough housing for the people who call Calgary home. So for me, this conversation is really about creating a livable future for Calgarians. For some of us, housing is an investment. For all of us, access to housing must be treated as a right. With RCG zoning, we have an opportunity to address the housing supply crisis that's getting worse by the day and work towards a city in which housing is available and affordable to everyone. RCG zoning is an important step forward that will make more steps forward possible. We know that Calgary's sprawl of bedroom communities is not sustainable. By densifying established communities, we can make sure people have access not only to housing, but to public transit and other critical services that make a city livable. To put it simply, the closer we are together, the farther our resources will go. RCG zoning is a step towards keeping Calgary affordable and livable for generations to come. So we know we need to change for the future, but I think many of us are afraid to embrace those changes, are afraid of unknowns. Today, city councillors, I'm asking you not to be afraid. I'm asking you to make a decision for the health of our communities and the livability of our city. Please vote in favor of RCG zoning. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Carrie Nilsson, please.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, so here we go. I'm so proud of our fellow Calgarians. It really does feel like the traumatic flood event when Calgarians united and pulled together to save our homes and communities and neighborhoods. We united and came together to save strangers' homes, businesses, communities, and neighborhoods. And so here we are doing it again. But this time we're not fighting a flood of water. We're fighting a flood of taxes and development chaos, displacement, disenfranchisement, and quite possibly a flood of sewage. We're fighting a rogue council and a rogue mayor. We're fighting unelected and unaccountable administration and planning department. We're fighting a well-fed managerial class. We're fighting gold-bespeckled developers who don't want just the red Smarties. No, they demand all our Smarties. But again, Calgarians remain united, pulling together to save our homes and our businesses and our communities and our neighborhoods. You cannot divide us. We'll exhaust all avenues of opposition. We will repeal if needed. We'll keep fighting. Elections come at you fast. Main concern: good old-fashioned fiscal responsibility and potential unintended fiscal consequences and risks with rezoning. There is a concern about taxpayers being on the hook for legal fees if rezoning is passed and then challenged in the courts. There is already a matter before the courts concerning land use rezoning. How much is this going to cost us taxpayers? Thousands? Millions? It adds up quickly. Many affected bodies have expressed concerns that some councillors have publicly demonstrated conduct indicating they may not be amenable to persuasion. Could this be interpreted as a dereliction of fiduciary duties, possibly opening the door to additional legal actions? And will this cost us taxpayers even more regarding this land use matter? So for clarity, I'm going to slowly spell out a couple words for the clerk and for the public record, so please just bear with me through the spelling portion ahead. Thanks. Additionally, there are questions about whether a Calgary councillor presides over you as an umbrella and as Nancy, Calgary, @UnCalgary Twitter social media account. A review of this UnCalgary Twitter account demonstrates a person who does not appear to be amenable to persuasion on rezoning. Does a Calgary councillor preside over that UnCalgary Twitter account? And is this account presider possibly in violation of numerous codes of conduct city policies? Is this worthy of investigation prior to voting? To be clear, I am not accusing, but asking, because of potential legal costs associated with challenges to the land use rezoning matter, and ask the council, ask itself, if legal guidance is prudent to determine if Calgarians could be on the hook for land use bylaw challenges and associated costs, particularly if it is known that the presider of the @UnCalgary Twitter account is an inner-city builder-developer with pecuniary conflicts regarding the rezoning matter before council today. If the @UnCalgary Twitter account belongs to a councillor, and if that councillor has pecuniary conflicts, should that councillor even vote on rezoning, or should that councillor not vote on rezoning due to the obvious potential legal risks, implications, and costs to taxpayers concerning these land use changes before you good councillors and mayor? That is the question. Thank you. I won't be making myself available for questions because, frankly, I don't feel comfortable nor obliged to listen to those who silenced our democratic voices by voting down a plebiscite. Thank you for your consideration and for your full attention. Grazie.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to John Romalo, please.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Gondek, esteemed members of Council. I thank you for the opportunity to participate in this hearing. My name is John Romalo, and I'm a director of the Shaganappi Community Association. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Community Association Board and our Development Committee. Our President, Michael Wilhelm, is unable to attend today due to prior commitments. Shaganappi Community Association has remained neutral on the citywide rezoning proposal. Last Friday, the mayor suggested to a reporter that existing local area plans were clearly important when considering citywide rezoning. Now I understand that some councillors are suggesting that this new zoning be applied retroactively to existing local area plan areas. Shaganappi forms part of the Westbrook Local Area Plan, which has been in place for over a year. Our community supported the Westbrook Local Area Plan. However, if blanket rezoning is retroactively tied to our local area plan without consultation with us, we will not support this. Our residents specifically asked the city if the local area plan meant blanket rezoning. The city told us very clearly that no, the local area plan did not mean blanket rezoning. Furthermore, letting communities with pending local area plans off the hook is a very different outcome than what we were made to understand when we supported our local area plan. It's possible that city administration and some councillors believe that such rezoning was indeed communicated to us during the local area plan process. It's possible they believe that all parties understood that a citywide rezoning initiative would be the primary objective in the future. But I must point out that the local area plan was about policy. And policy and zoning are two different things. The city's local area planning team emphasized this point to us during the local area plan process for Westbrook LAP. Again, the LAP was said to be about policy, not zoning, and those are two different things. I'm tempted to use a very tired cliche and say that the city is trying to move the goalposts here on us. But that would only apply if we were still in the middle of our local area plan process. We're not. As I said, our LAP has been in place for over a year now. So the game is over. It's more apt to say that the city has decided to change the rules of the game after it's long been over and declare that the result has been reversed. Our community has already been through multiple initiatives that sought to increase density, including the area redevelopment plan, main streets, an earlier local area plan, and still others. Talk about moving the goalposts. Talk about changing the rules of the game after the game has finished. For those of you on council that support citywide rezoning, this amendment is a home run for your opposition. It would make it pretty much impossible to get any future local area plans off the ground. It would be a poison pill. Not to mention, it would discredit community leaders that worked with the city in the past and wish to work with it into the future. For those of you on council who oppose citywide rezoning, how can you consider it appropriate for a handful of communities if you don't think it's appropriate for all communities in the city? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Lee Wang, please.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. It has been a great 2 weeks discussion and public hearings. I want to thank for your services to the community and this great city. My name is Lee Wang. I live in Ward 6. I'm speaking in support of this blanket rezoning. On the first day, I listened to the administration's presentation on the blanket rezoning. I feel it's very professionally done, comprehensive, and clear point. City administration states clearly what they are trying to achieve, what they heard, and solution to those concerns. Over the past 2 weeks, I feel a lot of things have been stuck to their mouths, which is not fair in my mind. Next, I want to give my opinion about why I support this blanket rezoning. First and foremost, I really love this city. As first generation of immigrants, I think we have a different perspective to the city. In a certain sense, we feel more blessed to be able to live in this great city and would like more people to be able to do the same. When we look at our footsteps, we realize our different housing needs at different stages of our life. Housing choices and the ratio of housing spending versus income are super important for new residents to establish foot in this city and flourish. Secondly, there are a lot of mentioning about local area plans with this organized and targeted approach. I have different opinion on that. Not mentioning the significant cost and time consuming for those local area plans. I also found those local area plans are very inconsistent. Take North Hill Community's local area plan and Westbrook Community's local area plan, for example. Both plans support more than 3 units within transit station area and Main Street. However, North Hill Community's local area plan also has a criteria states where the parcel has lane and parking can be accommodated on site. I stressed again, North Hill Community local area plan states that where the parcel has a lane and parking can be accommodated on site is a criteria for supporting more than 3 units. When Westbrook Community local area plan is very restrictive, only allows more than 3 units on corner parcels or parcels adjacent to a road or school or park. I believe Heritage Community local area plan has the same kind of restrictions. This policy difference makes huge impacts to applications. Basically, any lot in the community of Capitol Hill, Mount Pleasant, Tuxedo Park, Crossing Heights, etc., will meet the criteria of RCG, while vast majority of land in Glendale, Glenbrook, Westgate, etc., will not. I found local area plans can be greatly affected by a small group, but very active residents. Lastly, I feel the market force and city's DPBP review team are more than enough to manage the smooth application of blanket rezoning. I'm doing a fair share of rezonings. From my experience, every builder, when they're thinking of RCG housing, they consider public transit, surrounding social, commercial establishment, possibility of appeal, etc. It is a lot of money they put in. Only until the very end, they can know whether they can make money or lose money. It is not a huge profit industry. People are working very hard to make a living. I foresee a similar trend like now, 95% or more will be that we currently already approved. The rest will have a hard time with administration at DPBP stage. I do hope city could reconsider moving permitted use to discretionary use. I certainly understand where it comes from, but when people fully follow the bylaw, but still facing risk of disapproval or appeal, I think it is counterproductive. With that, I conclude my presentation, and thanks.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel, starting with Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you. Mr. Wang, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks. I'm just going to ask you a quick question because you're very well versed in showing up at land use hearings. Do you appreciate the conversation that we have with applicants and homeowners when, especially when you come forward, like you're coming forward tomorrow? Do you think the two-way dialogue is actually beneficial to approving some of these land uses?
Yeah, from the worship to Councillor Sharp, yes, I do think it's very beneficial to talk with the local residents, because quite often local residents are the people who understand the community most well. But I do want to point out, even we approve blanket rezoning, with most of the application will go to the discretionary application. People still, we still need to go talk with the local residents, and the local residents still have the opportunity to voice their opinions. I don't feel that part is losing even we approve this blanket rezoning.
Sorry, so having the conversation with the residents is one thing, but I meant with the elected officials. Do you find that conversation beneficial when you come? So you're coming tomorrow for an application in Ward 1. Do you find that those conversations beneficial and helping you get the support you need?
Yes, I do feel it's very beneficial.
So if you find that beneficial and this does pass, those conversations will no longer be part of the process. Do you think that's going to be a bit of a hindrance to having the conversations moving forward with just community members when the elected official isn't going to be able to support or non-support it?
Councillor, in my mind, because at the DP stage, we are still supposed to engage with the local residents and talk with the community association, talk with the councillor's office. The full set of the design drawings still need to be circulated to all those bodies. I don't feel that part is losing, even after we approve the blanket rezoning.
Okay. Well, the councillors don't have very much weight on a development permit, so maybe that's something we have to revisit. But thank you for being here, and I guess we'll see you tomorrow. That's it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions for this panel. So thank you all very much for taking the time to be with us. We appreciated that. I am going to now do something that I've done past couple of times as well. On May the 2nd, I read out all of the names of people that had been called and weren't able to attend. I had done the same thing on May the 1st, so I'm going to do this for the names from May the 3rd until today so that everyone knows which people had registered but haven't spoken yet. So from panel 190, we had Mandy Koch and Richard Hill. From panel 196, Steve Klimek, Kyle McLeod, and Don Blood. From panel 199, we had Julia Swanson. From panel 202, we had Michelle McGee, Jason Chin, Harry Ludwig, Robin Gold. From panel 204, we had Darlene Dick Campbell. From panel 206, we had Tracy Pinney and Alan Chang. From panel 209, we had Evelyn Main. From panel 212, we had Drew McNichol, who we just had up. And we had Rebecca Eisenman. From panel 214, we had Andrew Poole and Lori Wasler and Regina Shakarova. Panel 215 was Ernie Sapia. From panel 216, we had Alkarim Devani, Jaskaran Seko, and Adam Zinatelli. From panel 217, we had Doug McDonald and Alyssa Sherman. From panel 219, we had Jenna Kay, Scott Saxberg, and Vince Walker. From panel 220, we had Catherine McKernan, Paul Bergman, Jonathan Hope, and Nancy Pachonsky. Panel 221, we had James Stone and Douglas Ferguson. Panel 222, we had Stan Ingham and Darcy Petley and Sophia Kapuscinski. Panel 223, we had Michelle Sowa, Jen Yu, Nicole Zhang, and Eileen Clark. From panel 224, we had Sean Tuff and Frank Longinati and Cameron Armstrong. From panel 225, we had Elizabeth Peters, Susan Jones, and Anna Strasser. From panel 226, we had Ben Geddes, John Tatlow, and Anthony Cox. From panel 227, we had John Himmons, Ryan Audette, Matthew Kane, and Tucker McKenzie. Panel 228, we had John Ross. 229, we had Jeff Thorburn and Dennis or Denise Robinson. My apologies, it's D-E-N-Y-S. From panel 230, we had Peter Schultz and Lawrence West. Now, of any of these folks or anyone on panels prior, is there anyone here right now?
not so young.
Peter Schultz is here.
And so I was like, so Krista Poole has been working so hard on this. And she's like, you can't be
Hi, everybody. Hi. If anybody's on the line, if you could just mute yourselves for a second. There's someone that needs to say something, but we've got kids in the background. It's hard to hear you. So if you're on the line waiting to speak because your panel was called earlier, can you let me know that it's you?
Peter Schultz is here.
And which panel was that?
230.
230. Peter Schultz, thank you very much. And who else do we have? Anybody else on the phone from a previous panel? All right, so we've got from panel 229, Denny Robinson. Great. We'll start with you in just one moment. From panel 230, we have Peter Schultz. And then let me see who else we have. From panel 231, do we have Trudy Luthen?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. From panel 231, do we have Brett Pierce? How about Kat Moswick? Christine Williams? Mike LaValle? Hi, you can come on up and grab a seat. From panel 232, do we have Mark Gottlieb? Do we have Brian Schmidt? How about Corey Fitzgerald?
Yes, here.
Perfect. Okay, so with this panel, we'll start with Denny Robinson, then we'll go to Peter Schultz, then we'll have Trudy Luthen, Mike LaValle, and Corey Fitzgerald. So Denny, please start us off.
Hi, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today and to have an opportunity to speak on this important matter. My name is Denny Robinson. I live in Banff Trail near the University C train station with my wife, Tracy Balahowski. We are homeowners. We own a small post-World War II bungalow, as is common in that area. I've followed the comments and discussions and evidence presented fairly closely over the last couple of weeks, and it seems to me that the central question informing these proceedings is whether or not upzoning will increase housing affordability. I'm a policy professional with background in issues of municipal infrastructure and a personal interest and some experience in reviewing policy evidence. I'm here today to tell you that yes, upzoning will increase affordability. One of the reasons that many residents and speakers at this hearing have had the intuition that it will not increase housing affordability is the following case. A small post-World War II bungalow selling for $500,000 or $600,000 or $700,000 is torn down by a developer who replaces it with new build, row houses, duplexes. When you review the listing, they're selling for more individually than the original bungalow would have sold for. And folks conclude that this has led to a decrease in affordability. I would encourage councillors and interested members of the public to look at page 16 of the jurisdictional scan presented by council staff. That page includes 2 studies from Finland and Sweden. These are countries where the government has extensive and detailed tax, home ownership, and residency data on the population. And so they are able to track with a very high degree of specificity the market responses to the building of expensive housing. And here's what happens. When you build expensive housing at the higher end or the upper middle end of the market, people in the middle or high end of the market move into those houses, clearing out space in the middle and lower end of the market as people upgrade. I saw this myself as a young professional when I was earning enough money to afford a good apartment in Toronto, where I started my career, I chose to stay in what was essentially student quality housing, a small 200 square foot basement apartment, because it was financially prudent, even earning a respectable government salary, to remain in the more inexpensive housing situation. We see a similar, if you do not find this persuasive, consider the case of the used car market during the pandemic. There were severe supply chain disruptions, both related to actually building and shipping the cars, as well as the chips that went into many parts of the supply chain. There was a bizarre spike in the cost of used cars in the secondary market. A car is something that falls apart over time and depreciates in value. Cars were going up in price every year. This is similar to what has happened over a much longer time scale in our housing markets, where the secondary market of affordable used houses has not been maintained with a steady on-ramp of supply through adequate levels of building for decades. And we see this, so the new build is not the cheap home that the starter family will buy. It is the 10 or 20-year-old home that should have been built already and will then not be built if the zoning rules are excessively restrictive. There are a couple of ancillary reasons why you might want to also support this proposal. It's a basic point in consumer choice. People are best positioned to decide what housing is appropriate for them. When the market constrains or is constrained by regulatory rules preventing wide range of consumer choice, people are less able to have their needs met. And you see this in the what's so-called missing middle housing, where families, like the earlier speaker who wished to live in a 3-bedroom condo, are not able to find the kind of housing in the appropriate location for their job, lifestyle, etc. I'd also like to point out that, as I mentioned, I grew up in Toronto. I came here, my wife's in Alberta, and we chose to settle here.
Mr. Robinson, I'm sorry you're just at time. So thank you for your presentation.
No problem. Thank
I'll
you.
let you know if there's any questions. Let's go to Peter Schultz, please.
Good afternoon. My apologies for missing my first call out. I was busy collecting a bunch of children from a school bus. My name is Peter Schultz. I'm a registered professional planner working as a consultant. I want to be clear today that I'm expressing my personal views and opinions. I'm in no way coming as a representative of another group or organization. The lack of housing supply in Calgary is serious. I want to recognize and applaud this mayor and this council for taking the issue seriously. I will acknowledge and recognize your personal sacrifices of these hearings. 12-hour meetings will kill anybody. For my presentation, I'll focus less on the bylaw amendments before us than how we got here, and knowing how we got here, how that can inform your next steps. The City of Calgary has had a planning department for many decades. This housing crunch was not unforeseen. Demographers have been telling us for years how big the city could get. My question is, why was the city not prepared? What led us to this place where we are undertaking emergency citywide zoning instead of evolving slowly to a place where we should be now? As with most things planning, there are no simple answers. There are complex and nuanced answers to complex challenges, but I will provide 4 broad categories. First is resistance to change. Calgarians as a group have contributed to their own housing shortages by being resistant to change, often without good reason to be resistant. As a practicing planner in Alberta, I have witnessed NIMBYism reach an amoral, vindictive, and cult-like fervor that left me shocked and astounded. Myself, my wife, my 5 children, and my career have suffered enormous costs because I have been the target of character assassination perpetrated by members of the public over relatively minor land use bylaw amendments. I understand the political pressures you as council must negotiate. I am saying what others cannot, in that when there is a culture of knee-jerk opposition to urban evolution, rather than constructive engagement in it, many Calgarians over many years have contributed bit by bit to the current housing shortage. And to that, this kind of broad sweep of zoning is in many ways the appropriate response, although a referendum or alliance with provincial authorities may have saved you some stress. The second is the effectiveness of the bureaucracy, of city leadership, and of silos. This is a significant factor, and we are in a crisis situation instead of having adapted gradually over the years. I cannot speak in any detail here without breaking trust with some of my professional colleagues, but I can say there are impenetrable walls within the City of Calgary bureaucracy. and even internal to different branches in the same departments. This impacts ability to process applications, update plans. It is a huge part of the reason that so many opportunities for transit-oriented developments at C-train stations have gone unrealized. We also have an emerging shortage of retail opportunities, especially independent retailers. These are factors council must consider carefully. To this I would add, the new zones require a certain level of interpretation and your development officers and junior planners. Are these staff trained and capable to provide transparency and objectivity to the implementation of these new zones, which when combined with siloization, are you setting up for a train wreck? So to summarize the second point, is there concerns with the capacity of the bureaucracy and the internal communication of the bureaucracy, and have those been addressed before you do a citywide major change to zoning? Thirdly, federal lack of attention to money laundering through real estate. While this is outside the jurisdiction of the City of Calgary, the city has also had 3 decades to watch how Vancouver and Toronto were engulfed by white-collar crime, and it has had time to prepare, and it didn't. This is a good example of how planning does not exist in a vacuum. And fourthly, money has as much impact on urban form as planning. I draw your attention to the document I submitted with when I registered. I co-authored this document 11 years ago with one person in this room and a member of Mayor Nenshie's inner circle. I volunteered between 400 and 500 hours to create this document. This is free time I gave to the City of Calgary to help the City of Calgary. What we did was to start unraveling how the revenue generators, including but not limited to taxes, create subsidies for poor development and de-incentivize quality construction, density, and entrepreneurship. In other words, the way the city raises money has a negative influence on the quality of housing and the quantity of housing. I volunteered that many hours because I felt that our work would be given a fair ear and we would be positioned to bring genuine radical change to the city, not through planning, but through better taxation. The details are unimportant at this stage. We were structuring a complex solution to a complex problem. I submit the previous mayor failed spectacularly in preparing for emerging urban issues. Mayor Nenshie not only ignored our work, but buried it. In this, I felt personally angered, lied to, and betrayed. Mayor Nenshie campaigned on solving problems, but in this very topic, he was not interested in finding solutions. In my opinion, this is one of the reasons we are here today and trying to catch up with an emergency. Thank you for the opportunity to present. I hope my comments will be useful to you in your deliberations.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Trudy Luthen, please.
Good afternoon. Firstly, I'd like to state that I'm not opposed to finding a solution for the housing shortage or to building lower income housing where Calgarians can enjoy the pride of ownership and investing in their futures. I'd like to see housing for all young and new Canadians. I do, however, oppose the blanket rezoning idea. Many people have already put forth their arguments, most of which are clear and concise. I will talk of personal experience with some questions and comments included. I've worked and lived my entire life as a born and raised Calgarian. I currently live in Ward 14. As a single mother, I've worked hard to obtain and maintain my home where I enjoy my privacy and my personal space. I depend on the value of that property for my retirement plans. Yes, this is my investment, and yes, I will do everything to protect that investment unapologetically. Over the years, I've looked at the possibility of locating to other communities. However, my choice each time was to stay put because of the lack of privacy in the newer developments. It was like being in a fishbowl with neighbors staring in at every angle. With the blanket rezoning, there's a great possibility that housing units could be built in the backyards of my neighbors. Then there will no longer be a choice to preserve my privacy and my personal space. As well, parking in my community is very limited, as some of us do not have back lanes and the homes are very close together. The only option is driveway parking for many of the residents, and this is fine for us, but additional housing developments, it will definitely be a problem. At the current time, there are fights among neighbors for space for the blue and green bins when they have to be out the same day without blocking driveways. When I received the notice to say that my area was approved for blanket rezoning, I was shocked to say the least. I've compiled a list of concerns that already exist, not just in my community, but for most all Canadian or Calgarian communities. Infrastructure. Road systems are barely wide enough to accommodate the extra parking and traffic. Roadways all over the city, as it is, are shabby, to say the least. Parking, allowing half of a car. Who drives half of a car? Garbage and waste bin collection. This, as mentioned, is already not enough space for the bins to go out. There is not feasible space for more. School availability and overcrowding affecting green spaces and gardens. Hospitals and healthcare already overcrowded in many areas. Resources for policing, firefighters, and public services, just to mention a few. The City of Calgary owns a very significant amount of land. Why are we not building on that land first instead of encumbrance on the existing landowners? Is the main result of rushed blanket rezoning just going to result in a cash grab from builders and developers based on greed and no restrictions in place to keep rents lower for the people that we're trying to assist? Or perhaps this is something more nefarious, such as a land grab for 15-minute cities, perhaps? Is this just another rush decision, much like the blue LED lighting that was later realized to be a huge cost and a massive regret that was later a huge cost to taxpayers to remove? This blanket policy may have consequences that were not yet thought of, and then what? Why are we not annexing and going wider rather than overcrowding? Or utilizing uncrowded areas such as older buildings? There is vast landscape around the City of Calgary. Why aren't we considering that space first and foremost? An example of a rushed decision affecting large amounts of people was the federal government and their rushed attempts to implement the ArriveCAN app. We all know what a nightmare Canadians and taxpayers it was for them, and we encourage Council to take some more time to consider other options that perhaps more Calgarians can embrace. More and more, there's distrust in the government entities, whether municipal, provincial, or federal. And lastly, I don't recall a plebiscite regarding this issue so that all Calgarians' voices could be heard on this very important issue. Perhaps it's time for such a suggestion as this.
Thank you, Ms. Leeson. You're just at time. Thank you very much for your presentation. Please stay on the line on mute in case there's questions for you. Let's go to Mike LaValle, please.
Hello. Hello, my name is Mike LaValle. I've been a resident of Calgary for more than 25 years. I've lived in Ward 12 in Cranston for more than 20 years, long enough that it's very much home for me now. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and, quite frankly, for your resilience during this extremely long public hearing. Much appreciated. The effort has not gone unnoticed. Spoiler alert, I'm opposed to blanket rezoning. The length and nature of this public hearing certainly highlights the divisive nature of the proposed zoning change. And it seems the support for the rezoning is largely centered around the conversation about increased affordability. The list of concerns for those that are opposed to the change is long. There's been many excellent points made, but I just want to comment on 3 areas, really. Respect, rights, and representation. I was going to bring a big red R, but I don't know if I get past security. With regard to respect, I certainly feel for the Calgarians experiencing an affordability crunch. Hearts go out to them. Unfortunately, they have been misled to a certain respect and disrespected by some of the messaging around rezoning. They're being led to believe that it'll make a difference with housing affordability. In fact, one of the groups who's very strongly supporting the rezoning went as far as to imply that increasing housing by just 1% would decrease rents by 10 to 30%. They implied that in one of their posts. In reality, this just hasn't played out. Last year, Calgary set a record for new housing starts with almost 20,000 units, all-time record for Calgary, which represents an increase of our housing supply of almost 4%. We haven't seen any rent decreases. So let's stop misleading and disrespecting the feelings and feeling the affordability challenge the most, those people that are most challenged. I just don't want to see them misled. The blanket rezoning proposal is most certainly disrespectful to those who purposely purchased a home in single-family dwelling neighborhoods. They made that largest purchase decision of their lives based on its current zoning. I'm just asking, why can we not respect that? That's a very important decision they've made. With regards to rights, several presenters have made reference to housing being a right. In fact, I just heard it within the last hour or so here in this presentation. I was really very interested in that. It piqued my curiosity, and I really wanted to find some documented support for that position, because I think it had some merit. To that end, I reviewed the Canadian Bill of Rights and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as presented by the United Nations. Unfortunately, I was unable to find any reference to housing as a right. What I did find was kind of unexpected. I found references to the right of enjoyment of property and the right of a person not to be subject to interference with their privacy, family, or home. We've certainly heard presentations over the last couple of weeks that suggest that homeowners' rights may have been interfered with. In particular, there was one that comes to mind, and she had a very excellent presentation, and there was a couple of councillors that expressed their sincere apologies for the situation that exists due to some redevelopment around their house. On representation, as elected officials, you have many, many responsibilities. It's a large job. It's a difficult job. One of the most important of them is to represent all the constituents in your ward in the best possible manner. The City of Calgary data leading up to this hearing, as well as Ward 12 survey, indicated that somewhere between 70 and 80% of the people were against blanket rezoning. Might have to listen to this large majority, and it's particularly important to remember that. And I bring it up because, without any disrespect, 14 out of 15 of the council members had more people vote for someone else in the last election than actually voted for them. So we need to remember that stat. In closing, we have the resources, we have the opportunities and advantages that other housing challenged municipalities in Canada just don't have. To use a sports analogy, let's let our best players be our best players. There are great ideas and solutions that don't need to increase the tax burden on Calgarians and can show respect for the rights of all Calgarians. Let's work together, consider some common sense solutions to achieve our goals, because together we can do better. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Let's go to Corey Fitzgerald, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good day, Council and fellow Calgary citizens. My name is Corey Fitzgerald, and I'm speaking today representing myself and my family to voice my opposition to blanket rezoning. While I recognize the need for thoughtful urban planning, I firmly believe that this particular proposal warrants our scrutiny and opposition. Having watched and listened to as much of this public hearing as I could, it's very obvious that the majority of homeowners are in opposition to blanket rezoning. I believe the city and its bureaucrats, in conjunction with developers, have purposely deflected the conversation and debate away from the main topic of removing our current rights, which I disagree with, to a debate on affordability. This will not in any way solve affordability. It's all smoke and mirrors. To me, the real issue is diminished public and local say. This happens through reduced transparency, limited consultation, and this can stifle public participation. Since blanket rezoning decisions often occur without sufficient public awareness, residents may wake up to one day find their neighborhood transformed with little opportunity for input. Transparency is essential for maintaining trust between citizens and their elected representatives. Public engagement over this topic in my community has been poor, and many of my neighbors are not even aware of these hearings and potential impacts to their neighborhood.
Local residents who intimately understand their neighborhoods deserve a meaningful say in rezoning decisions. Blanket rezoning bypasses this crucial step. Instead of engaging with the community, decisions are made behind closed doors, leaving citizens feeling unheard and disenfranchised. Furthermore, blanket rezoning can have a profound impact on the lives of residents, as we have seen by real-life examples presented during this hearing. I don't agree that these examples of 2 to 3 story structures housing 8 to 12 units can be classified as gentle upzoning, particularly in areas where single-story bungalows are prevalent. In my opinion, they are intrusive, invasive, out of place, and not favored by most. By making these decisions at the citywide level, we risk alienating the very people these decisions affect most. Public consultation is a cornerstone of democratic governance, and it should not be bypassed in the name of expediency. While we must always strive to find solutions to challenges facing our city, blanket rezoning is not the answer. Instead, let us focus on contextual, thoughtful, and community-driven planning that respects the unique character of each neighborhood, considers the potential impacts on infrastructure and residents, and values the voices of the public in the decision-making process. This is not a decision to be made lightly or without the input of those who will be affected most. Therefore, I propose that we put this matter to a plebiscite. Let's allow the voices of our community to be heard. Let's ask the people directly affected by this change what they think and feel about it. After all, it is their neighborhood, their community, and they should have a say in shaping its future. So I ask you all, let's call for a plebiscite on this matter. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to questions of this panel. Hi, if you're on the phone line, if you could mute, that would be great. Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, I have some questions for you. I'm over here. Over here. Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Well, thank you. So you stood up here and said, absolutely, blanket rezoning will increase affordability. Then you also compared housing to one of the most to vehicles, which in my mind is one of the most depreciating assets a person can own. So I'm going to park that for a second, no pun intended here. I'm actually going to get funnier as the night goes on. But we had a presentation from a realtor last week. He had a slide up there showing an existing home at $600,000, and that could be rented by 2 to 3, 4 university students. Then he talked about when a developer comes in and tears down that maybe $600,000 home, what could be built replacing that. And he had 4 units at $750,000 each, or 2 units at $1 million. I questioned him on, I thought his numbers were wrong. And the reason I questioned him on that is because people forget what it costs to actually tear down a house, to rebuild, to make those 4 units or those other 2 units. Do you actually believe that those 4 students that maybe rented that $600,000 house could afford to live in one of the 750 or $1 million or more? Because I think his numbers were off 50 to 100,000.
Right. So I'll say 2 things. First of all, you're right that cars do depreciate, and you are both wrong and right that houses don't depreciate. So the land underneath a house tends to appreciate over time if the economy in the area where the land is doing well. Houses do depreciate. They physically fall apart. That's what happens to a house over time. In the tax code, I believe Revenue Canada allows you to depreciate your house at something like 1% or 1.5% a year. And any homeowner knows that over time, especially if you bought an older house, you are going to have to spend a good amount of money repairing it. The reason that our properties go up in value over time is that the land underneath them goes up in value if the economy and the society does well. So I think that the comparison is a good one in the sense of the physical structure of the house. The house is a consumer good. That is what we want to be cheap, and it is, and it does depreciate. So, we would be in much better shape if it cost half as much to build a house and those savings were passed on to the consumer. While it might be nice if land were cheaper, because land is scarce and the value of the land is primarily a function of the economic opportunities in the area where that land is and the quality of amenities for residents in that area. What we would really like to see is extraordinarily expensive land, because that would mean that everybody in Calgary was making very, very high salaries and enjoying a very, very high quality of life, even higher than now when it's, doing very well economically and, very highly rated on any quality of life index. As for the, do I think that the students would be able to rent the expensive brand new row house? No, that's the point of my testimony. They would not be able to rent the new house. They would choose to rent, likely an older property, because the older property would be less expensive. But if you make it difficult to build new properties in a wide variety of, sizes and kind of makeups, over time, the secondary market of inexpensive, mid-level and lower level or lower cost houses will be squeezed, and the students won't have a good spot to live. I agree with your intuition that clever reuse of housing stock can often be a highly efficient way to provide affordable housing. And I'll make a general point about the role of government versus the role of the market. I think there's an important role for government regulation. There's a lot of evidence that there's an important role for government regulation in a number of areas of the economy. But when regulating consumer goods or the details of consumer goods, and recall in this case, we're distinguishing between a physical structure, a house, which is a consumer good, a big expensive one, but a consumer good, and the land underneath it, which has very different properties. But so we're talking about the house itself. When regulating the details, the specifications of a consumer good, you don't want to you don't want the government to say to people, here's what you are and aren't allowed to buy. You want the government to say to people, here's required information that the provider has to give you about the purchase you're making. So for example, if I'm in the supermarket, the government doesn't get to tell me, oh, you're not allowed to buy tomatoes today, or you're not allowed to buy chips today. But the government does tell the producer of the chips, make sure you have nutrition information. And by the way, if there's, problems with the tomatoes and you put them in the supermarket, there's going to be a lot of trouble. So, when you're thinking about regulating a house, okay, should the electrical be up to code so the place doesn't burn down? Absolutely. I don't know how to check that myself, but I am able to, and I think that people generally are able to look at a house, walk through it, have a sense of, okay, here's where I'd put the bed, here's where I'd put my desk, here's how I'd function in that environment, here's what the cost is, and is this a good economic decision for me? And, keep in mind, we're talking about regulating home building for developers, but the developers are constrained by their ability to sell their product to the consumer. And so they're constrained by consumer preferences. And insofar as those choices that, people, whether they're students, mid-career professionals, seniors, insofar as the features of those choices are ones that they're well equipped to make about what kind of house is appropriate for them, so long as you have the electrical up to code, you could talk about all the various details and what falls into what bucket. But I think the distinction is clear. Then I would say, no, council should be maximally hands-off in making those decisions and kind of trying to figure out and plan what exactly consumers need. You should let consumers decide what they need, and council should make sure that the kind of overall safety rules and good business behavior rules. I mean, some of that's at the provincial level.
Council doesn't oversee the actual building code and all that. But okay, so my other question, you talked about, maybe students move from that area to the next area. So then who are we solving this? Like, what are we solving in the end of the day? If we're just going to take the land and keep rebuilding, and the land is, if you're a builder or developer and say, okay, well, this passes, I'm able to buy property wherever, and we start driving students out of those houses they can afford, what are we solving here? I want to ask you that question. I know it's a loaded question. Your statement on saying that absolutely rezoning will solve affordability, but then we're driving out people that can't afford to live in those houses because they can't afford the $750. What are we solving by this?
Okay, right. So I believe what I said was that it would contribute to solving affordability. I don't think it's the only thing you need to do.
Okay.
But I'll sort of restate the core argument, which is just that while the particular house replacement on that lot might be more expensive and the student wouldn't be able to afford it, if you take down a bungalow, and that's, post-war bungalow in Calgary, it's going to be about 950 to 1,200 square feet up, same down. So you're talking 2,000 to 1,900 to 2,400 square feet. You put the 4 row houses in, they're probably going to be about 1,500 square feet each. So you're adding 6,000 square feet, but you're gaining at least 3,600 square feet of living space. You have 4 properties now. If you build the row houses with basement suites or first floor suites, so you can have them stacked, the number goes up to 8 units compared to 4, and a 3-bedroom, row house is a perfectly reasonable rental accommodation for 3 single people to live in. Maybe a couple of them share a bathroom, pay a little bit less. But additionally, the people who move into those houses were living somewhere else before. And they move out of those properties, somebody else moves into them, somebody else moves into those ones, and et cetera, down the line. And that's what causes the affordability. So the hypothetical, on a very specific level, these moving chains are quite broad. There's a lot of people involved in them. When I buy a house, I don't sort of like trade with some other guy and he gets my house or something like that, right? There's a lot of moving parts here. But what's happening is clearing out space at the lower end of the market, and that's where the affordable property that the student then lives in.
So I'm just going to stop you there and challenge you though for a second. So because then less properties become more valuable. So that $600,000 house now in a different area becomes more valuable. And so, rents can go up. I just want to challenge you on some of the statements you made. I appreciate the academics behind it. There was just a lot of speakers that talked a little bit about, what we would get. And at $250 a square foot, builders still need to make money. Right. And so I appreciate you being here. I'm going to run out of time. I know there are people that have questions, but I just wanted to specifically ask you, because you kind of stated like this is the silver bullet at the beginning. You kind of reset right now. It's OK. We got to work with other things. So I'm going to stop because I know some other people have some other questions maybe for you as well. And I appreciate your insight.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Robinson, my question is for you as well. You mentioned that you have a particular interest in infrastructure, correct, around policy?
Yeah. So I worked for some time looking at regulation of municipal electrical infrastructure at the Ministry of Energy.
Okay.
Yeah.
You went through a couple ancillary benefits, and I was surprised that you didn't mention kind of the infrastructure strain that municipalities are carrying. I'm curious if that is something you've dove into at any point or connected the dots between this and the infrastructure gaps that many cities are currently carrying.
Yeah, I didn't, there's limited time, so I didn't touch on it. Yes, it is, the smaller the amount of space you have to service with infrastructure, the cheaper it is. The more people live in that space, the less money per person. That's, I think of it generally, in Ontario, there was always an issue about costs of providing electricity to seasonal cottagers. And, we only use the cottage 4 or 5 months a year. Why do we have to pay? And it's like, well, do you know how much it takes to run the lines out to you guys out there? Much smaller scale in the cities. Cities are much, much more efficient than, remote cottages. But yes, having more people in a smaller square footage is going to save you money on infrastructure, and that will, over time,
big benefits.
Yes.
Yeah. I know, like even just looking at data that Alberta municipalities delivered here last summer, the summer before, there's a big gap between the way some of our inner city develops and say the summer villages. I think that you referenced. So thank you for that. Anything in particular that you would recommend council look at on that as we debate our decision on this. Is it ancillary? Is it connected enough that you would that you would encourage council to do a little reading on that and consider it and how they weigh their decision?
Yeah, I would have a hard time weighting it precisely, but certainly the cost of providing services, property taxes are a highly relevant issue for council, and over time, the cost of servicing each individual property with appropriate level services is going to have an impact on property taxes. I'm hardly the most qualified person to speak to that. Generally, I think Jack Mintz's work on cost of services is probably where the research people should look, but maybe he's out of date now. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it, sir. Thank you. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. My questions are for Mr. LaValle. Thanks for coming down and presenting. I wanted to have my questions circles around. You had mentioned that there's been a narrative that housing is a right that possibly government suggests the government maybe is responsible, that we should provide housing for every single person. You looked at some federal legislation. Did you look at any municipal or provincial or any legislation anywhere that kind of stated that?
No. I was very intrigued when that was brought up by a number of presenters. So I wanted to see kind of if there was any foundation behind that. I went first to the Canadian Bill of Rights, read through that. It's actually pretty easy reading on the federal government website. It makes reference to the UN Declaration of Human Rights. Went there. That is a very long document. Be prepared for some reading once you get into that one. But yeah, I couldn't find, there's certainly articles that could be interpreted towards human rights and housing, but I couldn't find any really direct mention of housing and human rights. But it was pretty direct when it came to the right to privacy and the right to own property and the right to enjoy your property.
Yeah, that's kind of my second question, because I think we all strive to provide homes for everybody, affordable homes. I mean, I think that's kind of why we're here. But is it necessarily a right? Debatable. But you said with the government saying a right for enjoyment, because we know there's eminent domain government powers where we could expropriate properties largely for infrastructure projects. But not to compare the two, or maybe you can expand on that, because I'm not trying to compare the two, but in some cases I think people feel that you are kind of more or less kind of using some eminent domain by blanket zoning and maybe removing some of my property rights, but maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, I can try. I'll be the first to admit I am not a lawyer on property or international human rights for sure. It was something that came up as I investigated some things that were curious to me during some of the presentations. I think there's enough merit there to maybe have somebody with some more expertise than myself have a look at it as far as the legalities. But there were some really passionate, emotional presentations from people who were impacted greatly on their property, the enjoyment of their property, their privacy in their home or their backyard. A friend of mine a week ago Saturday was up here presenting. Corey Morris brought her white hat for her recognition of the silver medal in the Olympics. She used the example of that when their windows were open in the summertime, neighbors were apologizing back and forth for coughing and sneezing. There was privacy concerns, certainly there. And it speaks a little bit to some of the concerns that people brought up in opposition to them.
Yeah, we've heard from a lot of people, some heartfelt.
I didn't want to repeat of things that you've heard.
Yeah, well, I spoke with Corey afterwards as well. I'm a bit of a curling fan, and anything that's so nice I kind of like watching. So I think you've answered my questions. Appreciate your time and coming down.
Well, thank you, and really appreciate being able to speak. Thanks.
Good. Thanks again.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thanks, Mr. Robinson. I found what you said somewhat interesting as it relates to houses and how houses depreciate as land appreciates. Maybe you can help to square a circle for me. How do you assess then the fact that mobile homes are going up in price and there's no land associated with them?
That's a good question. I'm not particularly familiar with the mobile home market, so it'd be difficult to me to speak to that a great deal. I would suggest to you, though, that, I would ask you which mobile homes are going up in price, because some mobile homes...
Older ones, newer ones, all of them.
Okay. Are there any manufacturing, gaps in mobile homes right now? Because the used car market is going down, quite precipitously in price. So it's odd to me that the mobile homes are going up. But also many mobile homes are associated with some kind of contract or lease right on a piece of property. And so, I would suggest to you that just as, for example, a guaranteed rental contract in some jurisdictions with rent control is enormously valuable, and people will tend to try to pass them on even though there isn't a specific piece of property, any mobile home that's associated with some right of use or rental contract around a spot in a mobile home park would tend to go up in price if the the right of access to that land in that situation was becoming more and more valuable. As to if just the kind of mobile home that you park in your backyard is going up in price this year, that's kind of weird. I couldn't tell you why.
Yeah, that's trailer. That's not the same. Another question for you. Do you believe that the cost savings to developers through deregulations will result in the ability to create affordable housing?
So I think, once again, I'd reiterate the earlier part of my testimony, which is that it's not so much that new homes are where affordable housing is likely to be, or the new homes that we're talking about in this upzoning. I mean, you could also build new social housing. You could have a nonprofit or government-supported project. You could have a government-supported mortgage for a co-op, as was common in, I think, the 60s and 70s. There's a couple of large co-ops in Calgary that I expect were built under that large government program, large federal government program in a previous era. That sort of building would probably, and then you have geared to income housing. That sort of building would probably lead to, direct affordability. Once again, it's the moving chains through which the affordable housing is created. The $700,000 house causes somebody to move out of the $600,000, out of the $500,000, et cetera. And also, just as a general rule, when you're evaluating markets, the rule of increasing supply reduces price is, there are exceptions and there are different levels of elasticity of goods, but it is a very good rule of thumb, and you should be very, very suspicious when evaluating policy evidence that claims that supply and demand don't apply to a particular product. There are exceptions and you have to look at nuances, but you would want to, it's generally been my experience looking at these issues that you want to have very strong reason to suppose that supply and demand aren't doing a lot of work in determining the cost of any good or service in society. And it's important to think too about, other speakers have talked about increases in demand. In Canada, cities are creatures of the province, for better or for worse. That's the constitutional structure we live under. And the province and the federal government, as well as the Constitution, which guarantees freedom of movement, essentially impose on cities across the country levels of population influx. That's just the reality of any city in this country. And so more people come in, demand goes up, and that increases price. And the council and the city of Calgary have no way to do anything about that any more than any other jurisdiction does. And so you just, if population's going to go up, you're going to have to deal with it. And there's a lot of reasons why it's good policy to have a reasonable level of population growth over time. And then there's also interest rates which impact demand. And once again, that's something the Bank of Canada is going to do. And there's a lot of other reasons beyond the control of any kind of urban planning issue as to what interest rates are going to be. But independent of whether or not demand goes up, supply increasing will decrease prices, or at least hold them steady, or reduce the increase to a lower amount than otherwise would have been. Will make the problem better, regardless of the other factors.
Okay, so interesting that you're quoting a lot of the things that was mentioned by Ms. Anne-Marie, can't remember her last name, chief economist with the Calgary Real Estate Board. She talked about elasticity. She also talked about where the greatest demand was, what type of housing product was in the highest demand and where there was the lowest amount of supply. But what we're talking about here is converting that element that is the lowest amount that's being delivered that has the greatest demand, and which by extension will push the price of that housing stock up. So that lower end stuff, the moving the chains things you were talking about here, converting some of those single family residential into multifamily will make that single family, that lower end housing stock that could arguably provide that affordable housing stock for those lower income individuals is being moved up in price by virtue of supply and demand, because it's low in supply and the demand is up. And now if we reduce that supply even further, it'll further drive the price up, which would arguably be that lower end housing stock that you were talking about, the chains being moved from. I don't know, I'm trying to.
So you should think about, okay, so I understand your concern, but think about housing and row houses and condos and duplexes and three-story homes and all of these different goods as substitute goods. You know, maybe I go to the grocery store and I really want to get a steak. The steak quality doesn't look so good, or it's too expensive, and I settle for a pork chop. The choice to live in a house is a complex one, and it isn't just, you know, people don't go and say, I want to live somewhere. I want a detached house. Detached houses are $1.5 million. I can get a nice 1,500 square foot 3-bedroom condo for $400,000, but condos are just unacceptable. I'll go live in a detached house and take out the giant mortgage. What they do is they look at their different options for housing. They compare prices, they compare location, they think about various lifestyle considerations, and then they make a choice somewhere in there. You know, it's bizarre to me that somebody would think that you can't live in anything but a detached house. Not because, you know, I do live in a detached house, not because that ended up being, you know, sort of my personal preference, but just because that's not behaviorally what people do. When they're confronted with these multi-$1,000 or $1 million decisions, they don't tend to be, you know, this one thing that's all that will do. They look at the range of prices and make a selection from among them. Yeah. And so I think that should help explain your concern that, you know, maybe a row house is not right for some people and it might be right for others, and you just let them make that choice. There's also a slightly bad assumption in your premise, which is that by upzoning a series of lots to RCG, you will then turn those lots into non-detached houses. That's not the case. By upzoning, you will give people the opportunity, should they choose, to turn those lots into row houses. Now, why would somebody choose to do it? Well, if the owner who lives on the property chooses to do it, frankly, I think that's their business. You know, we've talked a lot about property rights and right of enjoyment. Well, my neighbor's right of enjoyment of their property doesn't extend into telling me what I can and can't build on my property. You know, there's a bit of a balance there, and I think that that's a piece that's missed in the property rights discussion, that the homeowner has a right to the use of their property, which includes building the structures that are appropriate for their needs on it. And the other thing is, why is a developer building row houses if there's no demand for them? These are business people. If they build things that people do not want, that they cannot sell, they will go out of business. And we operate in a substantially market economy.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. You've gone way beyond the question, and I appreciate that you want to make a point here, but
yeah, no worries.
You've said enough. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Members of council, I'm giving everybody quite a bit of latitude. Some of you are engaging in debate, and when you're getting debate back, you're saying, I don't need to hear anymore. So if you're going to engage in debate, you're going to get debate back. So let's go to Councillor Walcott.
I'm coming back to you, Mr. Robinson. I think my colleagues got most of the way there. There was just a factor in your presentation that you hadn't had a chance to touch on when you started to break down the filtering conversation, which was time. And you brought it up with reference to cars, saying like, if we were to run into the situation we ran with used cars, the best time to have actually had those cars built was 20 years ago. A lot of the challenges that I'm hearing from some of my colleagues is actually about this, is that housing is stagnant. And so I wanted to ask you the question of like, what, from your perspective, what happens to housing built today, 20 years from now? What market does that serve with respect to the concept of continually building housing?
Yeah, so, I mean, I have to speak off the cuff on this one, but, I would go and look at what homes that were built in 2004, like who's buying them, right? And at a guess, I'm just trying to think from my own search, a home built in 2004 often would have been a subdivided, a 50-foot lot subdivided into two, kind of smaller lots, detached or semi-detached. And these were homes that were a little bit less expensive. There's a builder, I think it was Bridalwood or something, that did a bunch of redevelopment in the inner city. We saw a number of these sorts of homes. It was often a subdivided lot, and they were a little bit less expensive. They would be going for, I think we put they'd be going for, $700, $725, $750 for a nice detached home. And if you bought a new build home, it would be going of a similar square footage. It would be going for like 1.1, 1.2. You'd have to do sort of more detailed examination of the whole segments of data. But I think it sort of illustrates the point a little bit that once again, this is it was an older house, so it was a little bit less expensive and more affordable. Consequently, does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I'll take it a step further. When we're thinking 20 years is one thing, but housing is often in the 50 to 75 range. And so when you were thinking about the bungalow that we would consider to be affordable, to Councillor Sharp's reference with like the 4 students in it, that's about a 75-year-old home. And so if you were to extrapolate the story we would tell about the row houses that would be built this year, would you agree that they'd be similar to the story that we're telling about the bungalows built 50 to 75 years ago?
Yes, sir. If the suggestion is that they may not be affordable housing for many years, that's I would agree with that suggestion. I would caution the over conclusion from the last 100 years of development, because if you look at housing construction as an industry, and for anybody who's interested in this, I'd recommend Brian Potter's construction physics blog. The level of innovation in construction is much lower than the level of innovation in other industries. If you compare, computer technology to housing development technology, it's not that there's been no innovation, but there have been huge gaps. So we shouldn't assume that our ability to build enormously quickly, efficiently, and low cost won't accelerate over the next 50 years. I mean, I'm an optimist on this front that we could, where are my flying cars, right? Like that we could have much more technologically advanced, productive society in the coming decades that accelerates growth at a rate that we haven't seen. So you should be careful about concluding they'll sort of like look exactly the same. In the case of where how is that row house, providing affordable housing, then, once again, I go back, okay, it's somebody moving, it's creating the moving chain. That I find that data enormously persuasive. I've reviewed both the papers in a lot of detail, and I've never heard a convincing refutation of that information combined with the just general evidence around increased supply, reducing prices. I think it's very compelling. Okay. And if your suggestion is around timeframes, yeah, I mean, this problem took decades to create, and it is not going to be fixed overnight. That doesn't mean you don't start fixing it. Like, you don't just keep making the problem worse. I mentioned earlier that I grew up in Toronto, and I moved here. My wife's an Albertan, and we chose to settle here after she got a job at the University of Calgary. Toronto is a decade or two ahead of Calgary on creating and this problem, and it is very, very bad there. Young people are fleeing the city, and the city faces serious long-term challenges. My entire social circle from growing up, I'm in my 30s, my entire social circle growing up has fled Toronto because it's totally unaffordable and just not a place to live or start a family. And you don't want that happening in Calgary.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. My second question is for Mr. LaValle. Just by chance, did you have a chance to take a look at the National Housing Strategy Act?
No, I did not.
Okay. That is the one where housing as a human right is enshrined, but that is all.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first place that you'd look on human rights, so no, I didn't go there. But
it's okay.
Thanks
Just
for the
wanted to make
question.
sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you everyone for your presentations. We appreciate you taking the time to join us today. We are going to take a break until 6:45, but before we do that, let me announce who's up next. When we come back, we'll be finishing off panel 232 and then moving into the last few panels. It will be McLean Sprung, Marlis Kruger, Tyler Thomas, Lindsay Houston, Lois Strom, Megan Heinmarch, Betty Evans, Vanessa Watamanuk, Avery Samard, Brian Mahoney, Larry Fickner, Jan Fickner, Jim Dinning, and Daniel Grandin. So we will come back at 6:45 and hear from those folks. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to public hearing. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Wyness.
Here.
Councillor Carra.
Also here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu.
Here.
Councillor Demong.
Present.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Meehan. Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong.
I'm here.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Meehan is returning around 7, so we'll just watch for her. Let's assemble the next panel, please. And as we're doing that, once I read out the names for the next panel and we confirm the 5 people, I will ask again if there's people who are on previous panels that are joining us now instead, and then I'll assemble you into the next panels. So let me ask, do we have McLean Sprung? Do we have Marlis Kruger? Do we have Tyler Thomas? Do we have Lindsay Houston?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Do we have Lois Strom? Hi. If you want to have a seat right up front, you'll be on the first panel. Do we have Megan Hinmarch? Do we have Betty Evans? Do we have, from panel 235, do we have Vanessa Watamaniak? Hi, you can grab a seat up front too. And do we have Avery Samard? How about from
Mayor
panel?
Gondiak, Tyler Thomas is here.
Tyler Thomas?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we have from panel 236, do we have Brian Mahoney? Do we have Larry Fickner? Do we have Jan Fickner? Do we have Jim Dinning? Do we have Daniel Grandin? Okay, then the panel we're going to go with will be Tyler Thomas, Lindsay Houston, Lois Strom, and then Vanessa Watamaniak. And before we go to that panel, let me ask, is there anybody in the audience who's from a previous panel who's here to speak now? Hi there. What panel were you on? 223. And what's your name? Thank you. Anybody else?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, it's Bet Evans calling. I'm on panel 234.
234. Did you say it's Bet or Betty?
It's Bet. Pronounced Bet.
Thank you, Bet. I'm going to get you onto the panel that we've got with us right now.
Thank you.
So just hang tight on there. You can mute yourself and I'll let you know when you'll be up. Anybody else? Yes?
Sophia Kapazinski, panel 222.
Yes, sir. Do you remember your panel number? Okay, thank you.
Sophia Kapazinski, panel 222.
Yes, I've got you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else?
Yeah, panel 2.
Hi, okay, go ahead.
Panel 225, Anna Strasser.
Thank you. Anybody else who's on the line from a previous panel?
The panel 159.
Hi, what's your name?
Jason Corbett.
One more time.
Jason Corbett. Corbettg.
Okay. Anybody else on the line from a previous panel? All right, then we are going to do this. The panel that we're going to go with, it's a little bit of a different ordering. We're going to go with Tyler Thomas, Lindsay Houston, Lois Strom, Bet Evans, and Vanessa Guatemania. Okay, and then I will assemble everybody else into the next panel. So take us away, Tyler Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor Gondiak. Good evening, Council. My name is Tyler Thomas. I'm a proud Calgarian, born and raised. Sadly, today I'm wavering on my Calgarian pride. I'm a homeowner in Ward 12, speaking on behalf of myself, my family, and what seems to be a growing majority of Calgarians. I submitted a letter to Mayor Gondiak and Evan Spencer through noblanketrezoningyc.com, which I found quite compelling and had a lot of information there that wasn't divulged by the current civic body. I provided my name, email, and phone number, and fully supported the contents of this letter. And for the record, it wasn't a bot that sent that. It was actually me. I authorized that. I received nothing back from the mayor's office, although she did ask for Calgarians to engage with her. I hope that other councillors did the right thing, that Councillor Spencer did, and reached out to their constituents. To my surprise, I did receive a call from Councillor Spencer, and we discussed my concerns. I'm going to give him a lot of credit for making that call. He listened to me and he said that he was still undecided on what he was going to do with this. He sent me a little bit of documentation upon reviewing that and some other information that I had. I did grow a little concerned that his mind may have already been made up. The main point was that my community is not ready nor designed for an increased population, as mentioned by countless other people that have spoken towards everybody here today. The greater concern that I have is for transit in the area, which again I know that has been brought up. But it's a busy community in the morning, and there's no viable way of moving people in and out without vehicles, which also cause more problems for the parking in the community. Until this transit situation is resolved in the majority of these outer-lying communities, stuffing more people into these areas is not going to make things better, but make them worse. There was more that I wanted to speak to today, but the reaction and treatment of some of the council members towards Calgarian constituents has made me extremely disheartened. With that, I'm going to implore that Councillor Evan Spencer, as per our conversation, you do the right thing as our councillor. Vote no for blanket rezoning. I'm not saying that rezoning can't work. It can, absolutely can, but not in its current proposed state. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Lindsay Houston, please.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. Can you hear me okay?
We sure can.
Excellent. My name is Lindsay Houston, and I am not representing any group or business, just my family. I'm born and raised Calgarian, and I have lived in 3 different communities throughout my 40 years in the city. I grew up in Strathcona. My childhood home was outside of the city limits of Calgary until 25 years ago. It was long before the LRT station, long before a local grocery store, and quite obviously long before the completion of the ring road. I moved to Alpador in my 20s and enjoyed a shorter commute to my downtown office job and proximity to restaurants, shopping, and nightlife. When I met my husband, I moved to Elbow Park, where we still enjoy our ability to walk to any amenity we might need or want. Calgary is a growing and vibrant city, one that has embraced its ability to adapt to turbulent macro and microeconomic disruptions. It's a city where innovation and creativity is still blooming and where young people want to work, live, and play. Despite all of this, I'm strongly opposed to the proposed blanket rezoning, as I believe it will have a negative impact in many communities across the city, including those that I previously mentioned. My largest point of contention with the proposed changes is the increased density and population in the inner city and Beltline communities. I have 3 young children. My eldest is in public school, and my other 2 will be following behind her in the coming years. As you're all very aware, the Beltline public schools are full. Connaught School on 12th Ave is full, with total enrollment in 2023-24 at 460 students from K to 6. Their primary overflow school is Ramsey, which is now also full, with total enrollment of 312 students K to 6. Connaught and Ramsey began sending students to the secondary overflow school of Earl Grey on Hillcrest Avenue in spring of 2023. The 2022 school year started with 190 students at Earl Grey, And at the start of this year, there were 323 students. And the school was deemed to be at capacity and began overflowing students to Wildwood School on 45th Street. With increased density in the Beltline, there will certainly be more families and more children who will be attending school from elementary to high school. And those junior highs and high schools in the Beltline are also at capacity. Where will these children are they going to attend school? The Minister of Education for Alberta, like Nicoletti's solution, is to build more schools, which is simply not a near-term solution for the Calgary Beltline. Sending our young children and junior high and high school students further away from home to attend primary school is something I consider to be completely unacceptable. As a taxpaying citizen of children attending public school or trying to attend public school in our neighborhood, I'm strongly opposed to the proposed blanket rezoning as a tool to address housing and affordability and increase density in Calgary. And I encourage Council to reconsider a solution that's more contemplative of the cumulative effects of our youngest citizens who don't yet have the opportunity and experience to provide their feedback to you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Lois Strom, please.
Hi there, my name is Lois Strom and I reside in Ward 13. Shout out to Dan, he's the best councillor, he's excellent. Anyway, I want to begin with thanking you, Madam Mayor, and your team of 14 councillors for dedication over these last couple of years in leading our beautiful city of Calgary, home to over 1 million of us citizens, and you've done a great job. We love it when you reach out to us for input and intently listen. And this is one of our pivotal moments. Thank you very much, all of you. We have arrived at a critical point in our going forward, and I am referring to the desire that you have expressed to blanket rezone our city. We have been told it is a key part of increasing supply and addressing the housing issue. Affordability has been the big word. Yes, affordability. We want affordability, and many of us have and are struggling to keep our families afloat. Some of us, though, we are wondering if there is perhaps a bigger push to this than affordability. Regardless, this action of blanket rezoning will initiate a detrimental disruption to the historical social order within our city. And I'll repeat that sentence again. This is probably my main point. This action of blanket rezoning will initiate a detrimental disruption to the historical social order within our city. Every district in this city brings a certain beauty through its culture to Calgary as a whole. And you councillors all know that, right? With having several districts in your ward. Every district in this city, of course, this includes more than just housing, this beauty, and it includes more than economic status of districts. The district is so much more than those two things. However, if we're all forced to the same housing package, which happens with blanket rezoning, the beauty and character of our city is diminished. This is huge. I've been thinking a lot about this lately. The beauty and character of our city will be diminished. Reasons people come here. History has a way of reminding us of this. Wouldn't it be an asset to the next generation to allow them the choice of where they would choose to live, rather than not having a choice of being put into the same kind of environment in every district? Multifamily, single. That was a privilege most of us here have enjoyed, and I don't know what parent or grandparent would not want anything else for their family. A large majority of youth have not been given the history, not to their fault, by the way, nor have had the life experience to be aware of the changing global culture. Therefore, we as parents, grandparents, and other mentors, City Council, our mayor, we must protect their interests as well as ours. We are told we will own nothing and be happy. I'm sure you've all heard this quote from the globalists. Interesting, the globalists are a force behind concepts like blanket rezoning. It should cause us to go, Curious. Madam Mayor and councillors, would you be happy with that? Own nothing and be happy? None of us will be happy. Blanket rezoning is a radical change. None of us can know for sure of the consequences of this big, huge experiment. Madam Mayor and councillors, we must say no to the rezoning at this crucial time. Blanket rezoning is the beginning of the establishment of 15-minute cities, which has become a big phrase lately. For a while now, I will not attempt to begin that topic, which, by the way, we must not ignore. There are already real people living in this 15-minute environment, several places around the world, and we are hearing that things are not going well. They are not happy. My last point refers to the funding, and I understand very well, Madam Mayor and councillors, that it takes money to make things happen, whether that be a family budget, a business, a province, or a city. Lots of dollars for a city, right? Money must not be the only consideration in your decision. I understand there is pressure from the federal government to push this rezoning through. The push is big, and it is a global power. The challenge before you now, Madam Mayor, and your team is to be a leader that makes this decision to protect and do what is best for the citizens of Calgary. It takes a whole lot of courage to refuse the carrot that dangles with the money that has the conditions. Money does not bring a lasting or an enviable legacy, but serving the people well, who you are called to lead, will leave you, Madam Gondek, and your councillors, each of you, with a powerful
Thank you
and a
very much,
lasting
Ms.
legacy.
Strom. You're just at
Again,
time.
thank you for the many hours you put in for us.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Bet Evans, please.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Bet Evans. I am speaking today on behalf of my husband and myself. We are owners of a single-family home in southwest Calgary. We are opposed to blanket rezoning. Over the past 2+ weeks, we have observed a large portion of this public hearing and appreciate the input from all presenters. We believe the city's existing zoning and rezoning procedure should not be changed. Blanket rezoning will limit opportunities for meaningful public participation and input in the decision-making process, leading to a lack of community involvement and lack of trust in local governance. We heard many thoughtful submissions by well-educated and experienced individuals and believe council and/or administration should take advantage of their input as well as all the work done and being done in various communities and community associations. We believe the proposed plan should be sent back to the drawing board to achieve a more fulsome result that will benefit all citizens of the city. Last week, an 18-year-old university student appeared before you. He was in despair and stated that he would never be able to own a single-family home and thus was in support of the blanket rezoning bylaw. Our councillor, Dan McLean, gave encouragement to this young fellow, which I felt was very sincere on Mr. McLean's part. Afterward, this young fellow then laughingly admitted he had somewhat embellished his presentation, then backtracked and admitted he would like to eventually own a single-family home. This left us to wonder what his motivation was for appearing at this hearing. Was it possible he had been enticed to attend by some inner-city builder or group? What type of enticement could he have been provided? How many others have been enticed to support blanket rezoning? We believe all members of council need to advocate for all citizens of Calgary and follow the majority wishes of citizens, especially by not being influenced by special interest groups whose motivation is only profit-driven. We have heard many no presenters advocate for proper densification where it makes sense, and we are completely in agreement with that plan. In our community, we have a mix of single, duplex, and multi-family housing. This area has a well-thought-out plan which does not contain a mishmash of housing types located side by side. We were appalled to hear of many situations where large multi-unit developments have been approved and built, which diminishes the quality of neighboring houses. One especially egregious instance was presented by Sarah Popowich of Bowness. This brought me to tears, as I also love to garden. Once again, we are opposed to blanket rezoning and respectfully request all councillors reject this plan, but rather direct administration to bring back a better plan. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to Vanessa Wadamanian, please.
Hello, councillors. First off, thank you for your diligence and patience listening to the many opinions and for taking all of the opinions into consideration. Let me start off by saying that I was raised in a single family home. It was wonderful. We had a lovely backyard with a large willow that we would climb. As it was a young and vibrant neighborhood with kids, many kids, and we played together in the street. My parents still live there today. However, I would be unable to afford a home in that area today. And if I did buy a home there, there would be very few other young families in the area for my kids to go and play with. Because, like me, so many of us were raised in single-family homes at a time when they were much more affordable, we tend to fall into the trap of thinking that the single-family home is the default. Because of this, we forget that there are other ways to live. People across generations, locations, and cultures have lived and thrived in much smaller spaces. Just this summer, I went and visited family in London who have a small child and lived in a little flat, and they had a very small courtyard shared by many units. And yet the community there was quite strong. The kids were always running into each other's houses and out in the courtyard, playing games and things like that. You can thrive without a huge amount of space. It's not everybody's choice, and that's okay, but there is that option, and there hopefully can be that option. Calgary tends to see the house with the backyard as the right or the only way to raise a child, but we often forget some of the drawbacks that this can have. For example, affordability for the whole community. And like anything, if you have one lot and that lot is quite expensive, it's a lot for one family to afford. If you divide it up, it reduces costs. Not to mention the cost of infrastructure. When we have our housing spread out over a large area, that means it's much more expensive to provide pipes and electricity and roads for each of those individual families. As someone who just recently has a very young family, I'm also worried about the impact on children. Not that there's necessarily anything wrong with a single-family home, but there should be the chance to have different options. For example, with single-family homes, sometimes there can be a reduced sense of community as everybody is spread out much further. And also for the children themselves, a reduced sense of independence. In an area focused on single-family homes, as everything is further and more spread out, you often can't quickly walk to go and get groceries or walk to soccer practice or even visit friends who happen to live far away. And for kids, walking and biking and sometimes even transit is what they rely on. And when all of this is much harder to do when it's spread out over a much larger area. So compact walkable areas are what we need, and not to cross major highways to get to any kind of infrastructure we need. Community and independence are things that I want for my child, and that is the reason that I support the blanket rezoning. It's not that you can't find community in the suburbs, but it's much more rare and expensive. By allowing more density and mixed-use zoning, we make it more affordable for young families and give them options of different housing types. Duplexes, townhouses, apartments may not be for everyone, but there are people who value the walkability, community and affordability that they provide over a large backyard. While blanket rezoning sounds scary, I urge people to keep in mind that this change doesn't happen overnight. The change will be slower than I think some people think. And if you already have a single-family home, it won't impact you, but rather the people after you. So I urge you to ask yourself, what kind of community do you want to leave to your children? One where they're priced out and there's really one major type of housing available to them, or one that has a variety of options that's somewhat more affordable and easier for the creation of community. So thank you very much for listening to my thoughts, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That is it for this panel, and I'm just looking to see if there's any questions for you. I don't see any questions for this panel, so thank you all for taking the time to be with us today. We appreciate your presentations. As I go to the next panel, I'm just going to announce who the panel is, and then I'm going to see if we've got other people. With this next panel, we'll go to Jason Corbett, Sophia Kapusinski, Eileen Clark, Anna Strasser, and Anthony Cox. So if any of those folks are in the audience, you can grab a seat at the front. You'll be part of the next presenting panel. And let me ask, is there anybody on the line or in the room that's from a previous panel and you missed your turn?
Yes, this is Megan Heinzmarch.
Thank you. Megan,
Yes.
which panel were you on?
Panel 233.
Thank you so much. We'll get you into the panel after this one. And who else do I have?
Jan Fickner.
And which panel were you?
236.
236, and there is no 236.
Oh.
Sorry, what was your name again?
Jan Fickner.
And Jim Dinning.
And Larry Fickner.
Okay, we've got Jim Dinning and Larry Fickner.
Jeff Thorburn.
Okay, hang on one second, everybody. Do we have Jan sorted out? Okay. Who was the last person?
Jeff Thorburn.
And which panel were you?
229.
229. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so we've got those 5 folks for the next panel. I will let you know your order as soon as we get through this panel. So let's start with Jason Corbett.
Wow. Hello, thank you. My name is Jason Corbett, and I'm speaking in support of RCG rezoning. I live in Ogden of Ward 9, where there's pretty great potential for high-density development on a main street with bonus rapid transit. However, this growth and change doesn't need to and should not be confined to only Ogden Road. Ogden is a unique and, in my opinion, underrated neighborhood, first built over 100 years ago across from the Canadian Pacific shops. It has qualities of popular pre-war neighborhoods, such as a street grid, large and healthy tree canopy, but also it is still a suburban neighborhood with suburban amenities like a grocery store, the shopping plazas, pretty great access to the Bow River, the park system, and these are, of course, shared by Milliken and Linwood, all in the same area. These qualities, paired with the improved access to the city brought by the Green Line, make gentle RCG rezoning perfect for Ogden. The quiet and lush neighborhood streets will remain, but will be able to accommodate more residents who can not only enjoy all the existing amenities, but support new businesses on Ogden Road, as well as existing businesses in those shopping plazas and corner stores. An increased population will also help support the renewal of streets and infrastructure in the area, which could include 5A infrastructure to further connect the community together from Ogden Road to the river. All keeping in mind, of course, that the Ogden communities reached their peak population in 1982, and since then the population has declined by over 25%. And this is what happens to communities when they're not allowed to evolve naturally and grow over time. The older homes in the area will not all last forever and will be replaced eventually. So I want to see missing middle housing being allowed to spring up around the community, allowing a healthy mix of housing from cozy single-family homes all the way up to those urban 12-story apartments on Ogden Road. This is how communities should be allowed to grow and evolve. And before I moved to Ogden, for the first 10 years of my childhood, I grew up in Forest Lawn, and you could say a lot of the same about that area, which has great potential with this rezoning as well. So please allow our communities the ability to change and evolve with time rather than stagnate. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Sophia Kapuzinski. And if you're on the line and you're not Sophia, if you could mute, please, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Please pull up my presentation and play. Thank you.
Okay, we're just doing that now.
She on panel 222? I think we have the presentation here.
Okay. we reset the clock too, please? Thank you.
I'm going to need to reload it because the audio is not playing.
Ms. Kapuzinski, we're going to come back to your presentation in just a couple of minutes. I'm going to let Eileen Clark go ahead of you. I hope that's okay.
I'm Eileen Clark and I represent myself. I'm speaking today to voice my strong opposition to blanket rezoning. Before I continue, let me just say that I refuse to thank you all for being here. You created this situation by bringing up this asinine idea in the first place, and you compounded it by not listening to your constituents. So now you can listen to us one at a time. I also refuse to call you, Mayor Gondek, your worship. That is reserved for someone who proves themselves as a strong and fair leader, and you are neither of those. You made the lighting of the menorah political when it never was before. To quote Jordan Peterson, "Don't assume malfeasance where simple incompetence will do," and I struggle to determine which this council is. I'm disappointed that we are here having to argue for the right to live in a single-family home in a neighborhood of the same kinds of homes. I consider myself extremely lucky to own my own home, and I take offense to the entitled young people who have tried to make me feel guilty for that. As with this council, you know nothing about me and the struggles I've been through to get to this point in my life. I've worked 2 jobs several times, lived in rentals, lived with roommates, and saved up. I live in a neighborhood that already has several condo complexes, row houses, and apartment condos. I believe they have a place, but you're delusional if you think that any more of them will make them cheaper. I myself live in a townhouse, and I can tell you it takes a certain kind of person to be able to live with that much humanity so close. I've listened to a lot of presenters from many walks of life, and what strikes me is that we are essentially saying the same thing. We need affordable housing. What nobody can definitively say, though, is that blanket rezoning will create affordable housing. Quite the opposite. People have given many examples where this did not work. I'm not going to stand here and give you solutions because there have been much smarter people than me giving you very valid ideas about how to do this so much better. Please listen to them. Melanie Swells from the Brentwood Community Association, at least I think that's her last name, I can't remember. Doug Layton, David Pelletier, Anne Marie from the Calgary Real Estate Board, Vernon Yu, who's probably got more degrees than all of you put together. You've heard from lawyers, realtors, former planners, many saying the same thing. The city already owns large parcels of land that could easily be used for more housing. Why wouldn't you use them? Instead, you're taking away our voices, and that's never a good thing. I suggest you do one of 2 things. Put this off until the next election or hold a plebiscite. Either way, you are letting the people decide. As many before me have said, you work for us, not the other way around. Stop telling us what we should want. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's try to go back to the video for Ms. Kapuzinski.
Give it another try.
Okay, thank you.
The audio bottom left.
Yeah, there's a little button there, but we're trying to make it work. So just hang with us for a second here.
What do you think, George? Yeah. I'm sorry we can't make it play. We just have the slides, which we can put in for the record.
Sophia,
PowerPoint.
do you want to walk us through this? Because we're having some trouble getting it to play with any audio in the PowerPoint. We have the slides.
Not at this time. I will try and figure out the audio piece and then maybe try and jump in tomorrow.
We won't be back until Thursday. So tell you what, why don't you take a couple of minutes and see if on your end you can figure out what we need to do, and maybe I'll call you at the end of this panel. I'll call you at the end of the next panel as well, and we'll see what we can do. At the very least, if we can't get the audio to play, are you willing to walk us through the slides when it's your turn?
I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Okay, then let's have you look at it and see what you can do, and I'll come back to you probably in about 5 or 10 minutes. Does that work?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks for being patient. Let's go to Anna Strasser, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a homeowner in Ward 14. I have 2 daughters, one in high school and one in university, both who will likely be renters someday soon, and who hope to be homeowners in the future. I have lived in Calgary for 25 years, and during that time, I have rented and owned and lived in the Northwest, Northeast, and Southeast. I speak on behalf of myself, my husband, and my family. Whether someone is for or against blanket rezoning, it seems everyone recognizes the need for more housing, and almost everyone supports some form of densification. Where I see the biggest difference of opinion is whether or not blanket rezoning will give the desired outcomes. I do not support blanket rezoning. However, I do support planful and strategic densification. Blanket rezoning abandons decades of city planning. This is a complex issue, and to think a blanket solution will work across a diverse city like Calgary does not make sense. We need evidence-based plans that consider the local needs of various communities. Why would we let developers with no plan or oversight choose where and how to develop our city? We need a strategic housing plan with intelligent densification. We want Calgarians, community associations, city planners, and developers to work together. We need engagement and collaboration. We need to support sensible densification with community-focused planning using local area plans and leveraging the MDP. Without a hearing process for development, homeowners will lose their voice, and there is no incentive for developers to work with the community. What about the cumulative impacts? When it comes to multi-lot buildings, 4 lots could have over 40 units crammed in together. That's no longer low density. Who is responsible for assessing the traffic and infrastructure? Where is the city planning and oversight? I have concerns around infrastructure. Since the beginning of the year, we've had an Alberta emergency alert due to grid capacity in January and an electricity conservation and grid alert in April. How will the grid support the densification and all the expected EV vehicles? Spring has barely arrived and the city is already talking water restrictions. I question, do we have the right data? Do we understand the current density? Do we understand the infrastructure requirements for densification in older neighborhoods? I have heard Calgary is using the Canada Census data, which I believe would be from mid-2021. A lot has changed since then. We put a global pandemic behind us and we've seen record immigration since then. We all know the saying, bad data in equals bad data out. Blanket rezoning does not adequately address affordable housing. We need to think about perpetual affordability, not just a blip of affordability today. We need to think long-term. We need solutions that address affordability specifically. A significant portion of the cost of housing is the land. The city could lease land long-term, 99-year lease. They've done it in Europe, and build affordable housing. Hopefully this would help maintain housing affordability long-term. Other things to consider, partnerships between business, government, NGOs, non-market housing, co-ops, purpose-built rentals, and consider purpose-built room rentals for students around universities. Shared housing ownership between individuals and government, as seen in the UK. Encourage secondary suites in existing structures. We know available skilled labor for construction is in high demand and limited. We should focus these resources on the areas and construction types that will have the biggest impact by adding the most housing units. Using a previous speaker's words, we should be signaling to developers where we want the development. And don't forget, we need to ensure building quality, which history has shown us can be lost when we rush to develop. There are alternative approaches to blanket rezoning. Take a phased approach, increase densification in incremental steps, maintain the ability to adapt and respond to changes in an agile way. Take a targeted approach, target the highest impact areas, start with publicly owned land and development around transit hubs. Expedite the existing local area plans and affordable housing projects. Environmental and safety concerns have been well addressed. I will only add that according to a recent article, homeowners in some high-density areas in the U.S. are having trouble getting home fire insurance. This is a concern. In closing, please vote no to blanket rezoning. We can do better. There is a lot of energy in the city on this topic. Please, Council, take this momentum and lead. There are so many smart people, experienced people, and people with great ideas here in Calgary. If we work together, we can find the best solution. Let's not rush. Let's work towards a phased approach with sensible and strategic densification. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We are going to try Sophia Kapuzinski's presentation one more time. Any second.
I'm sorry, we can't play it.
Okay, then let's do this. Let's at least go through the slides. Okay, let's make sure we're able to see what Ms. Kapuzinski wanted us to see. And then do we have this as part of our record? Is it in eScribe?
No.
It will be added into the eScribe record.
Okay, Ms. Kapuzinski, we're going to make sure that this presentation is added into the official record for council, and we're going to go through your slides. You don't have to speak to them at all, but I want to make sure that everyone gets to at least see them.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Everyone's had a chance to look at slide 1. Let's go to slide 2.
You got USB-C.
1 second.
Got another way to do it.
This is the most high-tech we've gotten yet.
There you go.
Okay, can we rewind it?
Yeah, it just started.
Okay. And are we going to crank the volume and put a mic next to it? These are all very complex technical terms, everyone. I appreciate you sticking with me through the IT. It is.
Council. 1. What is affordable housing? Defined as 30% of your income goes to shelter. 2. According to the Housing and Affordability Task Force recommendations and guidelines, use the existing land to build and/or make available more affordable housing. 3. Plan to use the land that is currently used as City of Calgary Golf Course for some form of affordable housing. 4. Take into account all the pros and cons that have been presented by the public. 5. Please compile and publish the list of advantages and disadvantages that were highlighted by all the attendees during this public hearing. 6. How will the city address each of the points raised by the public? Publish your proposed solution. 7. Builders should not be permitted to evict tenants solely for the purpose of renovation. 8. Builders should not be permitted to demolish existing houses until they obtain building approval permits from the city. This measure ensures that renters can continue to occupy the property during the approval process. 9. Penalize and reject any false notices on properties, including those with inaccurate images and information regarding proposed developments on the notice at the build site. Next slide, please. 10. The city should require the property assessor to conduct visits to each property in Calgary within the next 24 months to document and identify existing illegal basement and garage suites. 11. Create maps and share with the public maps for each subdivision or neighborhood indicating areas where current city services can support increased densification at no additional cost to current taxpayers. Additionally, overlay the map with city-owned land to identify potential locations for development. 12. Enhance the city's processes to decrease the time required for zoning and permit approvals. A 6-month duration for each phase of approval is excessively lengthy. 13. Enhance communication with each community/subdivision by ensuring that all permitting and zoning information for any address that requires city approval is available via a city-managed portal. It is very difficult to pinpoint the changes being proposed to a property. Applications for rezoning, recorded planning meetings, lap by communities, City of Calgary checklist of documents required by developer/owner to be submitted to the city to move forward on any work at that address. Consider expanding this level of information via the map.calgary.ca location to facilitate transparency and accessibility to all the public. 14. Most of the density can be accommodated by revising the existing RC1 and RC2 to address most of the concerns raised by the presenters. Suggestion: allocate funds to engage various presenters to help brainstorm ideas collaboratively. Each group would have equal access to the same raw data as a reference starting point. If the city lacks the necessary manpower to complete this task by the specified deadline, alternative resources should be considered. Next slide, please. 15. Why is the city not use some of its existing land to put tiny home communities? 16. Properties with more than 4 units should have some form of fire suppression system, since I would consider them commercial multifamily. 17. Explore the implementation of a housing voucher system modeled after the USA Section 8 program. This would require provincial support. This is a form of rent stabilization. 18. Non-market housing. Where are the co-op or tenants in common housing options? 19. You must include some form of affordable housing for seniors and people with accessibility needs, which would accommodate my needs along with other people in similar handicap situation. Last point. 20. Maybe, in about 25 years, once everything has been upzoned to RCG and we are living in the dark shadows of 11 and 12-meter buildings, we can be rebranded the City of Calgary to the Vampire City, saving the city $1.8 million due to properties not getting sunlight that we used to get.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Kapuzinski. And let's go to Anthony Cox, please.
Just need to stretch. I've been sitting for a little while. I'll begin. Good evening, Council. My name is Anthony Cox. I am born and raised in Calgary. I've lived in Calgary virtually all of my life. I appear before you holding both a bachelor's degree in political science and a law degree. I have my own business. Over the course of these hearings, which I've been watching carefully, we have heard a lot about wants, a lot about feelings, a lot about numbers, affordability, grid strain, the tree canopy, traffic congestion, parking, and until today, with sincere appreciation for Mr. Osler, who spoke earlier today, and a few other colleagues, what we have not heard quite so much about is the law. I'd like to speak to you a little bit about the law and how it can affect, drive, and govern this process of the proposed rezoning. In my practice, I've had the opportunity and the privilege to work with corporations and not-for-profits, and advised same with respect to ethics and corporate governance. There are parallels today in what I see in corporate governance, specifically where liability has been imposed on a director who has personally benefited from his or her action through a corporation or not-for-profit. I appear today not to make any accusations, but to give some food for thought for council. I am not here to provide legal advice, nor would you ask me for it. It is my view that there are parallels in the council horseshoe to the corporate context, where it is analogous to participating in and voting on the matter of blanket rezoning, where a member of council may stand to personally benefit with respect to properties that they may hold or have an interest in, or that would be affected by rezoning them from RC1 or RC2 to RCG. If you put any weight on the presentation of the CREB chief economist, Ms. Lurie, or the widely held belief of some members of this council that blanket rezoning from RC1 and RC2 to RCG necessarily increases the value of those properties, then it necessarily follows that any members of council who own or have interest in rezoned properties would stand to gain from voting in favor of a blanket rezoning of the entire city of Calgary. To be clear, I am not speaking of one's primary or principal residence. Those are traditionally used to house and shelter the owner and their family. I'm speaking of people, including potentially members of this council, who have multiple properties which are zoned RC1 and RC2 that will be de facto converted to RCG if this bylaw passes. To my understanding, there is only one reason in most cases to own more than one residential property. That is the commercial pursuit of profit. As a landlord, a speculator, or a developer, the vast majority of Calgarians fall into the one property owner type. I submit that for councillors that find themselves in that second category, where they own more than one of these properties, it is the textbook definition of a pecuniary interest, especially where their decisions at council affect themselves differently than the majority of Calgarians, those who own only a single residential property. A pecuniary interest is at the root of a conflict of interest. This includes ownership in properties either by themselves or non-arm's length or through a non-arm's length person, and interests in businesses, either directly or through non-arm's length people. I'd be happy to explore this concept if asked. This also applies through direct legal ownership or beneficial ownership. Again, I would appreciate the opportunity to elaborate on the distinction between those two concepts. In the face of a pecuniary interest, a councillor appears to have a problem when they choose to participate in hearings and vote on such matters. As we heard from the mayor in addressing the motion before council to address conflicts immediately prior to the commencement of these public hearings on April 22nd, I understand that the Integrity Commissioner has left the determination of whether or not the property interests of a council member may present a conflict of interest that would necessitate a recusal from these public hearings. She left that up to each individual councillor to assess and determine, which, to my viewing, has not appeared to have happened so far. I call upon each council member to review their holdings and interests, both personal and non-arm's length, be they legal or beneficial interests, recognizing that the matter of rezoning before council may be or be perceived to influence or be influenced by their vote on council, particularly those property interests zoned RC1 and 2. I wonder if this council will pause, first because it's the right thing to do and coincidentally corresponds to the council member's fiduciary duty to its constituents, and take stock of their property holdings. Mayor and councillors, there are a limited number of acts that you might perform under the MGA that could cause you to lose your job. They include such things as residency, paying your taxes, and not having a pecuniary interest in a matter that's before you. It is for this reason that I raise this issue now, prior to your approving second reading of the proposed bylaw or amendments, so that if you have doubt about your situation, you could still do the correct and right thing and stand down. Failing to do so might put any result in real jeopardy.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's go to questions for this panel, starting with Councillor Chabot, please.
This question is going to be to Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, thank you for being here. Great presentation, by the way. You look very comfortable at that podium.
Yeah, I don't think so.
You did, actually. So you mentioned that you're opposed to blanket zoning.
Yes.
We also, and unless I mistook what you said, did you say you live in a townhouse?
I do.
Okay, so you think that type of housing is appropriate in certain locations?
In certain locations, yes.
Okay, so you don't agree that it should be allowed?
Not everywhere.
Everywhere, okay. So what, do you have any ideas on how we should move forward if you don't support this? Is there another way that you think we should move forward with?
I'd scrap the whole thing, to be honest with you.
Thanks for that answer, that honest answer. What about, you've heard of local area planning where we look comprehensively at multiple communities and work with the community to identify locations where we think this type of zoning would be most suitable? Do you think that's a good way forward?
Possibly, depending on where it is.
That's a very similar answer that we got from a lady in Varsity, actually. Okay, so again, not blanket, strategic, focused.
Yes.
Type density. Okay, thanks. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
My next question is for Mr. Anthony Cox. You mentioned something multiple times in your presentation, legal versus beneficial. What's, in your opinion, why do you think that's important?
Well, I want to be careful, Councillor, not to give any opinion here. I'm just going to give my understanding if that's acceptable to Council.
You understand.
Thank you. So the distinction between a legal and a beneficial ownership is, I've got some notes so I don't step on this, so just bear with me for a second. A legal ownership is when your name is on title either as a director or as a shareholder of a company, or it's on title to an actual certificate of title. So if you own a home, your name's on it, that's legal title. Beneficial title is when the title is not in your own name. So sometimes what will happen is, for reasons that will vary based on the circumstances, some of them are to be discreet, not disclose that you're involved in some particular ownership, or for other reasons, perhaps it's tax, perhaps it's to someone standing behind me, here, hold this suitcase full of value and or money and or diamonds, and it's in your name, you've got it, legally it's yours, but you know you're giving it back to me as soon as I ask. That's what a beneficial interest is. You've given the legal possessory ownership over the bag of valuables to someone else, but really it's still yours.
And the legal test for that obviously would be through Court of King's Bench.
Can you be more specific, Councillor?
If there was someone specifically that had a beneficial interest in something, to be able to make that determination, that would have to be challenged at Court of King's Bench?
Oh no, sir. It's really easy. It's really far easier than that. It's not cumbersome at all. In fact, when you're talking about a beneficial interest that might be held by a non-arm's length party, for example, let's say it's in a property that's registered at Land Titles. All you would have to do is search the Land Titles registry for that person's name to see if they had a legal title to a property in that registry. And then what you could do, because beneficial interests are customarily, in my experience, and I've only been practicing 26 years, so I'm the new guy. I'm here to learn something new. But I will tell you this, that beneficial interests are customarily held by someone who is usually not at arm's length, someone you really, really, really trust. Someone who you know that when you hand that suitcase full of jewels over, that you know that you're going to have Thanksgiving dinner with them, and you're going to say, why didn't you give them a bag of jewels back? So by including in that search of the Land Titles Registry, and frankly of the corporate registry, by searching the names of all the people that you think should come clean and make sure they've disclosed that, you should also search the names of any non-arm's length person. And an arm's length person would be a spouse or a child or a sibling, for example. So no King's Bench application required unless that person that you're seeking consent to search those registers of refuses to do that, at which point your remedy could customarily be an application to the Court of King's Bench, Councillor.
Okay. Just for your information, I think I'm good. Thanks.
In what sense, sir?
In regards to any beneficial benefit.
Oh, well, I'm relieved to hear that, sir.
Thank you.
I hope to hear, I invite every member of council to tell me exactly that same thing if they're comfortable saying so.
Thank you for your presentation. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, the questions I was going to ask you, Mr. Cox, were asked by and answered already. So thank you for coming to present. I also have no legal pecuniary interests, just FYI. But I have a question.
It'd be interesting to hear from the rest of council.
But since I'm here, I'll ask, I believe, was it Mrs. Kapusinski? Was that the gal with the presentation, that lady? Are you still on the line? Ms. Kapusinski?
I don't think she's there.
We're all good then.
Okay, thank you.
She's not able to speak.
That's
Okay,
good.
thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all so much for being with us. We appreciate your presentations today. I'm going to announce the next panel and then try to assemble the one following. So up next, we are going to have, and this is in order of the panels they were on, we're going to have Jeff Thorburn, who was on 229. Then we're going to have Megan Hinmarch, who was on 233. And then from 236, which does indeed exist, it was a loose page that I didn't have, we will have Larry Fichtner, Jan Fichtner, and Jim Dinning. So that'll be the panel we're going to in just a couple of minutes. Can I also ask, do we have Tracy Beaumont?
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have Susan Roski? Do we have Richard Roski? Just going to ask again, Susan Roski and Richard Roski, do we have you on the line? Okay, then Tracy Beaumont, I'm going to move you to person number 6 on this panel. You're good with that?
Yes.
Perfect. So let's go to Jeff Thorburn to start us off, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by acknowledging and thanking our mayor, members of council, and all of the staff involved in facilitating this open forum of free speech in our democratic society. It is a privilege to be able to speak here without the fear of reproach from authoritarian regimes that so many others around the world face. I would also like to acknowledge that this public discourse is taking place on land that has been home to Indigenous people since long before first contact and colonization. I recognize my place as a product of settler colonialism and express my gratitude for the privilege of also calling this place home. My partner is among the many staff involved in facilitating the proceedings of the last few weeks. It has meant many long work days, and it has also meant that, even when she's home, the voices of Calgarians who have come out to speak have been steadily broadcasting throughout our home. I've often stopped whatever else I'm doing to hear your concerns. Based on what I've heard, I believe that rezoning is a necessary and urgent step council must take to responsibly address the current housing crisis we are experiencing. Many Calgarians have shared both support and concern about the proposed rezoning measure. I trust that our mayor and city councillors have heard you. I also trust the council is aware and considerate of the needs of Calgarians not in this room. The voices that are most missing from this conversation are of those who are struggling the most. Our elected officials represent not just the hundreds who have come out to speak or the thousands who have written in. Our mayor and 14 councillors have been elected to act in the best interests of the 1.5 million people who call Calgary home, thousands of whom are severely affected by the insecurity of living in precarious housing or suffer from a complete lack of housing at all. Nothing will ever be perfect from the start, but we always have to try. We are humans, and adaptability is an inherent and essential aspect of our nature. It's how we grow, innovate, and thrive. It's how we survive. I ask our elected officials to listen to the advice of experts, academics, and professionals in relevant fields when it comes to issues before council. We have elected you to take the time to make well-informed decisions that consistently result in the greatest common goods for Calgarians now and in the future. That is not easy. But thankfully, you're not working alone. Listen to the experts. Strive to understand the research. Work with your peers to cooperate. Come to consensus and convey your decisions clearly to your constituents to show how we were always working toward a common good together. Calgary's population is projected to grow by over 100,000 people over the next 4 years. We know that we do not currently have adequate housing for our existing population. How will we handle what we know is to come? Will we be prepared and able to thrive? That is the burden you as council must bear. The issue of housing will get exponentially worse and absolutely affect all of us if we do not act swiftly and with prudence. Blanket rezoning is one small aspect of us responsibly dealing with the crisis at our open door. I ask the Calgarians respect the time and consideration our elected officials are giving this issue, and also that they respect that the council will make a decision directed toward achieving the greatest good for all, and most importantly, for those among us with the least. How we act toward those on the margins is the true measure of our greatness as a society. Let's be great. The change in rezoning is one step in affirming our commitment as a society to human rights above all other concerns. Mayor and Council, please make a decision with an aim toward the greatest common good for all Calgarians, without leaving anyone behind. That is democracy in action. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Megan Hinmarch, please.
Hello, my name is Megan Hinmarch, and I'm a 32-year-old born and raised Calgarian. I'm a proud mother of a 4- and 2-year-old son and daughter, and I'm firmly against blanket rezoning. I moved to Elbow Park in 2020. As a young working mother, I chose Elbow Park for the opportunity it presented for my children. A safe place they could run freely, many young kids for my children to grow up with, access to great schools within walking distance, and a short commute downtown so I can maximize my time with my children. Before moving to Elbow Park, I lived in the Marda Loop area for 5 years. Within those 5 years, the area changed drastically. Marda Loop went from a desirable inner city neighborhood to congested, poorly planned, unsafe community. Within the 5 years, we had multiple break-ins, no access to parking outside of our home. The neighborhood school became a lottery system, and we were on every wait list for childcare within a close proximity to our house. Not to mention, when we made the decision to sell, because of these listed reasons, we lost a significant amount of money as our house depreciated in value. We have experienced firsthand the negative implications of increased density without the appropriate infrastructure put in place. My husband and I have invested our life savings to purchase a home in a desirable community for the benefit of our kids, and I'd like the City Council to please consider the long-term implications and who you are impacting, and please, please, please vote no to blanket rezoning. Thank you. That's all for today.
Thank you. Let's go to Larry Fickner, please.
It's Larry Fickner, and I hope I'm not out of order, but I was planning to speak after my wife Jan was speaking. Would it be okay to have her speak first?
I can do that. I have you registered in reverse order, but that's not a big deal. So let's go to Jan, please.
Okay.
Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to go on record to express my opposition to blanket rezoning. My comments will be concise and short, as I share many of the valid reasons already stated by others in opposition. Blanket rezoning will not address the issue of affordable housing, which I understand is why this new initiative has been proposed. I agree we need more affordable housing. However, these new homes, condos, apartments should be built on affordable property near transit zones to make the economics work. Simply giving developers blanket approval to buy property anywhere in the city to build high-end condos does not address the affordable housing crisis. Individual homeowners who purchased homes in a Zone 1 area did so at a premium, paid the highest taxes in Calgary for their investment to live in a community with less traffic, less parking issues, noise, and a sense of community spirit. Their collective rights as property owners should also be taken into consideration as well. Please reconsider determining this obviously very important issue to Calgarians by plebiscite. And I'm done.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure you were done. Let's go to Larry Fickner then, please.
All right, thank you. My name is Larry Fickner, and Just want to go back and touch on a couple of things that Jan brought forward, namely, if the main issue of this blanket is low-cost housing. It just appears to me that there are only certain parts of this city where the land costs would even allow that to occur. I mean, it makes no sense to me. I'm not in the building business, but it makes no sense for me to spend millions of dollars on a piece of dirt and put up low-cost housing. The economics just don't work. I mean, I'm sure that's been talked about before. Earlier on, Mr. Cox mentioned that there's a potential positive to certain people if this goes ahead, if you happen to be an owner of land in the appropriate zoned areas that are going to be upgraded. I'll go and say if I flip the coin, there's also a serious negative. Jan mentioned people come to this city, choose a particular area of their dreams and purchase a home, and there are numerous subdivisions in the city, areas in the city, particularly the inner city, where they have paid premium prices for homes because the land is premium. Whatever it is about the places make them very, very costly. They will go ahead and buy it anyway because that's what they choose to do. And then in the interim, their taxes also reflect the fact that they have paid a premium price for whatever it was that drove them to make that purchase. If this were to go through, and if there was blanket rezoning for any kind of development anywhere in the city, can you imagine what the cost of a premium home could suffer with low-cost housing development adjacent? I'm asking the City Council, have you thought about the ramifications of that if you were in that position? If you had a significant piece of potentially the major asset in your life be eroded significantly because of a rezoning law like this, I'd love to hear, no, not now, but love to know how you would feel about that personally. I think it's wrong, and it should not happen. I want to register against it.
Is that it for your presentation, sir?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Jim Dinning, please.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council, and thank you for enabling me to offer comments on behalf of Evelyn Main and myself. We applaud many of Council's efforts to support the construction of more affordable homes in this great city. The one element of the strategy we do not support is the blanket rezoning initiative that, in our view, results in a development free-for-all. It leaves neighbors and neighborhoods with little or no voice, vulnerable to unfettered development with no input from the very people who live beside that property or across the street or close by. Virtually no say in how their development, how their neighborhood morphs into one they might no longer recognize as their own. And blanket upzoning means that development decisions ultimately get made by public servants in the planning department, with no route of appeal to you elected councillors to make those individual decisions. We have made other comments in our submission and again ask you not to proceed with this element of the housing strategy. But if the majority of council is determined to rezone, we would ask you to make it a ballot issue, including a plebiscite, in the 2025 election. Issues of this magnitude, of this consequence, should not be decided by, I'll repeat that. Issues of this magnitude, of this consequence, should be decided by all voters, not just the 15 around the council table. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Tracy Beaumont, please.
Hello?
Hi, is this Tracy?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, it is.
Oh, well, hello, members of council. My name is Tracy Beaumont, and I decided to speak at the last minute because I'd heard such great presentations, and I didn't want to repeat anything, but I decided to jump in and register my opposition to the blanket upzoning because, in my opinion, it simply is the abandonment of proper planning, and the results, in my opinion, will be very negative for the city. It's not going to result in a world-class city. And having listened to previous presenters, I don't think that it accomplishes affordability in any way. That has to be more strategic and in different areas than they are, the neighborhoods targeted by the subzoning. I think I'll leave what I'd like to say about the planning aspect to the previous presenters, but what I really would like to say is that I'm frustrated and I feel that it's a futile effort to present in front of council because I believe that a majority of this council have already made up your minds to support blanket upzoning. I come to that view based on a few observations. First, this council decided not to hold a plebiscite, and by that decision, they've deprived all Calgarians from having a say on this sweeping zoning change. One could conclude that the majority of you were afraid of the outcome of this plebiscite if it were held. Secondly, a number of you have actively been advocating for blanket upzoning in podcasts, YouTube videos, and in written materials that have been distributed. Thirdly, some have actively solicited people to speak in favor of the blanket upzoning at this hearing and coach them on what they should say. Fourthly, I've watched many of the presentations this past week, and I don't feel in watching some of the councillors that they're in the moment in the hearing. Some are on their phones. In fact, one presenter kindly asked if the councillors could all stay off their phones while he presented. I think he had a disability of some kind. How can the councillors have an open mind and be capable of being persuaded to consider and change their views through this hearing process? Having already made up your minds, it makes a mockery of this hearing. It's a waste of time and money, and it disrespects the efforts of all the participants. It's just a box-ticking exercise. You owe it to Calgarians to put before them independent, fact-based information and let them have an informed say on whether they want you to implement blanket upzoning. It's simply inappropriate and outside the scope of your authority to inflict such a significant and sweeping zoning change without a clear mandate from Calgarians. It should have been done by way of a plebiscite. You should reconsider this and let Calgarians have a real say and not just the people who've signed up to speak at this hearing. And I just want to say I applaud those councillors that have recognized the obligation to properly seek an informed mandate from Calgarians by supporting the holding of a plebiscite. I can only hope the rest of you come to recognize that obligation as well. Anyway, thank you for listening to me, and I really hope that this blanket upzoning does not go through. It will be a negative for this city. There are such wonderful opportunities to develop greenfield properties right in the center of Calgary with a complete range of housing or all townhouses, all this what you call gentle density, which for any person with a single home who has that put up right next to them, that townhouse, row house, or multifamily home, the implications for them it is not density that is acceptable. It's a terrible thing to happen, and if you upzone all of Calgary, everybody is going to be in a state of anxiety of when this horrible development that happened to the woman in Bowness is going to happen to them. So please don't upzone. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm finished.
Thank you
Bye.
very much for your presentation. We're going to go to questions for this panel. Let's start with Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. My question is for Mr. Denning. Are you still on the line, Jim?
I am indeed, sir.
Okay, good. My question to you was going to relate to your extensive experience in government as an MLA, a minister, and frankly, I think you would have made a heck of a premier. But my question is, in the provincial, your experience there, you talked about a plebiscite and how maybe we should have maybe gone that route. What is maybe if you expand on a plebiscite from the provincial aspect, like what are your thoughts on that? What has that been done in the past, or what were the parameters for plebiscites provincially regarding maybe?
Well, Councillor, remember that my service it dates more than a quarter of a century ago, so best not to go back when the dinosaurs roamed the earth. My point is simply that this is a hugely consequential decision that you have before you, and for all the reasons you've heard tonight and the last 2 weeks, I admire your tenacity, all of you. For all of the reasons you've heard, I just think that if you really want to proceed with this, the best thing to do is have the people decide such a consequential decision, and that's my encouragement tonight.
Thanks for that. I think if it did go to plebiscite, we'd still have the public hearing. We'd probably get to hear from everybody and then still maybe hear the ballot box. But maybe we could do both. But I really appreciate your input and your service to this province.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. My first question was for Mr. Denning. Mr. Denning, so in your previous experience, and sorry to correct you, it wasn't quite a quarter of a century ago because I think you were still in service when I was. Anyways, did you ever serve as Minister of Municipal Affairs?
No, sir, I did not. I was I was in community health and education and finance, but clearly I must have dabbled in some of those shark-infested municipal affairs waters occasionally, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I don't doubt you have some knowledge and experience in that regard. Of course, you are aware, of course, that a plebiscite is non-binding, right?
Indeed, sir. And just as there have been several plebiscites in the city in years past, but I think you'd get a sense of the people from acknowledging it's non-binding, but you truly get a real sense of the people in a plebiscite.
Right. At this stage, it would be kind of difficult to try and undertake such a thing in light of the fact that we've already had a public hearing. Wouldn't you think?
No, sir. I've been known to say occasionally the ability to change your mind shows that you have one. Mr. Denning, you think that there's any way forward as far as trying to meet some of the needs of our communities, increased intensity, higher density? Any thoughts in that regards? Well, I appreciate the question. I don't pretend to be a housing expert, but having taken a brief review of the Calgary's housing strategy, there are a lot of good things in there, Councillor, and taking one element out doesn't strip the strategy bare. There are many initiatives there, and many that you've been recommended in the last two weeks plus that I hope the city will consider.
Yeah.
Just not this one.
Yeah, and those we've already debated those. What's before us right now is this RCG thing, which is why I was hoping you could provide us at least your opinion as far as any any way forward. Do you support any increase in density anywhere, or do you think it's something that's outside of your ability to comment on?
No, sir. I would agree that density is a good thing, and certainly, as Ms. Beaumont just after I spoke, others who I've listened to today have come up with suggestions of locating it in appropriate places, but not in a way that turns a single family dwelling neighborhood into a cauldron of anxiety, as Ms. Beaumont said, waiting for the next shoe to drop that some developer who doesn't really know the neighborhood, but decides, oh, we're going to go in and pay that price for that lot or those two lots, and put up something that, as I said earlier, would start the neighborhood morphing into one that me and my neighbors and others would no longer recognize as their own.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. That's all the questions I had for you. My next questions are for Ms. Beaumont. Ms. Beaumont, you still with us?
Yeah, sorry, I just had to.
No problem. So you made a couple of comments, one specifically in that you support sensitive intensification, I believe is the way you worded it. Could you elaborate a little bit on what you consider to be sensitive intensification? Ms. Beaumont, did you hear that?
Hi, Tracy Beaumont, are you still on the line with us?
She was there a second ago.
Ms. Beaumont, are you still there? We can come back. If we hear her on the line, Councillor Chabot, we can come back. Otherwise, do you have other questions?
It was just to try and get her perspective on what she considers to be reasonable.
Well, she's not there, so do you have other questions?
Oh, for other presenters? Not really.
Okay, can I go to the next councillor?
You bet.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, is this Tracy?
It is. I accidentally hung up my phone because I'm not very technologically. I can't handle these phones. Anyway, sorry.
That's okay. Councillor Chabot is gonna ask you a couple of questions. So just hold on. I'm going to turn to him now.
Thank you, Ms. Beaumont. So my first question to you is, you said that you supported sensitive intensification. I'd like to understand your perspective on what you consider to be sensitive intensification.
I just, when I say, I guess, sensitive or targeted, I'm appalled at the non-consideration of the impact of these developments on the neighboring properties. And they're not, I've walked around looking at row houses and townhouses, and they look kind of good from the front, except they don't have any trees. And then I've walked around to the back of them and realized the impact that they have on these individual homes and the lack of privacy and everything. Targeted development, I agree with more something like the local area planning. Where can you put this? And I also, targeted density. Everybody is for density in the city, but it has to be done properly. And this is just to derogate from sort of, I guess it's not a property right, but what Calgarians' understanding of what the game was in purchasing their properties. To do a blanket upzoning is to, as I said before, make everybody who owns private or a single-family home anxious about what will be coming next to them because of the developers purchasing all the properties, which they will do because they buy them to redevelop them. So targeted density is a good thing. And from listening to a lot of the presentations from the developers and all these people that seem to have a lot of knowledge about the development agency, they're suggesting you have to plan these from the beginning of developing a community, and you do that in a greenfield space. Now, I don't know whether if you rezoned the area south of the Stampede grounds on the LRT, is that considered then greenfield? Like they could, with inspiration and good planners and some vision, put up a neighborhood with absolute diverse housing properly placed, from high apartment buildings down to, I guess, single-family homes. It's already starting to attract young families. When I've been over in those areas in the brew pubs, they love it over there. And you could put up fantastic development along the LRT. I don't understand the aim of blanket upzoning, I guess.
Okay.
So targeted.
Okay, so you did talk a little bit about supporting the LAP process. So through the LAP process, sorry.
I heard about it, but I don't really understand it.
Okay.
I do know some people who are currently involved in it. As I understand it, some of my friends have said the input is it's a frustrating process, though, the actual process for the people who have volunteered or been chosen to be involved as representatives of the community interests. I'm not too sure about how any of these processes work or whether they're effective at achieving the proper development of Calgary. But the LAP process has got to be better than blanket upzoning.
But
that's no planning. Blanket upzoning is no planning.
Okay, so you don't have any direct involvement in there, but it sounds to me like you're still concerned about where that might lead, because through that process, we may identify some areas that are currently zoned as RC1, RC2 that might be suitable for higher density type development, which may not necessarily be supported by those residents that live there. So either way, there's going to be likely some winners and losers through that process.
Well, I don't agree with treating every area of the city the same. So they've cordoned off areas, different local LAP areas, and you've still got some of the problems that exist with blanket upzoning. It takes real planning away from city planners and neighborhoods. Like I'm old school. I talked to an architect who's old, which seems to be not a good thing these days, and he agreed. He said, this is no planning, the blanket upzoning. And the only good thing he said was, well, maybe we can cut down on the city employees. We can get rid of the whole bunch of planners because there's not going to be any planning anymore. But everybody agrees that we need density. It's just how you go about it. I'm not a person to talk about how to fix this, come up with a process, but I know what doesn't work. And there's got to be a way forward that Calgarians can buy into. Everybody wants more density and affordable housing. But this is, what I've heard in this process is most people speaking have been opposed to it, and it just shouldn't go ahead. The blanket upzoning.
So, in your opinion, that the process that we're pursuing right now is not fixable, or you think we can make amendments to make it better?
Blanket upzoning?
Yes.
You could make it better. I think to try and work with blanket upzoning won't work. I think you need to go back and get some real visionary city planners that will put together planning that will make Calgary the world-class city that it is or should be. But this is not going to do that. And one of the things, you're not supposed to say this anymore, you need a variety of neighborhoods to suit different incomes, aspirations, whatever, and to make all communities the same is not, in my opinion, a good plan. It doesn't work, but But mostly I'm concerned about the impact on individual homeowners from the so-called gentle densifying. I don't think they are when they're built by you. It deprives the homeowners that are next to them of their enjoyment of their property. And I think that's just not a route that this city should be taking.
Or at least taking away that extra step of being able to comment on it through the land use redesignation process.
Exactly. So I'm not a good person. I'm not an expert. I'm just intuitively thinking this is not, the results are not going to be good for the city.
Okay, thanks.
Anyway, okay.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you for being here and for your presentation.
Thank you. Bye.
You done, Councillor? Okay, let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jennings, are you still on the line?
Yes, sir, I am.
How are you doing, sir? This may be familiar or may predate you, but in 2009, the Alberta government put forward a housing plan that committed investments for both capital and operating. Do you recall that during your term?
Councillor, I left office. I did say to Councillor Chabot that it was a quarter of a century ago. I left office 27 years ago in 1997. So, Councillor, I'm not familiar with that at all.
Okay, thank you. The second question then is, as you know, housing is a federal, provincial, and a municipal responsibility. From a housing, from a provincial perspective, one of the things that we often get challenged on the housing strategy talked about, which is some form of rent support or rent abatement or rent control. Do you have any suggestions of how we can approach that to help our people struggling with rents?
Councillor, those are waters that I'll leave others to wade into. I am dodging your question, if you want me to be frank, but it's not an area that I can tell you I'm an expert at.
Okay.
I've expressed my point of view on the matter before us, and wanted to make that my wife's and my voice was heard.
Yeah, appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to make sure there's no other questions for this panel. So that's it for the questions for this panel. Thank you all very much for joining us. We appreciate your presentations. I'm just going to ask, is there anybody else on the line who was registered to speak and couldn't join us on time and you're with us right now?
Yep. Yes.
Yes.
Hi. So let's
Yes.
Let's get your names jotted down. First person, give me your panel number and your name, please.
224, Sean Tuff.
231, Kat Moswick.
Mayor Gondek, I don't know my panel number. I just submitted 22 minutes ago to speak, and you called my name, and I had to dial in on a phone. I couldn't speak over my laptop.
Is this Susan
Roski?
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Anyone else?
Yeah, it's 237. It's Richard Roski.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Sure.
Anyone else on the line? Okay, so let's start this off with, hang on with me a second here. I'm going to 224. Sean Tuff, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we're going to go Sean Tuff, then Kat Moswick, then Susan Roski, then Richard Roski. So Sean, please start us off.
Okay. I am a dad of 3 kids under 6. I just put them to bed and fell asleep with them, so I'm a little bit groggy, but this hopefully will come out clear. I started 2 businesses in Calgary, small businesses in the last 4 years, one of which will pay us this year, which is pretty exciting. Intentionally, before we started the businesses, we actually moved into a townhome because we knew that one of the best ways to make our businesses succeed was if we could lower our expenses as low as possible. So we moved into a townhome, and it was, I will admit, scary for some reason at first because change is hard, it's difficult, and I'd never lived in anything but a single detached dwelling. And so I found myself the day before moving in feeling a bit nervous. And we moved in, and 2 years later, we've got 3 kids in it. We love it. It's fun. We're close with our neighbors. We're connected with our neighbors. I don't have to worry about mowing the lawn when I have businesses and kids to worry about. I don't have to worry about maintaining and keeping clean a huge, gigantic house that I don't really need the space of because I like my kids to spend time outside. I like to spend time outside with them. I like to explore the city with them. And so what I wanted to call in and say is that Calgary is growing, and like me as a dad, I'm watching my kids grow, and they have new needs. They have new desires. There's new things going on with them, and we have to grow with them. So the old things don't always work. And so this is a very small step that I agree with in terms of blanket upzoning. It's one small, tiny step that people might be upset with and might throw a bit of a tantrum for a while, but then they'll realize that there's nothing to be scared of. And when I've listened to most people's responses, their emotions are real. They're nervous, they're scared, they're afraid, which is a natural human response. We're nervous about things that we're not used to. And so I just want to thank you for your guys' leadership in this. It's hard to lead when people are grumpy and angry about small changes. And I trust that you guys will make a decision for the future of Calgary that will help with young families and young kids. And I look forward to the day where I'm upset at potentially my life being altered by more people moving in next door, because that would be a privilege that I just wish I could have. The last thing is, as a small business owner in Calgary, people having more money in their pockets to spend at small businesses would be awesome. And so if they're spending less on housing, that would just be wonderful, that they could come and spend them on small businesses as opposed to spend it on their rent. Just for the last thing is, our rent was increased 21% this year. Last year it was 16%, and the year before that it was 33%. So I'll just leave you guys with that, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Before we go to the next speaker, is Brian Mahoney in the audience? Hi, sir. If you have a seat up here, I'll call you as the 5th member of this panel. Let's go to Kat Moswick, please. You can have a seat, sir, for a minute.
Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Kat Moswick. Firstly, I want to say thank you to this council for all the time and many hours you guys have already put in and will still put into this issue. I am a young against blanket rezoning in the city, and while I understand the need for affordable housing in our city, this is not the way to do it. This blanket rezoning enables any developer or any large corporation to decide the fate and feel of our small communities. It goes against so much of what we stand for as a city. We have grown as a city slowly and organically, home by individuals who get to build their dream, not a developer who decides how individuals should live. I live in a neighborhood where there are 400 homes total, all single dwelling homes, where I know the majority of my neighbors, and we are all there for the same reasons, because it's a small community of connected individuals who are all really passionate about knowing each other and forming a community bond. If you allow this blanket rezoning, my small community goes from 400 dwellings to potentially over 2,400 dwellings. There's no way to keep a sense of community if this happens. If the blanket rezoning goes through, it means many of those people in our older inner city communities will likely start to leave the city as a sense of community starts to degrade. It's impossible to keep a small city feel when you don't know your neighbors. There have been hundreds of people speaking over the weeks with so many similar sentiments. My ask is that you as a council truly listen to the people you're trying to support and to re-envision this plan to be more in touch with what the people you elected really want, which is to continue to be connected to their communities and to continue to thrive in the communities that they spend their time and their hard-earned money to live in. The longer this charade continues under the guise of affordability, the harder it will be to come back from. When our city starts to transform from a small town feel to a metropolis where no one knows your name, the draw of coming to Calgary will disappear, and with it so many of the people who built this city. Thank you again for all of your time, and after all these days of listening to citizens, I hope you come away with a renewed passion to make sure that you get this right the first time and say no to blanketing this city with rushed upzoning. Thank you again for all of your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Susan Roski, please.
Thank you. My name is Susan Roski. I've previously addressed the Council regarding the City's proposed changes to Calgary's communities. I thank you for this opportunity tonight. I am opposed to blanket rezoning. Many excellent presenters have spoken to the Council, and I've listened to many of them. Overwhelmingly, most presenters have requested that the Council vote against blanket rezoning, and at this late hour, I feel compelled to reiterate my concerns, of which are not just mine, but shared by a vast number of Calgarians, including some of our elected representatives. You are elected members representing your constituents. You would be wise to do as Ruth Ginsburg famously said, fight for the things you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. As elected officials, you are responsible for representing the values of your constituents. Your constituents count on you to fight for the things they want. You are intended to be leaders in a way that will lead others to join you and support you. But you are not exuding leadership behavior. You have declined Calgarians the opportunity to vote in a plebiscite. I moved to Calgary in 1979, and I've lived in all quadrants of our fair city. I first moved to a rental apartment in Marlborough in the Northeast, a rental home in Thorncliffe Northwest. I eventually purchased my first home in Southeast Calgary and eventually landed a 900 square foot bungalow in an R1 zone Southwest community in 1988. As a full-time working mother, together with my husband, we were ecstatic to have landed a 45-year-old solid bungalow in an R1 zone that we continued to invest in to make livable for our growing family. I wanted my children to understand and know what a community is. As a family, we volunteered in this community. We volunteered at the community school and the community sports. We exuded to our children the values and responsibilities of being part of a community and neighbors. And we've been successful in providing a foundation of community to them. I could reiterate all of the negatives you have heard over the last, 2.5 weeks. The impact and cost of ensuring the infrastructure changes, the plumbing, the water, the developers who are never vested in the community that they are building in, the affordability issue, the environment, the tree canopy, the parks, the loss of parks, the traffic, the density proposed, the loss of sunlight, the lack of schooling, school spaces, and the suggestion that Calgarians, young and old, may not require a vehicle, even though 8 months of the year we're living in terrible climate conditions. I know we thoughtfully selected our community because it was zoned R1, and we purchased an R1 lot. Today, old and new single-family homes coexist together. This community is an ecosystem. People age. The community recycles. Young people with children move back into the community or come into the community for the same reason we did 4 years ago. They too wish for their family a foundation. It's wrong for this council to determine that they know better than Calgarians. This needs to go to a plebiscite. You are elected officials. You are responsible to your constituents. And unfortunately, many more Calgarians may have liked to have spoken before you, but their voices and their concerns and ideas, these are all crucial for the well-being of all communities. But many could not. There's a lot of nurses and teachers who couldn't get the time to be able to schedule themselves to speak before council. In fact, some actually feared reprisal to their property taxes, negative impact to this in the event that they spoke out and were heard. Think about your position as an elected official. Please send this to plebiscite. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Richard Roski, please.
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. As you heard, my name is Richard Roski. I'm 62 years old and I'm a native Calgarian. And I truly love this city, but I have to tell you, I'm concerned for it. I have never spoken or written on any issue at any level of government. I left this up to my spouse, Susan, who you just heard from. But after listening to this on and off for the last few weeks, I'm compelled to speak up. I've lived in Calgary my whole life. I've attended all schooling here, including attending the University of Calgary. I'm a proud Calgarian, and I'm firmly against blanket rezoning. I have worked here my whole career, not in oil and gas, but in the technology sector. As you know, I met my spouse here. We have and raised our 3 kids here. They've all went to school here and are now all grown and successfully contributing to the economy. I grew up in a middle-class family who all worked very hard to create a better life for our families. I've lived in many parts of the city in the southeast. And now, as we were newlyweds, my wife and I decided to make a huge sacrifice and purchase that starter home, single-dwelling, fixer-upper in the community level park. And it's a beautiful neighborhood as we know it today. And now 3 homes later in Elbow Park, 37 years later, where we've just recently built and moved into a single dwelling home under the very strict guidelines of the planning department. We are now in the home where we plan to grow old. And now with this process and the blanket upzoning initiative, I'm very concerned that this will all change. After listening to this process over the last few weeks, I have to echo what others have said, that I have a feeling that the mayor and councillors aren't really listening to what we all have on our minds and have already made up and want to move forward with this process. Therefore, I have no option but to publicly plead that this issue is too important for the councillors and mayors to decide on our behalf. But instead, it should be decided by all Calgarians by either a publicized or make it an election issue of the next election. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Brian Mahoney, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gondik and councillors. I am speaking against the blanket rezoning. I am an individual. I'm not representing any group. I am a resident of the Mission Cliff Bungalow area where I live in a townhouse there, and I've lived in that neighborhood for 27 years and nearby for much longer than that. I'm going to speak a little bit about history, and I'm qualified to speak about that because I'm celebrating next month my 50th year in residential real estate. And most of that career has been focused on the inner city market. And I became a realtor 1 year after I moved to Calgary in 1973. And in 1973, I was qualified to buy a house by the Royal Bank, and after a very short period of time in town, I recognized that the inner city of Calgary was an opportunity for me to live in a close-in neighborhood with all the conveniences that would escape my ability financially to do in many other cities. Anyhow, I settled on, made an offer on a house in the 1700 block of 13th Avenue in Sinalta. It was a 60-year-old house at the time on a 25 by 120 foot lot. And I selected that house for reasons I've already said, plus that seemed to me to be possibly the best block in Sinalta. I didn't know the full background at that time, but the Sinalta neighborhood had undergone a blanket rezoning about 10 to 20 years earlier that had created a number of issues within the neighborhood, but this particular block seemed to have managed to get by from there. Anyhow, the Royal Bank told me de facto that I could only get a 15-year amortization mortgage on that house because it was part of a development site, not a house that really had a future. So what's that got to do with today? So to take it a step further, that particular 25-foot site with the R4 zoning at that time would have allowed the density to have increased from that one house to about 5 or 6 units on that 25-foot site when combined with, say, the next door neighbor property. So comparing that today, it's the same story. A 50-foot lot, you can do 8 units on. And to make a long, anyhow, through the efforts of a lot of people in the Sonalta neighborhood and in Bankview, where similar blanket upzoning had occurred, and Hillhurst Sunnyside, there were a number of well-qualified residents who cared for their neighborhood. They came forward and encouraged the city to reconsider the zoning that had been in place for already 10 to 20 years, and they were successful to a great extent in reducing the density back to not quite what it had been before the upzoning had occurred, but somewhere in between. But in the meantime, there was a blight in all of those neighborhoods that still, to this day, 50 some odd years later, has not gone away. It still exists. I just think that, for City Council to be basically looking at a scenario where they're going to blanket rezone the vast majority of the city, basically when you're recommending that, you're saying that basically the city got it all wrong. That's simply not true. The city got a lot of it right. And to the point that I think it was Tracy Beaumont was speaking to a short while ago about opportunities, say, for example, maybe in the Manchester area for more density to be created. There's also, large sites
You're just at time, sir.
Pardon me?
You're just at time. Your 5 minutes is up.
Okay.
So thank you so much for your presentation. I'm going to go to questions for this panel, and I think we're starting with Councillor Chabot.
Maybe start and finish. Mr. Roski.
Yes.
Mr. or Mrs.?
Yes, sorry. Well, I have to select one of you. I can't just say either or. So I'll try and pick on you, Mr. Roski. No offense. You stated that you rebuilt your home. Is that correct?
Yeah, we did, yes.
So it's a complete...
It's a complete tear down, and we built a single dwelling home a block and a half off of 14th Street and a block and a half off of Council Way. And my concern is right next door, there's a couple 50-foot, they're all 50-foot lots here. And they could probably put in, I don't know, your guess is as good as mine, how many units. Right now, I look across at Alpidor and what's been going on there from a planning perspective, and I'm very concerned about what will happen here.
Right. And so either side of you is also single-family residential, older units, I assume?
Absolutely. Yeah, they're all single-dwelling units in Alva Park.
And they're older units like yours was?
No, some of them are new.
Okay.
We're all upkeeping the neighborhood. We're investing in it.
Okay.
We didn't overbuild.
Yeah, no, that's good. Elbow Park, you don't know if there was any kind of restrictive covenants or anything in place in your community, do you?
Yeah, they're all R1.
Okay. No.
Like there are. So sorry, before I answer, what do you mean by restrictive covenants?
Well,
for them to split?
There's some communities that had some restrictive covenants on title that restricted the land, restricted the development to be a certain type of development, i.e. R1 only, and I wasn't sure whether or not Elbow Park had those same sort of restrictive covenants in place there that you know of.
Just 1 second. What's that? Yes, I mean, there are covenants on properties, yes, as Susan's telling me.
Okay, that may be a question to address with our administration later on. Yeah, no, I appreciate your input and providing your comments. Just curious, are you familiar with the local area planning policy or local area planning?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. I heard all about it. My wife was very involved with it.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'll ask your wife. Then forgive me. I'll switch to her.
Thank you,
Mrs. Roski. So you're familiar with the local area planning process. Is that a method that you support as far as targeted density or targeted intensification?
Well, that could go back to the previous meetings that have been held in regards to the LAPs and the concern that perhaps those many community meetings, the wishes of those communities, I don't think were always heard or were not heard. And a lot of times the LAP proceeded with embracing whatever number of communities were in that LAP. You still had a lot of disgruntled residents. So I guess if it was executed differently, I would be in support of that type of collaborative effort to help purposely plan for the future of Calgary. I just don't think it's been done to date.
Okay, I've actually heard a couple other folks raise concerns about that. So you think the process for engagement it needs to be more robust or have some other things incorporated into it as it relates to this RCG? You think maybe we should have incorporated that sort of process for this?
I think that I do think that process would work if indeed the communities were heard. We have to look at what happened in the previous council meetings where people came out of the woodwork upset because they felt they'd gone to their community meetings, met with planning, voiced their concerns about what the LAP was proposing, looked for some collaborative efforts by all parties involved, and in the end, the satisfaction wasn't there. So something wasn't right. Either somebody wasn't listening or, something was wrong with the process. That's all I'm just going to say. There were glitches in it. Do I think that it's good to have a collaborative process? Yes. Do I think that that's what happened? No. I think the answer is written on a whiteboard somewhere inside the city, and that's what we're being maneuvered towards. And we do have, Richard does listen to me, kind of yap on about this. I'm not an expert on LAP. I only know from my involvement in not only just my community, but surrounding communities, Richmond Green, Altadore, Marda Loop. But I just want to make note that we do have some properties within Elbow Park that do have covenants on them.
So you think there should have been more of a feedback loop type opportunity?
Yeah, feedback loop opportunity with people willing to listen and modify that little secret whiteboard that I think exists.
Okay. All right. Those are all the questions I had for you. Thank you for your presentation and for being here this evening. No further questions for me.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for taking the time to join us today. I'm going to see if there's other people. Do we have Kim Moody? Do we have Darren DeRosa?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Karen Moody, are you here? Okay, do we have anybody else on the line waiting to speak? So I'm just going to double check. Is there anybody in this room that's waiting to speak? Sir, you've been here for a while. Are you registered? What's your name? We called you. So why don't you come on up to the front? Do we have anybody on the line that's waiting to speak? Okay, so we're going to go to Daniel Grandin, and then we're going to go to Darren DeRosa. So Daniel, start us off.
Good afternoon, or good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed councillors. Thank you for taking this time to listen to all of the citizens' advice and complaints and experiences. I know this is a very contentious subject. I would like to start off by saying that I was thrilled to have my advice taken for the Affordable Housing 2023-2030 strategy, with the addendum to allocate funds for the 240 modular housing units. The subsequent discussions to identify and allocate city-owned lands for housing development are an excellent start to achieving that vision. Throughout my professional career in architectural design and construction project management, I found that change management is both a blessing and a curse. A blessing and a curse. Most people are, open to seeing new change and experiencing it. Where the problems come up is the lack of information that gets out to the public. They don't know, they have apprehensions, everything else. Expecting to see a high-rise apartment going up next to their single-family unit. That doesn't seem what the blanket rezoning would be achieving. I think if the approach is the highest and best use, we've heard that bandied about enough times, but along the traffic arteries, our one designations lend themselves to being developed further. They can act as more of a sound buffer between the established communities, and then maybe taking some of the other less dense housing options, duplexes, fourplexes, row housing that does allow some form of a yard or green space. I've heard heard said many times here about the quality of life of wanting to garden. I mean, that can all be addressed in amendments in this blanket rezoning. The one tool that I've used in the past is an acronym. It stands for, well, it is SPACE, but this was more for sorting, purging, assigning, compartmentalizing, et cetera, for people who have hoarding issues and trying to downgrade. What I'd like to try and offer for council to consider is use the same acronyms, but try and keep it more focused to what we've heard today. The S parts: specify, identify which properties adjacent to traffic transit arteries for higher density with a step-down approach to building height, maximum number of units, etc., to ensure property setbacks, architectural style, landscaping, green space per occupant can be added as part of those components. Provide additional requirements that do address any neighbor's concerns. Not to have the long process of going back and forth, but if there's bona fide reasons that people have, well, maybe that was missed in the planning process or in the development appeal or something. If that could have a timetable that's realistic, where the developer could come in with any revisions, changes, present it, have it reviewed, and then try and reach that consensus, because we're in a society where everybody is polarized. Yes, no. Bottom line is we need this for Calgary. The other thing is the amount of people coming to Calgary, they're coming here for what we have. We've done a wonderful job with our infrastructure, with our communities. We don't want to lose that, and that is our drawing card, I think. The next item is prioritize. Approval of developments that address not only the need for higher density, but also maintain or improve the quality of life for existing and new property owners within those communities.
Just at time.
Oh, okay.
Your 5 minutes is up. So thank you very much for your presentation.
So
I'll let you know if there's any questions for you.
Okay,
Thank you.
hopefully you can use some of the...
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Just have a seat, though, in case there's questions for you. Sir, just grab a seat right there in case there's questions for you. Let's go to Darren DeRosa, please.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for giving me an opportunity to speak. I'll try and keep my comments short. I just wanted to comment with regard to the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Article 25. It says everyone has the right to a standard of living adequate for the health and well-being of himself and his family, including food, clothing, housing, and medical care and necessary social services. It goes on a little bit longer than that, but specifically it mentions housing, and I just want to say that, like in my opinion, I think that blanket rezoning would be, beneficial in providing additional housing for people who are already in the city and are priced out, and people who are wanting to move to the city. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your presentation. And I have some information that there's some other people on the line, so let me just double check. I'm going to check again on Kim Moody. Are you on the line? How about Bruce Gillespie?
Yes, I am. Kim Moody.
Okay, thank you. Just hang on for 1 second. Do we have Bruce Gillespie as well?
Yes, I'm here, Mayor.
Okay, perfect. We're going to go to both of you. Is there anybody else on the line waiting to speak?
You have two people on the line, Jenna Kay and Scott Saxberg.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
We're from an earlier section that we missed, but Jenna Kay and Scott Saxberg.
And which panel were you on?
Give me 1 second.
You know what? That's okay. We'll look it up. Just hang tight. We'll get to both of you as well. Is there anybody else on the line waiting to speak? Okay, then let's go to Kim Moody, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Kim Moody. I am one of Canada's income tax experts. I founded one of Canada's premier tax law and accounting firms almost 20 years ago, Moody's Tax, Moody's Private Client. I'm certainly not a municipal policy expert, but I'm a purveyor of common sense and a strong believer in democracy and property rights, and I've waved Calgary's flag because I'm a proud Calgarian for over 30 years as an entrepreneur and employer and investor. And you've likely heard many of the concerns already, so I'm not going to repeat them, and I'm going to keep my comments rather brief, but rather blunt and pointed. I can tell you what I've witnessed in this charade of a hearing is frankly an embarrassment to democracy. The overall concern I have, which has been expressed nicely by many others, is why was this issue not put to a plebiscite? What was the logical reason for the majority voting bloc of councillors to vote no? I'm shocked and frankly embarrassed as a Calgarian for that. This is a major issue that deserves the democratic process of all Calgarians, not simply the mayor and councillors. And so I'm shocked by that very fundamental issue. When you're elected by constituents, I should not need to remind you that you are voted to represent your constituents, not your personal pet projects, or to support your ideologies at the expense of your constituents. You should not abdicate your representative obligations to your constituents in favor of meddlesome bribes by the federal government with, frankly, our own money. This federal government is an embarrassment, both in their taxation and fiscal policies, and for the City of Calgary to pander to such poor fiscal policies is again an embarrassment given our get-her-done history. I'd actually be interested in each councillor's personal situation and whether or not a conflict of interest exists. Will some of you personally benefit from such a policy? I will end my comments by saying that from a taxation perspective, I'm concerned about people who will take advantage of the blanket rezoning. Besides property developers, there will be people who will enter the market thinking that a blanket rezoning will increase property values significantly, and therefore they're going to try to acquire and flip properties. Such profits will likely be fully taxable, notwithstanding such person views or thoughts that the gains will be capital gains and thus less taxable. That's simply not true. So to conclude, I'm very concerned about this entire process, the abdication of a full democratic process, and the overall lack of disclosure. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. After Bruce Gillespie, we'll go to Jenna Kay and Scott Saxberg. Let me confirm, do we have Tina Holland on the line? Okay, well, we'll wait and see if Tina comes to us. Let's go to Bruce Gillespie, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I have to admit I was just going to also speak about the democratic process, and I feel that there almost is no need after Mr. Moody's words. I will reiterate that I think the idea of home ownership is such a major purchase in people's lives that to have such a small number of people rule on an issue of such great importance seems ludicrous. I'm very much opposed to blanket upzoning. I think that on issues of this grave importance in so many people's lives, it behooves council to go to a plebiscite or run in an election and state your positions publicly and let the people judge. And I have to say that after listening for many, many hours over the last 2 weeks, it's very clear that this is opposed by the people of Calgary. And I would be shocked if in a democracy, the people listening to me now vote to approve this would really cause me to question what their motivations are. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Let's go to Jenna Kay, please.
Hi. I will keep my comments short and sweet. I know this has been going on for quite some time. And Scott Saxberg will not be speaking because he is currently putting our 1-year-old baby back to sleep. But really quickly, want to say thank you for all the time that has gone into this hearing and for all the hard work that the city has done. This is an important issue, and housing crisis is very real, both in our city and federally. Just on our behalf, I'm from New Brunswick, moved here, started a company in Calgary, very proud Calgarian. My husband's from Manitoba, also moved here, started a large company, employed a lot of Calgarians, and we both ended up here because Calgary is a great city to live, to raise children, and it's a great community to be in. I think that the rezoning has major negative consequences that, you know, our biggest feeling is that this isn't something that should be decided with a knee-jerk reaction. And so we are opposed to the rezoning laws. And we would really like to have some more thought put into this and think about ways that the city could be zoned in a way that makes more affordable housing, because we know that's important for everyone. But we don't think that what's being proposed is the best for our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Tina Holland, are you on the line? Is there anyone else on the line that's waiting to speak?
Yes.
Hi, who's this?
This is Mark Greenwald.
And which panel were you on, sir?
I don't know that I was invited to a panel. I tried to call in tonight and found this code to call in. Do I need to be placed on a panel?
Yeah, you need to register with the clerk, but since you're on the line, Madam Clerk, can we just register him right now?
Yes, we can. If we can just confirm the spelling of the speaker's name, please, though.
If you could spell your
Sure,
name, sir.
Yes, you bet. It's M-A-R-K, Greenwald, Greenwald. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I have a very brief comment.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I've had the opportunity to tune in and observe much of the discussion. I took the opportunity to do so as a 30-year Calgary citizen. What I heard was for a week long, we heard impassioned Calgary citizens share a variety of perspectives, both for and against blanket zoning. Personally, what I heard was a majority against, with some incredibly well-argued points that were never ID'd in the information process that was undertaken by the city. What I fear is that those who argued for were arguing for blanket zoning, were arguing for their concern, which was really for affordable, safe, attainable housing, and a desire that somehow blanket zoning was going to attain that. But my observation would be in listening that these individuals' desires to cling to an idea, blanket zoning, which they may have been led to believe will answer their wishes for some of these desires, is going to be a false hope that ultimately makes no one happy, not the individuals in need or the individuals who have argued against. So I very much do hope that the City Council will take the opportunity after all this input to vote down blanket zoning and pursue what has to be a much better alternative for the benefits of all the citizens of Calgary. I'm a little disappointed that there are some councillors, I know they can't be there the entire time. It's been a very long process, but I think some of the ones that really need to hear this message, unfortunately, are no longer in the room. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak and thank everyone for their time in hearing out the citizens of Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I will say that members of council are attending remotely. This hearing has gone on significantly longer than anticipated, so they are absolutely tuned in, and they do have the opportunity to be remote periodically as needed. So let me ask one more time, is there anyone waiting to speak for this public hearing? Anyone on the phone line waiting to speak? Okay, then I'm going to go to Councillor Chabot, who has a question for someone.
Possibly two folks. Mr. Moody, you're the tax guy, right?
I am, yeah.
So your concern through this blanket zoning is that it potentially could have some negative implications, specifically as it relates to speculative buying. Is that what I think your part of your submission was?
That was part of it, yeah.
So you think that might push pricing up on some of those single-family units?
Well, it's a no-brainer, Councillor, that it will likely do that. And if so, then the tax consequences will likely not be thoroughly informed by such investors.
Interesting. Was there any other concerns that you had about the blanket zoning, specifically as it relates to density in your community?
Well, I have lots of NIMBY concerns, which, if you don't understand that acronym, not my backyard, but I'm more concerned about the public policy issues than my personal issues. But to answer your question, yes, I am concerned, but my overall concern is for the city of Calgary and its citizens.
And what do you feel about this process? Do you think we took enough time to do this, or should we have engaged the community more? Did you mention even that your thoughts on the plebiscite? I can't recall.
I did specifically comment on plebiscite, and I think this whole exercise is a charade. You know, for the voting bloc of councillors that did not vote in favor of a plebiscite, I'm embarrassed that they did that, because there's no logical reason to vote no. This is a very, very important issue for the future of the city of Calgary that involves all Calgarians, not just a voting block of 15 councillors and the mayor. So, yes, I'm very concerned that this has not gone to a plebiscite.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's all the questions I had for you, but I do have some questions for Mr. Gillespie. And Mr. Gillespie, I think you sort of echoed some of the same sentiments in regards to the plebiscite. I'm just curious about the process and timing. Do you think there was adequate amount of time provided to residents to provide input into this RCG blanket zoning? And did you get a chance to attend any of the public open houses? Did we lose Mr. Gillespie?
Hi, do we have Bruce Gillespie on the line still? Doesn't seem like it, Councillor Chabot.
No. All right, well, I will relinquish the floor.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you. Mr. Moody, I have a follow-up question. You mentioned about the area non-primary residents and taxes. Why are non-primary residents, I can't even speak, I'm so sorry. Why are non-primary residents taxed as businesses?
Well, there's two reasons. Our federal government introduced a very, very silly law last year called the flipping tax. And to the extent that you hold a property for 365 days or less, then it's deemed to be business income to the extent that you have profits. And if you have losses, they're deemed to be nil. So that's the first reason. But the more broad reason is if you're acquiring a property with the intention of developing and flipping, then regardless of this silly flipping tax that they introduced, and this law has been around since 1972, then that property is considered to be an inventory property and not a primary residence or a capital property, and thus any profits are taxable fully. And frankly, not a lot of Canadians know about that, and it will be a bit of a disaster to the extent that they incur profits.
So just to kind of, sorry, because I kind of grew up in this world, this is similar to capital gain, right? Like if I was building a house, I was living in a house, it was my primary residence, but as a side business, I was building a house, I flipped that property within 4 months. I still stayed in my primary house, it would be a capital gain, right? Is that what the flipping tax is called?
No, it is.
No, something different.
It is not considered a capital gain. Because of this new law, and because you disposed of it less than 365 days, so in your example, 4 months, then all of that profit is fully taxable. It is not a capital gain. But like I said, regardless of that new law, if you acquired it for the intention of flipping, then it's considered business profits, which are fully taxable and not a capital gain.
Okay, that makes sense to me. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. I appreciate that.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Well done, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions for this panel, so thank you all very much for joining us. We appreciate the time you put into your presentations. Is there anyone left wishing to speak to this item? All right, I'm not hearing or seeing anyone else, but I will put out one last call. Anyone left for this public hearing who hasn't spoken yet and is registered?
Investors. Yeah, interesting.
Hi, who's this on the line?
About blanket zoning, specifically as it relates to density in your community.
Hi there. Is there someone on the line waiting to speak? Hello? Okay, hearing and seeing no one else wishing to speak, I will close the public hearing on this item. Thank you so much to everyone who joined us. I'm going to go to Mr. Keene, who has a very quick thank you to offer. So let's do that. And with your permission, Council, can we just suspend the 9:30 close so we can finish what we need to do tonight? Is anyone opposed to that? Okay. I also have a question regarding recessing. So you know what, before we go to you, Mr. Keane, let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know about you, I'm not superhuman. I haven't finished reading my agenda for tomorrow. Still got a few hundred pages to go through, and I appreciate that we've all been sitting here for a long time, and we might want to see some conclusions, but I would prefer to recess until Thursday to hear any kind of concluding remarks and or recap, and possibly even wait until Monday, recess until Monday to ask our questions of administration and propose any potential amendments. If there are any following first reading of the bylaw, if it happens to pass, Madam Clerk has my proposal, and I'm open to any discussion around this matter. I just feel like we've been a little overwhelmed in the last 2 weeks. It would be nice to have a little bit of a chance to get a little bit caught up on some of our stuff and maybe be able to finish reading my agenda for tomorrow. So if that's possible, I don't know when the appropriate time is to do that, but I'd rather do that now rather than go through a recap and take some additional time even tonight.
Okay, so you've got a motion that's before us, moved by Councillor Chabot, seconded by Councillor Sharp. We've got a question in the queue. We've actually got a couple of questions. I'm just going to clarify, we've closed the public hearing on this item, so that's what's finished. That's a question from someone in the queue. There's a question from Councillor McLean. We're not going to get this done in 10 minutes, so I'm going to ask again, in order to debate this motion, can I get general consent that if we need to go past 9:30 that we will do that? Is there anyone opposed to that? Councillor Chu is opposed, Councillor McLean is opposed. So is someone willing to bring a motion to suspend the end time of this meeting from being 9:30 to the call of the chair when we can actually get through the motion that's before us? Madam Clerk, if you could draft something. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So because we're going to be putting this to a vote now, you're going to need to have your e-scribe open. And if I remember correctly, you're going to have to open the one from April 22nd to do any kind of a vote. Councillor Meehan will make that motion. Can I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Spencer, thank you. We'll just wait for that to come up.
Just one moment.
Thank you. So, Councillor McLean, you had your request to speak for Councillor Chabot's motion.
Just a question.
Wait, we're not going there yet. I'm saying that's what it was for, right? It was
Say
for
again?
Councillor Chabot's motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chu, you have a request to speak. It's on this motion. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. My question to you is, initially you said you're going to ask the new general manager to say something, to recap, whatever, and then you said this motion is just going to finish what Councillor Chabot proposed. I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
If that's the only thing, and I will support. If you do go on with the general manager, I won't support.
Well, we are
Just
not
want to
gonna
clarify.
We're not going to go to the general manager who simply wanted to thank the public, which would have taken maybe 3 or 4 minutes because it's turned into a thing. So we're not going to have time to do that. So we won't have a formal thank you to the public. I will try to do that myself instead of having administration do it. So we are going to try to wrap up the motion that Councillor Chabot brought. We won't get it done. So I asked for general consent. It wasn't given. Now we're voting on suspending 9:30.
Just asking to clarify, that's all. Thank you.
Mayor Gondek, the motion has been prepared and it reads that pursuant to Section 6 Sub 1 of the Procedure Bylaw, Council suspend Section 79 in order to complete procedural motions with respect to future recess times.
Okay. Thank you for that. I don't see any other requests to speak on this. Councillor Meehan, I will assume you're closed on this. Let's go to eScribe to vote, please. And Madam Clerk, which one should we have open to vote? Is it the April 22nd one or is it today's?
It is today's.
You're just going to have to do a voice vote then.
Absolutely. Happy to do so.
Thank you.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Pootmans, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Wyness, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Carra, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. And Mayor Gondek, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. All the votes are in.
Could you display the result or tell us the results, please?
The motion was carried unanimously.
That's carried unanimously. All right. We are going to questions. Let's go to Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just had some clarification beforehand would have been good, or a message to us, because if it's just a simple message to the public to say thank you, I'm totally fine with that. But if it was a presentation, my only concern was most of the public is kind of tuned out at this, and if it is maybe a messaging to the entire public, maybe Thursday morning was the right time to tell everybody when people are tuned back in to hear the message, and especially if there was a little bit of a presentation involved. So that was all I was wanting just clarification on, but simple thank you. That's yeah, that's cool.
Go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm gonna debate this. I will be a no. Here's why. There are 30-something land use items tomorrow. If we postpone that meeting until Thursday, that means all of those applicants and public presenters have to reschedule. That also means that clerks has to work overtime after this meeting tonight and tomorrow morning to try to let everybody know. So that is actually super disrespectful to our clerks team. And so I'm not in favor of this. We have told the public what the schedule is, and people are looking for us to make a decision, not continue to kick the can down the road. So I'm not supporting this. We've put a schedule out to the public, and I think we owe it to them to stick to it. And I'm not in favor of giving clerks more work. Like, not at all.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, thank you. To clarify, I don't think this has anything to do with tomorrow's public hearing. It has to do with this public hearing, Councillor Penner. So I'm actually not in favor of it, but for completely different reasons than Councillor Penner. I just don't think that it's wise for us to, this essentially would have us not meeting on Friday. And that's a full day that, like, I really think we have some very significant questions of administration. And I know there's lots of amendments that have been circulating. And so I just can't support this because I think we have to maximize our time, and appreciate my colleagues bringing it forward, but I can't support, sorry.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, I appreciate that clarification from Councillor Meehan, because I was reading furiously the amendment before us, trying to figure out. My question is simply this. The only reason I would support at this late date changing the schedule that's before us is if it was preferable to an administration that has been ground heavily by this whole process. And so I guess my question to the chair, Madam Mayor, is can we get a sense of whether this is something that would be preferable to administration, or is administration preferable to pursue the schedule that we've already laid out?
I mean, we can go ahead, CAO Duckworth.
Thanks, Mayor Gondek. Yeah, the team and I had a chat this evening. We have, as mentioned, already publicly acknowledged that we have a schedule for this week. The team would prefer to stick to that schedule and meet on Thursday and Friday to proceed.
For those exact reasons, I will be voting against this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Yeah, so here's a couple examples on why we probably should do this. Councillor Penner, I'm exhausted, you're exhausted. You read something wrong, we all been doing things wrong. We gotta owe it to Calgarians, and we deserve to have us at our best making this important decision. The most irked thing I've heard is, let's get this done with. We don't want to kick the can down the road. I really actually think we deserve to take a couple days to regroup, let administration regroup, bring our best. We have a public hearing with 40+ items tomorrow going into Wednesday. Then there's Calgary Planning Commission. We're not even going to get to debate till next week. So, I mean, I'm going to support this regardless of my reasons to not to support it. There's virtual options, but I think you guys are all doing yourselves a disservice of not giving yourselves a little bit of a brain break just because of the little mistakes we're making. And Calgarians and citizens are going to make sure that we're not just pushing this through, and that's all we've heard. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Councillor Chabot, for bringing this forward.
Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councillor Sharp and Councillor Chabot that we should reconvene with questions and answers and debating on Monday because, quite frankly, I'm tired. I'm sure everybody else is tired. But I do have a question for administration, and that is, if you do a recap on Thursday, and then we have questions and answers on Monday, how long do you need for a recap on Thursday?
Just looking to my team, I understood the recap was going to be in the order of 15 minutes tops. Is that correct, Mr. Keane?
I would give it 30 minutes, Counselor. I would suspect 30 minutes would be the time we'd need for a recap.
Okay, so if we did a recap for 30 minutes on Thursday, then reconvene Monday for questions, answers, and debate, can we do the recap on Monday? I mean, think about it, coming back for a half-hour recap on a Thursday and then recessing.
Well, as the CAO mentioned, we would prefer to proceed with the schedule that we have, so that would be Thursday and Friday of this week. If council made the decision to move to Monday, then of course we could do the recap at that time. But we would prefer to proceed with the schedule we have.
And the reason to move Thursday, reason to continue Thursday, Friday, given the rest of us are tired?
Well, just that's the plan that we gave to the public, that we would proceed this week with hearings and deliberation, Q&A, and potentially an action of council. So since that had been the plan we'd presented to the public, we'd like to proceed with it.
Appreciate that. Again, I'm not sharp, and I don't think I will be sharp Thursday, Friday. Do you believe your staff would be sharp to handle questions and answers and debates?
Council, yeah, we will definitely be ready and prepared to answer all questions that council has on Thursday.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. CPC on Thursday, are we going to take a break from this meeting for Thursday?
I can actually answer that. The schedule is that we go 9:30 to noon on Thursday. We break for Calgary Planning Commission, and then we go 6 to 9:30. And then the plan is that we go back on Friday and we go from 9:30 to 6 p.m. That's the schedule that's been put out publicly.
Okay. My other question is, if this goes to Monday, then we got an important exec meeting on Tuesday. That'll have to be moved then, or it's just going to be taking breaks, rescheduling?
So what we will have to do, Council, is cancel things that are upcoming. We will have to do what we've done for the past 2 weeks, delay events that we need to be at in the community. We'll need to delay our attendance at other committees that we are expected to be on. We will have to move committee meetings. There's executive committee, there's other committee meetings. It will just mean delaying or canceling things.
Okay. And I heard, once again, admin's preference and choices to stick with the current schedule and hopefully wrap it up this week. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please. Oh, Rescinded? Okay. I will just weigh in quickly because there's nobody else in the queue. I know administration has worked hard to create that schedule. They've worked hard in the last 2 weeks to accommodate something that went a lot longer than we thought. It's been amazing to hear from so many Calgarians. It's over 760, I think. We'll get a final number later, but we have done a very good job of accommodating everyone that wanted to come and speak. And I think it's irresponsible for us to push this off because we're tired. Our job is to do this job, and sometimes it's a lot. And to say that we didn't have time to prepare for our meeting tomorrow, we had the whole weekend. To say that we're not going to be ready for Thursday and Friday, that's part of the job. This is what we signed up for. This is why we got elected. So we have a schedule before us. That's the one I'm going to stick with because it took a lot of people a great deal of shuffling to put it together. And out of respect for the Calgarians that have been here for 12 straight days, we owe them sticking to the schedule. So with that, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Chabot.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, I think I was clear right from the onset that following this public hearing, that I was hoping that we would be able to take a couple days, maybe 3 days, to get our thoughts together on what kind of questions we'd want to ask to administration, what kind of amendments, if any, we might want to propose, and I thought that I was heard when I mentioned that, and you acknowledged that we would be looking at Your Worship, that we would be looking at potentially having a bit of a delay. Now, I don't know about you guys and how many questions that you've written down over the course of the last number of days. I've written lots of notes about submissions from the public, about thoughts and concerns that they've had. I haven't had a chance to actually structure all my questions to be as efficient as possible in order to get as many of my questions and concerned citizens' questions to administration to get responses for, because they can't ask questions. That's our job, to ask administration questions. So personally, and I'm sure all other members of council could benefit from having this extra time to be able to better structure and format their questions to administration to ensure that our questions are concise, well-structured, and efficient. And while we may have provided a schedule to the public as far as what our projected timelines were like, there was no guarantee that any of it was actually going to transpire in this fashion. There was no guarantee we were going to end the public hearing tonight. We could have gone on with public hearings following that schedule and then ultimately been required to meet these potential questions and amendments in the following weeks and having to accommodate our schedule accordingly. So, you know what? I understand people would like to be able to push this through, get her done, as they said. And, but I think in the interest of being responsive to the public and to the many, many, many speakers that we've had come before us, that we need to take the time to do it right. And that's why I'm asking council to support this. Alternatively, I would like to propose an alternate motion if this one doesn't carry.
Thank you, and I realize you're closed. The clerk has a request to speak before we vote.
Thank you very much, Mayor Gondek. I just want to acknowledge that the motion was prepared at an earlier point in time today. I don't believe that recommendation number 1 is needed now that we are past 9:30 today. This was prepared at an earlier time. So my recommendation to council would be to either seek general consent to delete recommendation number 1. Should that not be successful, a motion would be required. But now that we are past 9:30 tonight, we already have a schedule that is in place that does see this meeting recess to Thursday, May 9th at 9:30.
Council, is there anyone not agreeing to remove point 1? So with the mover's consent, we will just remove point 1 and reorder the number.
Thank you, Mayor Gondek.
You're welcome. Thanks for pointing that out.
The recommendations have been reordered, and they now read that Council set the time of administration's recap to Thursday at 9:30, and set members of Council's questions to administration and any motions to May 13th. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't take any more requests to speak, everyone. We are going into the vote, so please go to your e-scribe to vote on this.
Councillor Pootmans, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Meehan, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 8-7 with Councillor Walcott, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Penner, Councillor Dhaliwal, Councillor Kara, Councillor Meehan, and myself voting against. Can we note that there was a typo in number 2?
Yes, we did notice, and the typo was to administration, was written twice. That will be corrected in the minutes as a clerical.
Thank you. All right. With that, let me just thank all the members of the public that came out. We appreciate you engaging with us. The count is about 735 people, but we'll get you the total number. It was 12 almost full days of a public hearing. We appreciated everything that you brought forward to us. We've got a lot to consider and many questions to ask to administration and much debate to have. So thank you very much for engaging. To the administration team, thank you very much for everything you prepared to allow us to get through this. To the clerk's team, my goodness, you run a very efficient meeting. So thank you for everything you've done. To my colleagues, thank you very much. We will see you back here on Thursday at 9:30 for this public hearing, and we will see you all tomorrow for the regularly scheduled public hearing. Thank you.